Hello everybody and welcome back to the CCT Online Series 17 here in the second season. My name is Wheat and we are still in the close qualifier stage where we are going to be kicking up a few more groups today. Further today will be I was supposed to say Anubis, that was the last time around. We're going to watch Aurora, versus NIP. But again, we kind of need to talk about the format and all that good stuff. Again, it's the close qualifiers, GSL groups, all that stuff, you know. I'm just excited to get this day going. We have a lot of incredible games to show for you guys. Here we have Aurora versus NIP, we have Fatbet versus Unity, Zero Tenacity versus Amcal. They are playing today. And then you also have Into the Breach versus Adventurers to round out the day. That Adventurers roster being the kind of the revamped Drillers project. So absolute banger to close out the day here on the stream as well. Let's take a look at the format as well. I believe should be one of the things that we also have to kind of keep in mind here. But best out of 3, as you can see, for all the matches with 3-hour intervals, should give plenty of time for these teams to get ready. As you can see now, we are going to be opening up with Group C's opening matches today. Here we have Aurora versus NIP. That's going to be the first match of the day. Then you have Fatbet versus Unity. A bunch of really interesting teams. This NIP roster, they came short in that Series 16's play-in where they ended up losing. And in Group D as well, as you can see, we ended up finishing also another group yesterday, but we have Zero Tenacity versus Amcal, Into the Breach, and Adventurous. That is going to be those two matches, as I was talking about. Winners going to the winners matches, all that stuff you can see. We can follow the dates here. We'll conclude these groups on January 28th, so in 2 days' time. And let's get into it. Let's start talking about this Aurora versus NIP. And let's start with Aurora, a team that has been kind of having a tumultuous kind of last few months there. Had that incredibly messy trans situation with Klax being traded for Result between Paravision and themselves. And then Deco, after they failed to qualify for the Shanghai Major, ended up benching himself, taking a break from competitive Counter-Strike. This allowed an opening for Grix, this incredible prospect coming up from Aurora Youngblood, actually. And he has looked absolutely incredible. He was playing with both teams towards the back end of the season, having to divide his time between those two rosters and looked great playing on both of them. And in 2025 here as well, he's been looking really good, has had some incredible games and been putting up some really decent numbers, even if Aurora themselves haven't necessarily been firing on all cylinders 100% just yet. And I think that's something that we need to keep in mind here, that they're like 1-1 in ESL Challenger in Series 16, that they are in the main Swiss stage off still. They're fighting for their tournament lives later today, so it's a long day at the office for these young gamers. There's also someone like Patsy, right, who's still like trying to find that redemption arc after his really messy stint where he left Team Spirit for Liquid back in 2023, spent all of last year playing with Paravision, now having joined up with Aurora to kind of provide them with a little bit of extra power here. And you have the long-standing stalwarts of the Aurora organization in Novi and Kenzie. And boy, oh boy, it's an interesting one for sure, right? NIP, much furore about these guys because, well, NIP going with this international mix roster, but they're having to use GX to get around the VRS requirements, right? Try to get those extra points and to get those wildcard invites. And this is also an incredibly interesting opening match because with the way the seeding works for NIP coming in as a wildcard team, it does mean they will have some pretty interesting matches. Last time around, they failed in the close qualifier, lost in that play-in match to Cybershock after beating Endpoint and Amcal. And that caused a lot of upheaval on social media. Draken was out there with a very long tweet just firing away about how the Swedish scene had so much time they could have picked up Johnny Speeds, all this stuff. And now they're going to have to use Jax. They're not practicing with Jax at all. He's just living that stand-in life. They are practicing with Eros Doce, well, who will be subbed into the roster again once they get those points. You have Shus, who once again was left out of another heroic rebuild. This guy is one of the best anger players in the world when he's in top form, and he just keeps getting left out and left out and left out. In the Danish space, you have so many people just talking about how this guy is one of the best players in the Danish scene, if not one of the best. Like, it is unreal. And you have Snappy, who was promised the world on Falcons last year, was not able to get those players that he really wanted, was lacking that star rifle for so long, and couldn't get his system to work. And his system also has kind of struggled with the way CS2 comes in, MR12, all that good stuff. Normally, he tried to kind of grind out his opponents, trying to try some interesting strat to start off, and then trying to get a feel for them, then grind them out towards the back end of the half. There's just so much less time to do that now. You jerks, piled that Saw roster back in last year, but still really needs to showcase he can be a centerpiece of an international roster, be a part of that massive rifle call, because if not, well, he could be easily replaced by another international rifle star, right? And the same thing kind of goes for Ringle, a player that was really hyped coming in from Bait towards the start of last year in April, but really struggled to find full form and really live up to that potential that he's shown so many times. A really fancy AWP that sometimes can struggle hitting those much easier shots when needed. So I'm super excited to see how this NIP roster will get going. And let's get into the very important aspects here of today. We do have the veto. Inferno has been a priority ban for this new look NIP roster, even though we only have had, as I said, those 3 series to really address them. Even team also really doesn't like Dust 2, so Nid kind of gets a free ban here by Aurora wanting to go into Dust 2. So I think that's definitely an interesting one. Nuke is a very interesting pick here as well. It's a map that, on the CT side, you need to be incredibly well drilled in your spots, and playing Nuke CT with a stand-in is definitely scary. The same thing kind of goes for Mirage. Train being banned away makes a lot of sense to a certain point as well. Anubis is a map that Aurora really doesn't like, and knowing that Nip probably wouldn't pick it here gives him a very nice second round ban. Leaves it with Ancient as that final map pick, decided to kind of, if we need to go all 3, well, we are going to be ending up over on Ancient. And again, just a full overview. Nuke first, Mirage second, Ancient if needed for the deciders, and no Train, no Anubis, interestingly enough, has been 2 maps that have kind of been centerpieces for a lot of the time. I feel like, and Nuke is a map that I'm super excited to kind of get going, because I just want to see how Snappy is going to dissect this T side, right? Like, Snappy's Nuke has always been like a really interesting part of the way that he's kind of built the teams, and we saw this Ents roster back in the day were incredible on Nuke and really had just everything down to a T. But as I was alluding to before, this team is not necessarily there yet, right? And that's where Snappy really has to showcase his ability to really build this team. Now he has time to work with. He has a coach and Exist as well that was a part of that heroic project, then went without a project for a while, and then went to Nip, where now they're going into this, and he's the only kind of Swedish element as well for this NIP roster, which I think is something that we gotta keep in mind, because there is a legacy for the organization, and someone that's left a lot of Swedish CS fans in general just kind of left frustrated, right? Like, they are just not recognizing their own organization anymore, right? It's no longer that 86-0 international Swedish roster that just like started Counter-Strike go off with an absolute bang, right? And that's something that a lot of teams are really, that a lot of fans are even really upset about, right? And that nature, the fact that the storytelling around NIP is, it's not quite where it used to be back in the day. It's also something that you gotta keep in mind, right, is that they had that whole thing coming out at the start of last year that by 2025, at the start of 2025, they wanted to be a top 10 team. That is no longer really the case, right? Then now they've built the centerpieces around this now, having put a proven IGL in place, to have a proven anchor in place, and then you have the 3 other players that haven't really proven themselves at this level. And I think that is the big kicker for how this team will perform in the long term. Is Snappy and Exist able to develop the likes of Eris, Doge, U-Jerks, and Wrinkle into the equivalents of the likes of, well, Sunpius and those centerpieces, the nerds and the sphinxes of the world as well, right? That those like really superstar riflers that Snappy helped develop brings to light. But we are going to be going into game now, as you were talking about before. Aurora starting on this CT side, and a heavy belt of utility on the 2 Danes on the side of NIP. U-Jerks gets this HE, which I assume we're going to use to blow open Squeaky Door. But you never know. Counter smoke immediately to kind of alleviate the pressure, meaning that they won't be able to go for that high-paced play. Lurk smoke's being flown out here. Now the flashes come through as well. Patsy has to stand strong. And this is absolutely horrific timing as they go out now, but Snappy finds Kenzie. This could have been beautiful. Grix pushing up the ramp here with the dualies. Together with a teammate. Clack's up in heaven here. Can also deny the plank. Gets a completely open shot onto Snappy. U-Jerks Jackson can still make this happen. And U-Jerks with a 2-piece. Absolutely incredible shooting. And they know Clack's in heaven. And the flash here also confirms the position. Falls off here. They're actually going to go for this upper plant, knowing that Clax fell off the angle. And this round looked absolutely done and dusted for Aurora. With Jack's taken incredibly low. But then U-Jerk swings lobby, gets 2. And with them planning for HUD as well, they have so much information. U-Jerk spots Clax here. It's a 4-piece for the Portuguese. And what a start for NIP. And these second round false buys have become incredibly common in CS2. Economy doesn't necessarily get to settle as much, so you just gotta try to hit him where it hurts. This secret cross now buys a lot of time, but keep in mind Patsy on the angle together with Norvi, but the Molotov will force Norvi into them. Well, that is great shooting with that 5-7, and now Patsy can activate with the MP9, but gets cleared out by Snappy immediately. And this kid is the one to watch. Grix on the scout in this case, but will be rocking that AWP. And they are just trying to find any opening. But it should just be the save now coming through with nothing on offer. Save these weapons into the next one. Hit them in that round 4 full buy instead. He's a single scout from Grix here, can still do a lot of damage. Well-placed headshots and all that. Same thing goes for the 2 Deagles still in play. And on this piss around, this could have been absolutely beautiful, but he only gets one there. Kenzie, that's a little bit unfortunate. And then the 2-piece coming through from Nuke to really just solidify the round. We gotta see the power of these 5-7s and why they can be incredibly dangerous on these rounds. It's just the fact that that headshot damage potential, especially with the one-shot potential up close, is a scary prospect. Yard smokes on the name here. 4 of them are thrown immediately as well. That is a lot of invested to start the round. They want to take the space, aggressively want to scale into the round. Leaving them with just a singular one to work with in a potential post plant. Kenzie making so much noise in the vent that just falls out the Molotov. And if Jack is a little bit too aggressive here, could go into a sandwich of Patsy and Clax. Same thing goes the rest of the team. Obviously Snappy being sent out first here. Full belly utility, but with the Mac 10. Finds Clax immediately. Yet again, Patsy finds another one with that 5-7 I was talking about. It is a scary beast. Soft now Snappy just a little bit as well, leaving potentials here for the likes of Kenzie to find something with that Mac 10. Start to wonder whether or not they should call Griggs back down the ramp, just to be able to give him something to offer support here with, especially with the door needed open that. Could give him an interesting sideline, but sure scaling outside now, going up into heaven. And will call A completely open, also finds Griggs running around in hell. And Kenzie could just go for the save. Try to here. Has full armor as well to work with, so that will be extra power sent into the round. Mac 10 farms a little bit of extra money. Sadly no upgrade for the Aurora player. And then IP starts off 3-0. Actually, no, we find this Galil is actually pretty big. Even though we do see the fact that Kenzie was run down. That is an additional rifle to work with. The Galil is no slouch, and if no imagination here, and instantly Griggs spies up the AWP. He has been stationed on the ramp in all of the 3 rounds so far. So interesting whether or not they're gonna make him more mobile now at the start of the round, when he has got this AWP to work with. Still a bit of a bonus round vibe from the likes of NIP. Galil on Ringo. Mac 10 on you jerks. Shows with the immediate smoke here now. Catches Griggs completely off guard as the AWP completely eliminated. Jax finds Clax afterwards. This is just an absolute demolishment of NIP from NIP, sorry, on Aurora's defense, and they cannot grab that AWP because it's already in the hands of Shoes there for a second in main. And you can see what the fault was with the setup, but completely read by NIP and Snappy. Sends them out fast. With that, Griggs does not get time to settle into the shot here. And I'll have to wait a couple extra rounds to bring that AWP back into play. Norway going down here at the sidewheel position means that there's going to be one less rifle saved. And oh, Kenzie gets one, but gets absolutely run over afterwards. Leaving Aurora to scramble yet again. Burning the first time out here makes a lot of sense as well. They just need to get these guys back into contention. Just need to get their head in the game. This is the CT side of Nuke. It's one of the most powerful ones in the game. With the way the economy is going right now, Norby can actually force buy pretty effectively and still have a lot of money can drop over the AWP to Griggs in the next round. And they have done pretty decent damage with these 5-7s so far as well, so with the MP9 upgrades, maybe they can actually do something. Aggressive ramp positioning coming out from the CT side, a little bit more of a diluted approach, slowed down over the NIP aspect here. U-Jerks looking out in the yard. The lobby control contention though is going to be huge in just a second here. Look at Norby pushing with Grix though. And this smoke buys them so much real estate. Wrinkle is ready for the play though. Has Jax ready in support. And here it fades. And it's going to be a 2-piece potentially lined up. But on the other side of the map, Patsy also finds one on. Finds two actually on this lobby push I was talking about. An MP9 up close here for Klax in the hut would actually be interesting to work with now. But has Shears in the back and Kensei pushing out yard here. These timings could be everything. She needs to expect them to come for that, and it's not necessarily going to be guaranteed. The second Shears tries to clear the hut. It's going to be the end of Klax. Kensei's expected position would have been off potentially, but U-Jerk's ready for it. Double AK saved and clean, very clean start coming through from NIP. All eyes on Grix again. Are they going to try to put him through main once more? With the AWP. Failed the last time. And Klax immediately with this pop flash actually trying to buy time, and you see how it ends up catching Snappy completely off guard, but Wrinkle in the meantime takes space in the yard. Jax come jumping down from main. But this time around, Grix finds that kill with the AWP, completely solidifying this upper bomb site. But Nipsel has some of the space in the yard. The smoke blocks the view from Grix. Which means that we are going to be seeing a duel up close. U-Jerks coming from the ramp side as well here. And that is going to be the end for the AWP. And this time around, we can see now Norby and Patsy left alone on the upper side of the map now. Norby trying to take ramp control back, try to see if he can find a surprise. Because he could catch the timing, looking at where Shears and Wrinkle are working towards coming out now. He also has Patsy on this call. This could be the bomb. Shears is low, he's going to go in first, gets clear. On the second, Wrinkle is immediately get rid of a headshot, but Patsy has to trade now. U-Jerks and Patsy, this is an absolutely huge play coming through. Can save the AWP as well. Aurora finds that first. And honestly thought this was the round. The second U-Jerks finds that kill onto Grix, but this trade play coming out immediately afterwards from Patsy just absolutely annihilates this NIP setup. But no woes for the likes of NIP to have money in the bank to work with. But this spam finds U-Jerk, second time in a row that an NIP player gets the lead coming out of Squeaky. With this smoke spamming, you'd think we were playing Vertigo right now, but that's not quite the case. Still a player stationed on ramp right now, Aurora, just to see if anyone has crossed outside. Gonna put a player back up Mustang. Just to reset control and make some of the other players a little bit more mobile. $40 seconds to go here as well now means that NIP needs to make a decision somewhat shortly. But this smoke kind of slowing down their approach once more. They see nothing, and this Molotov is not going to spread to Mustang. It does force Klax off the angle on hot though. Are they going to be ready for this double setup though? Aggressiveness coming through on the ramp here. Grix whips a shot, which means that now Ringle needs to get down, but he does find one here, and with that call, seeing multiple players go down to the lower bomb site, This means that we will see Aurora try to attempt the retake. You can see down lower, Kenzie currently battling it out with Shush. Going Clax here. That's a very important kill. The bomb has gone down. It's quite a bit way gone already. 2 kits in play. Clax taking the side itself here. Shush in control room. Gets one, but Clax is out on the floor here. This could provide... This could not being a little bit messy. This duel is dicey, but Clax clears him, leaving Snappy the in-game leader in a 1v2 situation. And even though he gets the diffuser there, the trade is immediate from Clax. And with the kit, there should be plenty of time to get this diffuse down. And a second in a row for Aurora. But with the plan, there's still plenty of money in the bank. I would still like to see Wrinkle maybe go for an AWP. We haven't really seen him play it so far. Has been more rifle-centric in the setups. From NIP. They are gonna stick with that rifle though on the Ukrainian Alpha. This time around, no opening giving up by NIP coming out of Squeaky. Instead, Pat's taking a huge amount from that Molotov on the backside. This might be the kind of scaling that NIP has needed. Finds the opening onto Kenzie, but Greg's instantly there with the trade here, so not a lot of space getting taken there. But know where the AWP resides and shoots clear slacks on the sides. Even though in the 4v3 where they can kind of just try to kind of stretch out this defense, but look at this reposition coming through from Griggs here. Could catch them completely unaware. This is aggressive, needs the rest of his team to kind of push into lobby with him for this to come into full effect. And Patty gets one now. Just waiting for that play to be made from the player, just lurking around in the entry. It's a great duel from Norby. Clears out Wrinkle now. Shush and Snappy trying to get onto the side, but Shush alone for now. With Snappy providing aerial support from the T-roof. But the bomb is in lobby. They have to reclaim this. Here comes Griggs, but Snappy with the trade immediately. And still no priority on that AWP on the T side. They haven't needed it, to be fair. They have looked pretty clean without it. But a pretty interesting round, all things considered. Especially if Shush goes down there. With Snipe being relatively isolated on the roof, obviously can go down through the ladder, but aggressive yard play here coming through now from the likes of Aurora's pistols. But U-Jerks, he's ready for it. Now we heard Snappy drop, just waiting for the head to show in a position where he can actually go for it. Does not get cleared at all in front of Rats. And with now Norway finding U-Jerks here, this actually is becoming relatively dicey for the likes of NIP in a 3v3 right now. They get side control, the free CT is kind of scrambling outside, but bomb still has to be picked up now. Jack's the carrier for that. Only one rifle able to be reclaimed though, with that other one being dropped on top of the main roof. And that is the AK clear. Can be re-picked up immediately by Patsy though. Molotov will force Shush into the open, as it does get cleared pretty much immediately, but meanwhile the bomb is already trying to down B. Plenty of time here, will go for that north plant. And now it's a 1v1 situation. Griggs versus Jax here. The rookie versus the veteran. And he's going to be the rookie. That secures a third in a row. Oh, not a third in a row, but a third in 4 rounds here, sorry. For Aurora. 1v2 clutch coming through. From the most recent addition to this Aurora team. And an IP got ecoed here, just showing the power of those 5-7s. They are incredibly dicey when used aggressively. And AWP back on the back of Griggs here. Kenzie kind of struggling just a little bit. Individually right now. Nothing too serious though, can still be able to pick it up. But if Aurora needs to get that 6-6 half, they're gonna need to be firing on all cylinders. This NIP roster is not looking to let go of anything. Have finally broken the back of their economy, however, Aurora. Which was going to be a big task, especially when you consider the way that this half started. But Norway falls off here. Does just a regular ramp player play though. Swings directly back into the duel as a snap here. And here comes the rest of NIP. Trying to run him down. Ujax, this is massive. Sees Kenzie selects. Is he ready for Griggs on the AWP? Yes, well, he is. The question beckons now. Is Claxton even going to chance trying to pick up that AWP? Or is he just going to try to save the M4? And it seems like it's going to be the latter option here. And Ujax is ready down there immediately. And finally we get to see Wrinkle swing an AWP. The shoes comes absolutely jumping around the corner now. And this economy, actually one more kill here would be massive for the likes of Clax. Because Nip's economy is not what it used to be. And Wrinkle dies as well here, so 5 players down for the count on the side of NIP. It does mean that we are going to be seeing a few subpar buys from the international roster. And this 2-piece from Ujax just absolutely solidifies the round. And one gotta consider whether or not it was a good idea from Grace to go down there after he sees his teammates get eliminated, but sometimes you just gotta believe in yourself to win the duel. Mac 10 for Snappy. Galil for Jackson. Wrinkle. AKs for Ujax and Shoes here. Kind of same level of unbalanced buy on the other side of the field. We have seen Norby strike true with the 5-7 so far already, so nothing too huge here. They can still set it up here, and again, if one of the rifles goes down, Norby can just pick up the weapon. Alright, his shoes actually going down. We've seen this now 3 rounds on the T side from NIP, where the player that tries to go out and be aggressive from Squeaky gets eliminated here, and Patsy takes out Snappy for the 2-piece. Oh, that is a grim start for this round for NIP. They can still bring it back, however. Nothing is completely done and dusted just yet. This duel from Griggs outside. He does reposition, but his steps have been hurt. Ujax is ready for it, but he snaps back onto him. That is a huge win. Huge choke potentially for Ujax as well here. That should be the round solidified. All eyes in the bomb plant now for NIP. They have it under control on the back of Jax. Him and Ringo will have to combine. But with 2 players already down lower from Aurora, they are completely covered on every position possible. But Griggs is still low with an early altercation, so 1 ball and that's an opening. Given over. And Patsy clears it behind Unbreakable. Now the defense starts scrambling, but Anubis 5-7 finds Jax, leaving Wrinkle all alone. 1v3 clutch required. And it is not a pretty duel, but it is one at the end, giving Aurora another round. And this final buy from NIP is going to be a fast one. Pistols involved. And there are kind of two ways when they kind of approach this now. Can go for the slow and methodical way of just trying that late pop, try to draw out as much utility from this Aurora side, or can go for the incredibly aggressive hits. 4 players on ramp, 1 player trying to clear out outside. But look at Norby though, just swinging in with the MP9. Snappy and Shush combined, but Grix brings us back to a 2-2. But look at where Shush is currently. Out on the side. No bomb available on the back though. That is dropped in trophy. But U-Jerks can actually end up push out here to get this. That's a clean headshot coming through. Forcing Grix into another clutch. He has clutch a 1v2 already. Once this game, he knows where the bomb is. Has the smoke to kind of block them out towards the ramp, but he's more focused on the A side right now. U-Jerks and Shush here cleverly. Just combining, noting, just need to trade out each other. That should be doable. Bomb's just around the corner. Gets picked up now. Can just immediately go for the rescale down towards the B side. They could be everywhere on the map right now. But bomb goes down. And the Belarusian does have the kid on his back here. Gives himself a smoke, but so much time on the bomb gone already. Isolates the duel on top, but Shush wins that immediately. And NIP can be very happy with their first half. But this clear. Just wins around. U-Jerks onto Kenzie. The very aggressive lobby push almost worked, right? But NIP were just so effective at getting it back immediately. So much being asked of Wrinkle right now, and immediately just drops back. Does not want anything to do with the entirety of the team of Aurora being available. Running down to him now, just goes into control room immediately. Wants to get a more isolated angle he can use together with Jax, but that smoke is going to block Jax out from Decon. This is the bomb that actually is kind of swinging into control room now. The shots have to land true from Wrinkle. Shush now already there in support. If the bomb is dropped here, that could be critical. And then it is indeed the dual Berettas striking true, leaving Norby in a 1v5. And this round started actually incredibly well. But Shush just showing his class with the free piece. Jumping around the corner like Max Payne. Oh, with no bomb plant. There's going to have to be the eco round coming through from Aurora. And that means that NIP should immediately be in double digits. Just 3 rounds away from closing out this match here. Leaving very little room to maneuver for Aurora in terms of making mistakes. Ringo gets a nice few farmed kills here. But Klax is down below already. With the bomb in hand. Snappy, ready. Immediately just clears him. No bomb plant. Double ram setup from NIP here aggressively. Snappy being absolutely just sent through. Ujerx finds one before Norby trades, and now this is actually a pretty aggressive fallout of this lobby crunch. Almost gifted around right now. 2 low players though means that Jax will have the opportunity, if you can sequence these kills correctly, to still play for this round effectively. Full blooded utility as well. Well placed nade takes out Klax and Grix. But there's just so much time left in the clock here. Aurora have all the time in the world to figure out where they want to go for the bomb plant. With Jax left scrambling. So much utility as well to send Jax running for the hills. Klax on a mission to clear the A-bomb site for now. Calls it clear together with the rest of the team, and now Grix with utility to block off that heaven angle. Should make this retake impossible for Jackson. Probably would do well in just calling clear, calling it quits. Be able to drop over that M4 next round with a full build of utility. So much economy hanging on this. But I like the aggressive call coming out of Snappy. So, you know, we're going to lobby crunch and we still have MP9s. This is the bonus round. We're going to go for it. But it just falls a little bit too short. They were ready for it on the Aurora side of the field. Completely just taking it out the way. But I like seeing Aurora as well. Just not rushing into things once they had that 1v3 situation secured for themselves. Just being diligent with their utility, ensuring that they made no mistakes. Another MP9 brought into play here. This time around on Ujerx, Snappy with the M4. The 9 shoots given that MP9 instead. And it makes sense when you're going to put Snappy on the ramp here. He needs to have that M4 to work with. Regal and Jax both working with the heavy M4, the A4. That will be brought down to a 2900 price point at the start of next week sometime. Oh, Ringo gets caught up by Patsy on top of credit card here, leaving a little bit of a problematic position for Ujerx to work through. This flash is incredible, actually. Just about clears it. And now Shoes with this MP9 has to clear out a few more kills. This is also good damage. Can pick up the M4 somewhere well on the floor. It's still a 3v4 situation, even though Shoes is incredibly low. Snappy already on that reposition. Jack's ready for the backstab as well. They have pretty good positions for this potential retake here. NIP if they want to go for it. But where's Snappy losing the duel to Klax? They might have to call it quits already. And they fail to convert this bonus round for NIP. Might come back to bite them. Aurora has been looking rock solid so far. These 2 full-on gun rounds for themselves. They're also not saving together in IP, so can't really trade each other. Chooses low HP. Bit of an issue. But no one's found. They're going to need to set up these rifles for success in the next round if they want to Get that. 2400 loss bonus. They could just force this up. Would have to double eco for like a really strong buy anyways. But the half buy also makes perfect sense as well. They will still have a full buy next round with this economy. Trying to put these rivals into power position, Mustang being one of those. The double setup on Rambo also makes perfect sense here. Trying to set up the pistol crossfire with Ringle and Snappy. Give it a great angle, however. Takes out shoots. That's one of the saved rifles. They should know this, being taken out of play. Now we have shoots lurking out from secret as well. This should kind of give out the information. There should be an open angle for them to kind of work with here. That's a clean shot from Snappy. Almost seemed delayed there for a second, but now Jackson's position can be activated. Finds two from Mustang. Can he find a third as well? Does a lot of damage though, but not enough to secure the round immediately. Snappy Steagle has to strike clean. Ringle, do you want to achieve this with the AK? Could have gone for the save, but has to go for that one. Does a lot. They do a lot of damage here, but does not quite find that. Jack's almost finding a free piece, which would have been absolutely beautiful. This kill from Kenzie is so important. It just gives him so much space to work with. And they almost bring it back right in IP. This shot from Snappy is clean. And then this two-piece coming through from Jax, also beautiful. But just cannot recalibrate his aim after dropping down to hot to kind of take a more aggressive position. Ring is completely blind here, but gets into orange just in time. Molotov will potentially bring him back out, though, as he's burning alive. Ujax still has the angle on the player up on top of the silo. That's going to be Patsy taken out here. Shows immediately dropping down in the vent here, just trying to meet this secret push in time. Because they haven't brought their running boots just yet here. From Aurora, giving Shurs the time to go down to the stairs here now, set up the angle. And Griggs is ready for this immediately. Annihilates Ujax, and Shurs being burned off as well. They're just taking the space so well right now, Aurora. Leaving no room to breathe for NIP. And I spoke about this in the pregame as well. The fact that playing Nuke CT side with a stand-in is a dangerous beast. Because you just all of your agreements they just have to be so immediate here. And Griggs can get caught out, but just spots it in time. Critical kill found. They should get the information over that they need Aurora to go to the lower bomb site. Feel completely safe in going there. The Molotov as well here will block off the angle for the vent dive. Snappy and Jax most likely just trying to salvage some utility.
Bomb has been planted.
And then making a run for the hills. And Aurora can hunt. They have the money. As Snappy gets caught with an 8 in his hand. And it's back turn, leaving just Jax here with a save them fall. They almost did win a round off the back of the last save them fall from Jax though. So this should be more than fine. Nib won the pistol, they won the conversion, but no proper gunner win for them just yet. Aurora has had their number in the head-to-head. That's a lot of damage immediately onto Jax here. We'll be making the play we've seen Shush make so many times. Just dropping directly into the vent here. Afterwards, as that opening duel does not go their way. A bit of Deagle magic in this round goes directly back into NIP's hands. Kenzie needs to be aware of the possibility of being swung from secret. While the rest of his teammates are scaling the ram barrier, they can heal all of this utility. But just can't commit to the full-on rotation just yet. Now setting up this double swing. The head off Kenzie spotted and removed from Wrinkle's Deagle. Well, that is a beautiful shot. Gives the potential weapon to retrieve, but it's so far forward, it would take so much time to get that. U-Jerks dancing behind the silo on the B bomb site. Patsy. And Jax finds just the one here. But he's back into a 3-on-3. They do have a weapon to work with, but no Kevlar. Brought low, however, Griggs is... Oh, this is incredibly important. But now Wrinkle, we've seen him strike through once already. Patsy needs a body shot. Fails the shot here on Griggs. He's trying to reposition, but Wrinkle picks up the AK now. Up of the upper. And Wrinkle clutches up a huge round here. 3-piece. That beautiful shot at the start of the round, however. With that Deagle. This one. So critical. For how this round ended up panning out. And Jax yet again putting this saved in for the great use. Finds a kill, does a lot of damage in the process. And then, despite the first initial miss shot, just cleans up the duel with the AK that they picked up on the ramp. And beautiful. NIP all of a sudden way back in it now. Needs to find Super Wrinkle. That is an aggressive push. And that is punished immediately from Klax. Oversells and audacious. In front of the smoke with no room to recover. And look at his aggression down secret as well. Jax, so much is resting on your shoulders right here. And only gets the dink, does not secure the kill. Leaves his IGL in a precarious position. But he finds two. Can he find the third as well? He cannot. That is Norvi, but he saved it immediately. The job of Jax finished by Shoes. 2-on-2, her bomb dropped out of reach right now. With Clack still running around on the upper. Going down the vent here. They have a potential 1v2 situation with U-Jerks. Clears that up. All eyes on Klax and U-Jerks in this duel. It is dicey. Bomb still not recovered. And it looked so good to start off with here, once it got all their guns in hand. But afterwards, Aurora, there were no room for mistakes with that loss of the pistol round and that shoddy CT side to begin with. And they gave one opening to Wrinkle's Deagle on that previous round, and all of a sudden NIP one round away from closing out this first map here. This is such a critical round. No one wants to be the person that makes the mistake that gives the opening on either side of the field. Snappy rocking the MP9 on ramp here as well, so that's a bit of a weak point potentially. They're gonna post Griggs up here, give him potential vantage point to win an important duel here. But U-Jerk says, I'm not gonna try to swing that, and just moves back into main. Complete the wise, but gets caught on the reload by Patsy. And that is the opening needed, especially with that second kill onto Shush with the Galil. That is beautiful. Now Jack from Mustang has to find more than one. He does not. Ringo stands tall. Falls off the angle, however. But Snappy with the MP9 comes out, finds one, almost finds the second. Does this bait back Wrinkle? That is the real question. Closes it out with that USP, but Klax immediately trades it out. Hectic rounds, and with that, look at the economy on the side of NIP. Another opening being brought back here for Aurora. Just when you thought they were out of it. And that forces that immediate tactical timeout here to be used by Aurora. They need to figure out how to get this going. They need to shut out NIP completely. Not want to get eco'd. No nonsense here. And this two-piece, that's beautiful. And no time at all for Ringo to even consider going deeper here. And he's also now forcing the USP, needs to have that AWP into the next round. Kinsey has to be careful. Does not want to walk straight into that into that ZZ coming through here from U-Jerks. Not a 5-7 enjoy, it seems like. Oh, that's so much information given over. Has to seek out the duel, and he does immediately afterwards. 59 strikes clear again, finds two here. Impeccable play from him. He finds the third as well. That is beautiful. Leaving Jax with a doable 1v2 situation. Norby's low on the AWP outside. Klax's position also known. But they have all the utility in the world to flush him out. They have the smoke, they have the molly, and they have the time as well to figure out where they want to go. It's going to be a double swing through main though. This could be dangerous if the Molotov doesn't fall in the back of the site here. They're trying to manually clear every single angle. The timing could fall to Jax. First one goes down, the second one gets tacked up here. Klax now has to swing this. Does it end like this? Does it end like this? It does not. Klax with the Tech 9. Saves the day. But it does become quite dicey, I think that's safe to say here. A small issue on the player side of things here. Just a technical issue. When to resolve should be solved very shortly. But this round just hangs in the balance for a second, but like it is just this play from Snappy with the MP9. Just beautifully juggles these duels before losing out ever so slightly. And then this duel wasn't pretty, but it kept Aurora in it. Issue has been resolved. It was a small loss issue. And I said that Aurora needed Kinsey to recover. I think it's safe to say that he has. That is a beautiful nade to start off the round, however, even though Shoes has been taken low. Now Jack's able to just completely annihilate them coming out of hot, but Clacks with the 2-piece. Opens up this side now. Opens up the angle for potential overtime as well. The buy from NIP will not be beautiful. And Griggs with the Molotov in hand actually still has time to reposition, get the AWP kill. It's on to Snappy and Ringo. 2v3. Snappy's position is known. Bomb is almost a quarter of the way gone here. From Clacks. Makes the position known, and now Ringo would be an audacious charge and just says, you know what, I want to play with this AWP in the next round. Give NIP something to cling on to. And honestly, a pretty beautiful round yet again. That T-side has been looking pretty crisp for Aurora. Just continuously finding these holes in the CT defense of NIP. And the last timeout called for NIP. They do not get to carry that over into overtime anyways. Might as well orchestrate this buy to the fullest of its potential. And Aurora doing the same thing as well, just making use of this time to talk. And that shot from Jax was a headshot in that duel. That is the entirety of the game gone in the blink of an eye. And a very aggressive A-pop here, being what Aurora will rest their hopes on. We're running Jax here now. Shoes in the heaven has also been forced to reposition by the Molotov. The CT defense not in position to answer this immediately. And that is a great quick call being made immediately. And NIP, they're forced to take a look in here. And a second Molotov means Snappy cannot go for the aggression. Just being found through the smoke is looking more and more likely that we are going to be going into an overtime on the first map of the day here. Incredible recovery from Aurora despite losing the pistol round. NIP just unable to really make these gun rounds sing, and that is what overtime is all about. It is going to be full buy versus full buy 24/7 here. Snappy getting punished for a look in, but that's a great kill coming through from Ringo, just ensuring there's going to be no late lurk coming through from the lobby side of things. And now look at Kenzie. Forced to scramble after being taken low from an earlier engagement. The lower side has been taken over. Griggs has to move like the wind here. And great pre-fire from Shoes afterwards. Duty just walks directly into the crosshairs of Klax, a player that has really shown his prowess so far on the T side. Been a critical piece, finding multiple double openers on sites. And then another multi-kill, and Ringo forced to run away with DWP once again. Aurora has the number of NIP right now. I think there's no denying it. They're left scrambling, cannot find the answers.
Terrorists win.
Makes the call to save the AK instead. Still has the money to buy up that AWP. But if they lose their second, that could become dicey. Ringle taking incredibly low here. Start off with. You just be standing tall. Look at the aggression in lobby though, Jax. He's pushed past there. Not aware of this. They're all standing there with the nades up, but he's only able to convert that to a single kill. But meanwhile, Snappy knows that means he's a little bit more free to play aggressive towards the ramp side here now. Hits up duel between him and Klax, and he's just so preoccupied with looking behind them. That's a freebie and a half. Look at Snappy, like, he's just using the smoke to just push through, and now Norby is going to be running through here. Smoke in hand, but catches on the fade. They're tracking on the first kill, but they just find two openings now, leaving Shoes all alone. First kill is messy, but knows his plan on the front of the side now. Position known as well. Nate doesn't do enough here. And that is a beautifully well played round from Kenzie. Saved an AWP as well. And Aurora yet again. Their T-side full buys have just been beautifully executed every single time. Just finding all of the holes in the NIP defense. Snappy, pretty much one and done here. The second the smoke fades. He doesn't even get the first. And Ujax going to be caught off in the rotation as well here. These aggressive info plays, aggressive overpeaks, not paying out too well so far for NIP. And bomb planted on lower. 3v5 situation on offer, and Patsy can stop down these rotations. Has the ability to activate as a late lurk. If he wants to now, they are going to be going onto the side now. And Jax finds two to start off with here in combination with Wrinkle. And they clear out the Dark player. Oh, with so much time with the bomb gone already. It's onto the young gun of Griggs, and they get it. just in time. They get a single round in overtime. Yet another clutch from Ringle. But despite the finest of margins, we saw Aurora have their issues on their own CT side. Albeit they did clear up a little bit after they got full buys there. And this Aurora team is a dangerous beast on paper. A lot of really strong individuals. They've just been looking for their own pieces for a while. And Navi now, with that AUG, should indicate that he's going to be going down the ramp side. That is normally where that is going to be stationed on a map like Nuke. And we get to see Ringle up on the T side, not something we really got to see in regulation. They actually posted Navi in heaven and Greg's on ramp. Ujex has a lot of space outside right now. Have gone through garage. That could be the X factor. Incendiary forcing Jax away, making it very difficult for him to make a hot approach for now. With 40 seconds, they need to start figuring out where they want to go. They have multiple pieces to move into position. Ringle gets caught in the open, however, by Klax. Another opening kill for his side of the field, but Ujex activates, coming out of heaven. They were not ready for it now. Snappy onto the side as well. Leaving the young upper in a 1v3 situation. Just gonna force him back in now. Wants to give it a go. They know where he is, however. But that's a great nade to start off with, just softening up Jax even more. No kid on his back. Should be one on the side. Drops into the floor now. Loses a shot. And then IP wins an important round. Would need all three on the bounce. Aurora still just needs two. And no arc for Navi this time. Just a regular old-fashioned N4. She was out on the side already. Taking some space. And Navi back on the ramp here. Will catch out Ujex just a little bit too aggressive through that smoke. Great exposed on the backup angle as well. Hits the flick onto Jax. Great opening round here for Aurora now. Navi. Strong forward position. We can isolate these duels. Just comes from behind. As he made his way down into the vents here, and that's also going to catch Klax off guard. Plenty of time, plenty of kits here. Still have a couple of fights to work with as well, but Snappy can just dance around the duels right now. Before the smoke lands, Shoes is able to find one. Snappy finds the other. Kenzie in a clutch. Finds Shoes through the smoke. No, Snappy played from this dark angle. And it's going to be Kenzie winning this. And the fuse goes through with plenty of time. And another clutch being on offer. And secured this time for Aurora. They can now take a map point. NIP, they had a couple of those in regulation but couldn't convert. And now it is on the side of Aurora to do that. And no AWP for Wrinkle. Just 5 AKs and a game plan for OT2. Block off these angles. kills. Klax wins the duel onto Schuss here. Yet another opener. Has been instrumental in these, and Patsy very aggressively through here, finds two. Finds the third as well. And that is going to be the game secured for Aurora to come back despite a very shoddy first half. There were no issues in gun v gun rounds. And NIP will be left scrambling to figure out what just happened. And that is the NIP map pick going the way of Aurora in overtime. And now they're going to be moving on to Mirage, another map where those CT agreements just have to be there. They just have to ensure that all of their plans are put in place. Oh, that is a rough one. That is for sure. Hello everybody and welcome back here to CCT Season 17. CCT Online Series 17 Season 2 play and close qualifiers here. My name is Weeds and we just saw Aurora take on NIP and gotta say, NIP did not look like they were able to match Aurora in gun v gun rounds, and eventually Aurora, despite a bit of a shaky first half on the CT side, took out NIP in overtime 16-14. So NIP now left scrambling yet again here. Over on Mirage will be map number 2. Aurora's map pick, a map they've only lost once in the current constellation out of 4 tries. And that is going to be a big task for NIP. A map that's been picked against NIP a couple of times already as a potential weakness in their current iteration. They have won it once, lost it once. They lost it to Shabashok in that play-in loss that they had for CCT Series 16 just a week ago. And if they don't want to start off 0-1 here in this Group C, they will have to take Mirage here. But it's a map Aurora is very prominent on. It is a map where the CT side is super critical. And that was where most of the woes of NIP were, over on Nuke. So whether or not they will be able to rectify those mistakes, time will tell. And it was Ujerks, it was the all-star performer for them when they played this map against Endpoint in the close qualifier the last time around. And Ujerks will have to rekindle that form alongside Snappy if they want to take a win here on a map that Aurora is incredibly strong on. And as we can see, they have opted for a double P250 setup with no utility on the side of Aurora here. So that's a single flash in the back of Norby actually. But besides that, it's going to be heads-up duels for the most part here. Going to be Griggs and Kenzie swinging those. Glocks for the rest here. And Wrinkle making so much noise. The 2 players in the underpass have heard that. And they will boost one up silently. Greg still searching here with this P250. Sees one on ticket and he just eliminates Shoes. That is a clean shot. Ujerks though. Clean shots as well from him now. Patsy dancing with Wrinkle. Now Norby left alone. Has the bomb here on B. Actually would have had time to plan it. He's all alone on the B site. And with 2 players low, this Glock can still do a lot of work. Ringle will be first contact and takes out Norby. A pistol win for NIP. They will have this strong force buy as well to work with, though. Aurora up the back of the bomb plant, so definitely something to keep your eyes peeled for. And as expected, Ringle will be spending most of his time in the window as the AWP player. That is the primary rotator spot on the map here. This gives you so many possibilities of hitting that on either side. Ujerks blocks the smoke, which in turn means that Greg is a little bit more exposed than would have liked, but Patsy yet again been pushed through the window. And wins the duel, brings us back to a 4v4 situation. That is a clean shot from Jax from the ladder room, and Ringle now finding Kenzie with his back turned. He takes a dink for his troubles, and Clack stinks him off to finish the job off here. Another plant on offer for Aurora. And the 2 experienced forces in Jax and Snappy. With it all to do. On Nuke, Snappy showed incredible accuracy with this MP9. I will switch off for the Galil here. The smoke means that he might have cover to try to defuse him immediately, but it's facing time. And they have that incendiary in the back of Norway. But Clax just trades his teammate and brings it back to a 1-1 scoreline. The consequences of this are clear. It's a false buy for NIP. And it's only going to be jacked with the MP9. Low utility, upgraded pistols. Not an ideal position here. Clax has the insert for window as well, so no Deagle shenanigans from Ringle to start the round off with. Another pod shots hitting. Snappy. Close in the ladder room. Well, now those Deagle shots actually starts firing away yet again. This time around, they do connect onto Patsy, making Snappy's job a little bit easier if he wants the point of contact, but it's going to be Norby swinging in. And Snappy can't connect the headshot. Ringle knows one player is low here, potentially. They line up for him as well, but he only gets one. Great with the trade for Norby. All that collateral headshot action we saw yesterday from Daddy G over an Ancient. And then IP are just gonna go for the save here. Knows that they won't have a better chance, or they will have a better chance even, sorry, in the next round of converting these upgraded weapons into either more economic damage or a round win. And despite a little bit of an awkward pistol round for Aurora, they come out guns blazing again. They have the upper hand, they have all the momentum.
Terrorists win.
And it's so hard to fully judge where this NIP roster is at, right? Because they're playing with Jax, but they're practicing with Varus Doce, right? And that's the big thing. We don't know what the actual level of this NIP team is. And this maneuver of using Jax to try to at least get these wildcard invites have not been converted into anything successful just yet. They are walking into the stack here. Potentially. Aurora, it seems like. But NIP now are gonna take this silence away to say we're gonna try to aggress mid, take that back. Finds the weapon, but now the utility reigns in. Blocks these lines of approach back. Should give the entire side over to Aurora. The question now beckons, will Ringle just save the Galil? Let Snappy do some cooking. Either Snappy invested into this round. It's more than happy to just play with an MP9 in the next. And Klein has to keep his eyes peeled for the murder hole. Eliminates Wrinkle. Thank you very much. Picks up that A4S. A1S even.
Terrorists win.
Need to just hold this resolve here. Don't try to do anything overzealous. Ringle finally with the option now to take this mid pick with that AWP. It seems like Griggs wants a duel, but Ringle is going to go all the way over to the B side instead. Could go for the short peek. Or could just be left jump spotting. All in his lonesome over on the car. And whether or not Patsy is going to be aware of this, that is the bigger question. He is considering the jiggle. But if Clack sets up the flash here, it could provide a free swing that would take out the AWP. With no support utility there, that is an easy pickup for Wrinkle. But they confirm that is where the AWP is placed. He finds the second one before the rest of the Aurora guys can jump into the side and contest him. Finds the third onto Collax. This is a beautiful round from Wrinkle so far. Position has been spotted here for Griggs. He is going to be jumping directly into the scope. It's going to be Utex with the wall bank, but there would have been multiple players from NIP converging his position from behind. And a full buy being set up here yet again for Aurora still. But Wrinkle's AWP looks incredibly crisp. Look at this, right? You see here. Free kill, no flash or anything like that in this one. Beautiful as well. Normally just no time to react. Correction onto Clax. And just the power of that AWP as a solo side holder. And there is no utility to shut it out. It's just proven right then. Wrinkle now back to the middle. Over on short side. Catches Norvi in the open. The entirety of this NIP CT side just seems so dependent right now on Wrinkle's AWP, and he is really carrying that weight on his shoulders to perfection. Oh snap, this is aggressive. But Patsy is holding this in case he wants to overstep. And here it is. This should be a clean one. For Patsy, bringing a little bit back, but again, just steps out there. And Wrinkle with the reposition. Back onto side, shows easy pick up onto Kenzie. Clean shot now, the two-piece in the connector. Jax also with Griggs holding it behind them. Over on short side, that is an easy pickup for NIP. And around it never really got going. Nice reposition here from Wrinkle, just going on short side. And even despite Patsy's reposition, trying to catch Snappy off guard, just gets traded immediately afterwards. It's just unfortunate timing for Griggs because there's no chance that Clax can trade him immediately. Wrinkle's reads have been really good so far, I think, as well as also another thing to keep in mind, that now he's over on A side, knows it's a low buy. He can play it safe on his eco round, to just say, you know what, I'll have my guys ready to trade me, if needs be. Shoot a nice little clean triple to just get himself a little more confidence, get those eco frags going and rolling. And no AWP for Griggs available on this full buy. Choosing sandwich here, they're not ready for him. He gets two. There's still a little bit of side space taken here for the likes of Aurora now. U-Jerks dropping into action as well. That is just Wrinkle with another 2-piece, and this AWP from Wrinkle has been dominant. 13 and 3. He's in their heads, he's everywhere. They know that they're on against another half buy here. Another eco. So they can at least showcase some aggression. They will have the upper hand in most duels. NIP. But mid control has been given over to Aurora now with the use of the utility as well as the 2 people pushing out from the underpass. The U-Jerks stands tall, gets one. Wrinkle immediately ready with the trade afterwards. Here has to get the bomb plant, but Norway finds a great timing onto Jax. It's opened the round up completely. Wrinkle aggressively looking. He knows he's going to hit these. He's just in fine form. Norway with the AK can drop into sandwich now. And gets clear of any potential action over from Jungle, where Snappy resides right now. Well, those are 2 clean headshots. The in-game leader stepping up alongside his AWP player. And with so much money in the bank right now for NIP, losing 3 players will not be a backbreaker in any stretch of the imagination. This also forces out a timeout for Aurora. Just need to figure out where things are going wrong here. How can they shut down Wrinkle? Just look at the contrast in the Opus right now. Griggs 2 and 7. Wrinkle 15 and 3. Griggs still willingly wants this opening duel in the middle. This flash here will buy so much space and time in the middle here, and Shush just eliminates Griggs. Kenzie comes out of lower. Good trade frags from Norway. Opens his round up for Aurora all of a sudden, but there is still the beast of Wrinkle alive. Clacks over an A side, so much space here, especially with the smoke blocking off any short side angles. And they have the money to go for it, and the bomb confirmation on being on A side is gonna force Snappy out of B and Wrinkle out of middle. It's gonna be a 2-pronged approach, and Snappy being Molotov'd off here is actually huge by so much time. He's gonna have to force his way through it. And with that, Wrinkle, he goes looking. If we get another kill, that's gonna do a ton of damage to the economy of Aurora, but there is no chance he's ever gonna close out this round. And look who's coming from behind. Norvi is trying to at least get another kill. And a rare miss from Wrinkle. Means that Norway will save an AWP. It's just a beauty. Even then, still, like, it's just a dominant performance from Wrinkle. He's just completely overtaking everyone on the server. He's in their heads right now. But a 4-4 Aurora is huge. 8-4 is a very workable scoreline for them. He wants to get to that CT side. Maybe get Greg swarmed up a little bit as well over there. Wrinkle, great movement, puts him over on short side already. The second Norway... Ooh, okay, I was about to say the second Norway swings out here is going to be cleared, but never mind. Just absolutely annihilates Wrinkle. Just takes his head off. And that all of a sudden just means that the AWP is no longer in play. And this mid duel could have been contagious. Patsy, though, already so far forward, just completely annihilates both the players coming out of connector. It's now been a 1v4 situation. Should just pick up this AWP. Get that tail between the legs. 5th round for Aurora. And despite Wrinkle's heroics, it's looking like Aurora is still very much in the game. And the final round of the first half here. Still another AWP for Wrinkle. But if Aurora managed to keep this close, keep this to a 6-6, when Wrinkle has dropped at least 16 kills in the first half, well, that is honestly incredible. That is huge. And it's not even like NIP's other players haven't performed in numbers either. The rounds have just been lined up perfectly well. The AXX slowly but surely coming together, but we do see that Shoes has that aggressive fast forward position, trying to look towards ramp if anything shows up there. The B player is also kind of scrambling for any sort of information, but nothing given over. Every single indication leans towards an A play, but Wrinkle says otherwise, leans towards B here, wants to help out his in-game leader. Leaving Shoes all alone here up on Palace. They're not ready for that. Patsy gets cleared, but immediately afterwards, Clax trades out. Wrinkle in jungle DLP. There's no smoke for him. And that is just easy pickings. Child's play. With the form that Wrinkle is showing right now on this map. It's 1v4 clutch on offer. That is what's required from him. Should be impossible to double swing into this. Wrinkle 18-5 on this first half. Secures NIP 7-5. You're kind of sat here thinking this is kind of going to be the Wrinkle show. But now, NIP will have to force the issue. But their T-side was one of the better looking ones over on Nuke, so maybe that's going to be the case here as well. They have an A-hit in mind, that's for sure. And Aurora has somewhat misread the play, I think it's safe to say. 3 players leaning heavily towards B right now. With Griggs being the rotator in jungle. And Kenzie's dual Berettas have to stand incredibly big here. Does a ton of damage and finds 2. And the bomb has been slowed down, has not been planted just yet. Buying time for Clax to come from ramp. This rotation will be huge. Snappy has to be ready for this. But gets gunned down. Wiggle and you jerks. Oh, and this nade lands. This bait is huge. Ends up taking out Norby, however. But Aurora, they get this round secured. Bomb plan for NIP means it can force the issue, however. But yeah, Kenny just stays alive for so long. Gets 2 kills as well, and Snappy just not ready in time. And even with Klaxonating out his own teammate, it's all good for Aurora. And when you look at the score lines, it's really not looking like this should be a 1-round game right now on the players, but that is just the nature of it all. One man can only do so much. And very mid-centric approach here from Aurora, playing a rotational heavy setup here. Meanwhile, NIP, they are looking towards an A-hit yet again. Here's the smokes coming in. And now with the support flashes as well here, Kenzie has to just fire at will and pray something lands. Guess the entirety of the side has been taken over. Snappy can plant in the smoke, planning for ramp as well. One bit of real estate they know they have for sure. Kenzie, oh baby, here it all comes down. But Jax gets the trade off immediately. Retake is just absolutely clinical here. They're putting on the clinic Aurora. He has to have another plant to work with NIP, but it is not quite what they would have wanted. He's juggling a little bit of extra money over onto the Roper as well. Will not be brought out this round though. And these snappy force buys, they could continue, and they will indeed. Trying to press the issue as much as possible. You could make the case for a 2K. Just to guarantee a completely full buy in the next one, but you can see Ringle also keeping a little bit of money saved in the bank here. Never mind buying up the utility instead. That will be his decision making here. Again, a player out for a window in the middle. Seems to be getting like a this nade on ramp as well. Striking extremely tall here, finding a nice little bit of poke damage. Bringing them into headshot range. But the pace has been set. Trying to clear out the dark angle. Klax has been good for these openers. Has been a big thing for him so far in this series. And there's another retake required. Norby finds Wrinkle. A good flash sets up Ujux for the trade. Grix though, well, they are just getting completely crammed in place. They're being herded around. And surely not, there's no other force buy coming through from Snap here, right? We've seen these calls before in the past. He's made these calls where there's been so many of these force buys back to back to back. But in MR 12, you don't necessarily have the rounds to work with to do that continuously. It should be a half buy or a full eco. And I think the timeout here as well being called for NIP just showcases that they need to talk these things through. Not getting the bomb down there in the previous round is a bit of a... I will not call it a disaster, but it's definitely not ideal. And Griggs, despite his T-side woes, has kind of brought back his own scoreline a little bit as Aurora slowly but surely going into the game. And Ringle has not found any success on the T-side yet either. Just opening up the rounds again. We saw it from Ringle for NIP in the first half. This time around is Grix just showcasing his ability to do the same. And a good flash as well here now. I mean, Shaq is a little bit discombobulated going up the connector, but finds a kill onto Norby on short, opening up this. Finds another one as well. And all of a sudden, momentum has shifted. Grix left all on his own, cannot connect the kill onto the planter. And this time around, they are going to prioritize AT op here in IP. And the game just hanging by a thread, but again, great play here from Jax coming out of Con. Just finding those 2 kills, completely securing the round. It's the same way of play we've seen so many of times right now, with the support flash for middle. Calls top mid completely empty, now can go back into their default position. Griggs gets one before he's traded out by U-Jerks. Just not really mobile, like as he was standing there fiddling with the Molotov. Does not get thrown, 2-on-3 situation. Novi on the reposition through CT, has to come in big here. Not fully ready for him immediately, but cannot connect, cannot calm his nerves in the second. Had a free kill on offer, but Kenzie, look at this. Up close and personal. 2 low players, but the double swing from Shushin Snappy, Shushin Wrinkle even, sorry, just closes this out. And NIP have taken control back of Mirage. It's a tough one for Griggs as well, right? Because he has to swing into that duel. Knows there's going to be multiple players, but if he stands there stationary, he's going to eat a Molotov and be forced to take that duel on less than full HP anyways. And the full eco stack on B. With the USP from Aurora, so the chance to do some damage here. NIP, they need to be prodding, they need to poke their way around the map, figure out where the opening is. Because they just run headstrong into this USP stack, things could get a little bit grimy. And Snappy, with all the information over on the A side, just calls his entire crew over and says, you know what, boys? They're all stacking on B. There is no reason to give them anything. And the utility set completely confirms that the play has been read. Not the end of the world if Jax goes down here, obviously, but would have liked to get at least one more kill with that Mac-10. Just build some bank.
Terrorists win.
But we'll get the upgrade. And a fast smoke set being thrown here as we do see NIP trying to force the issue over on the A side. She was already all the way down in CT, completely catches Klax unaware. And this pace change completely catching Aurora off guard. And it just rains with flashes. They get one kill. As Jax was caught a little bit on the wrong side. Up the CT spawn, but U-Jerks pushing through here. Finds Griggs through the gap in the smoke. And now with the flash, he's going to try to run through as well. Oh, Novi wants to recover the AWP, but Snappy, he's watching it like a hawk, and U-Jerks pushing through.
Terrorists win.
And the map 3 is looking like it's on the menu. Wrinkle's CT side heroics really kept NIP in the game for a while. And now they've found the momentum afterwards. Great calling from Snappy, just to hit him fast and hard where it hurts. Even with Jax being caught a little bit off guard here, Shus. Just strong shooting and then setting himself up afterwards. They're playing with confidence. But look at the adaptation immediately here. 2 people sent up into the palace, but there's 4 players from NIP potentially reigning. This is going to be the third here. Jax wins the duel. 2 for 2. And Ringle finds Griggs on the side, leaving Kenzie all on his lonesome, but Patsy, he's running around the world right now. And that 5-7 on these low players, if he gets there in time, can secure the entirety of the round. Kenzie finds one. Just has to buy time. Knows that he has his teammate in the back of them. And Bomb currently out of rage as well. Has to be picked up here now. From Ringle. Are they going to be ready for ramp? That is the big question. Oh, Patsy. Can even get the knife out if he really wants to. Ringle now has the bomb on his back. Plenty of time to work with, but again, keep in mind, Kenzie already ready out of underground on the stairs to receive and shut down Wrinkle on this rotation. And the aggressive pushes from Aurora here really paying dividends.
Counter-terrorists win.
And immediately, NAWP dropped there with Griggs. They want to use that to recover control of this map. They want to use that, set them up for success. And we saw how much it meant for NIP to begin with. NIP going into a pretty B-heavy default. 2 players over towards B, 1 down middle, and then Snappy just trying to set up U-jerks on short side. Just look, not really finding anything right now. And this con smoke means that U-jerks can focus all its efforts onto the middle window. Also blocks that away. Incendiary dropped immediately afterwards in response though. Blocks Jackson. Traded utility right here, and Kenzie finds one in jungle. They need to be ready for clacks here. He's posted up in the sandwich area, and he finds one immediately. And Jax is a little bit shaky on the kill, but gets it. He was in a 3v3 situation, but that is a clean kill from Patsy. Shutting down Snappy now, and Wrinkle has not crossed. Bomb on Jax's shoulders. He is half HP. Could still reconsider regrouping, going over towards that B side instead. Will not be through middle. Patsy shutting that down immediately. But Wrinkle being posted up, trying to sell the fake over on A still. So we do see Jax going for the classic knife out, running all the way through B. Oh, it's actually a perfect sell so far from Wrinkle. Has done so much work to shut this out. And that is a great shot onto Patsy's AWP. He's going to bring Griggs even further in. But now the realization has hit. The bomb is planted over on B. And that nade as well is beautiful. And no kid on the back of either player here, so they will have to get a hustle on. 10-second defuse required. And Jaxie's plan is he has had so much time to set up this post plan to perfection. Swings out, gets the first. Griggs hits the shot afterwards, but with no kit. All Wrinkle has to do is just ensure that Griggs does not get on the bomb here. He has a jumping headshot, actually. But it doesn't matter how he goes down. All that matters is NIP now. They have 3 mat points. But they struggle to close over on Nuke. But now They're on the T side. They have the aggression. They get to dictate where this round ends. And what a performance from Wrinkle. Absolutely beautiful on the CT side. Cool down a little bit here over on T side. What do you think is fair? Griggs now looking aggressive with the AWP. Has Klaxon support. But Jax finds a nice double opening here onto the A side that's completely evaporated. Patsy, Wrinkle, good trading here going on. I think it's safe to say this round is done and dusted. And that fast A hit completely took out all the momentum that Aurora had built up. As Wrinkle's heroics on the CT side carry Nip through as the rest of the team wakes up on T. Well, that is beautiful. That also means we're going over to Ancient SR, the cider map here for NIP. It's not pretty, but if they get the job done, that will be perfection here, and I think that's just beautiful as well. Just really nice to see Wrinkle stepping up and just being an absolute animal on that AWP. There was nowhere to go for Aurora on their T side. Wrinkle was there just shutting them down 4 rounds in a row almost. It felt like beautiful performance. We also got to see some nice timings out on Aurora as well. Really just playing some beautiful CS. Had that around where they just like sent one of the players round the ramp side just all the way through and just really have a lot of aggressive ideas on how to play CT and approach that. Great hectic gameplay. We're going to go to a short break before we're going to start over on Ancient, so don't go anywhere. Hello everybody and welcome back to CCT Season 2 Online Series 17 here in Europe. We are in the close qualifier stage and we have the Group C opening match going on between I keep saying Amcal, they're playing later, that's the third map of the day. Aurora versus NIP. We're going into map number 3 here. It's going to be Ancient, a map that Aurora has had quite a lot of trouble on recently as well, which I think is interesting. They've only won one of the 4 outings over there, I believe one of 3, including a 13-0 loss to OG just a few days ago in Series 16. So a lot on the line right now, a map that NIP has also gone 50-50 on the 2 tries they've had so far. So this could be a real bloodbath for these 2 teams. They don't want to go down into that elimination match. That would be a potential downfall with some of the other teams in this group also being really difficult opponents. And I think that is one of the things that we need to keep our eyes peeled for. Just waiting for the teams to get fully set up over on the server. The map should be starting very shortly. NIP managed to close out the game over on Mirage, which they failed to do on Nuke, off the back of a heroic effort from Wrinkle on the CT side. Had something like an 18-8 score, was just everywhere to be found with that AWP. As you can see, Aurora took NIP's map pick in overtime over Nuke. NIP took Aurora's map pick back instantly. The game will be starting here now. Very short. We will get to see those 10 players on the server. Nothing has changed. We get to see that NIP will be starting on the T side and it will be Aurora on that CT side. Ujax aggressively looking here. Good support flash from Snappy as well. Sets up his Portuguese star players for a free piece. Finds the 4th on top of that. And now it's Novi up in the red room. Left scrambling. Absolutely beautiful here from Ujax. Just showing his star power and what he can bring to a team on this pistol round. And they will need much more like that from him going forward. And now Novi just saving the kid in the smoke for the next round. No point in trying any heroics. But Snappy shuts that down. And will also get a free smoke for his troubles. And it's just the aggressiveness here. And just the precision coming through from Ujax, even through his teammate there. Takes out Griggs. 2 AKs, 2 MAC-10s. They have what they need, and the force spike coming back from Aurora. Again, so many close quarter combat angles here over on Ancient. These MP9s and 5.7s can really throw a spanner in the works. And something we have seen already happen once or twice in this series, so need to keep their eyes peeled here. NIP will not want to make any audacious oversteps. Cannot afford to lose their head. And it will be the B hit here, and it's just the lone player currently in Cave. Getting back up from Griggs. It might not be ready for it. The MP9 finds the first kill. Kenzie finds another, and this might just slow down what they're trying to heal. Laser precision from Griggs onto Ujax as well. Leaves it onto the MP9s of Snappy and Jax to find anything, but there's no head armor on Aurora at all here. Bomb dropped on ramp. Jax has to step into the open to get it. And it will be immediately removed afterwards. And Snappy comes jumping out. Jumping headshot onto Klax. But Kenzie cleans up the 1v1 afterwards. As I was talking about, that MP9 on Ancient, it's just a different beast. Griggs with a great 2-piece to start the round here, and Snappy, well, he does his utmost in combination with Jax, but Jax cannot get the second kill. And then it's just all easy peasy for Kenzie. An AK in the hands of Wrinkle, deagles for the rest of them. Snappy dropping down even further in the upgraded pistol train here. Just wants to set up his star players to do the work for him. And who can blame him? Griggs has to be better on that angle, but now Patsy will have so much information to work with here. Beats up the first, now Snappy's piece of 50 cannot finish the job, but Jax will do it afterwards, and Griggs pushes in after us. No plant should be a possibility here, should just be denied from both angles, and that is a clean round from Aurora. See the juggling of a couple of the weapons over on the Aurora side here. Griggs with the MP9. Any kills against this Force Buy would be beautiful for him, would give him much needed economies to secure that AWP. That's why he's playing up close here now. There's so much time with these flashes being brought here. Griggs gets 2, but the B side might be overtaken. Kenzie with the spray finds 3 headshots. And denies the bomb plant from NIP in that process. And it's a deco for NIP. Almost in the same vein, right? Griggs took the spot off deco as he took a step away from competitive Counter-Strike for personal reasons. And those were no small shoes to fill. But so far, the Academy product of Aurora has done a great job stepping into those shoes. Now, Griggs goes off the angle here, but that would have been a pretty straightforward shot to be hit here onto the ramp now. This smoke also gives space for Ujox to step onto the side here. Finds Kenzie's immediately, but Novi does not go down. Finds Ringle. That's also the bomb committed over on the ramp side. While the rest of NIP trying to make their way out of cave, and you can see the rotations already coming through. All of the 4 remaining players here from Aurora already ready to pounce on this B hit. I like the fact that Novi goes out here, presses the issue, wins the duel. It just means that it's going to be such a predictable round afterwards, and they can just bring in everyone else over to the side. And it looks like we'll have a round reset. No damage has been done here. Technical issue on the side of Patsy. Just a reset on the round. Waiting for Patsy to reconnect to the server. Fortunately, it happens before any damage has been dealt, so it's not going to compromise anything. Just get to run some highlights from the match so far, including this beautiful 3-piece spray coming through from Kenzie. And series scores so far overall, it's worth noting Kalax has been the highlight performer of Aurora. But the overall start to show so far has been wrinkled. And he's had a very slow start here to the map for NIP. 53 kills over the course of the first 2 maps. Plus 20 differential and over 100 ADR. Just goes to show that if Wrinkle is firing on all cylinders, this is definitely an NIP team that we have to respect. And the contrast between him and Griggs on the opposite side of the field in terms of overall series score is kind of stark. Griggs all the way at the bottom, struggling to find any sort of impact really so far. And there we go. Round has been restored. Patches on the server. Everything's looking good. Instant smoke for the Dahl. Down towards B here, trying to slow down the approaches. Same thing goes for the cave smoke thrown by the T's. Just standard utility in this battle for control in the first fall by versus fall by round of the game. This B hit here does seem to be pretty well timed. Just the 2 players here immediately. But already we can see the CT rotations coming through. Ujax very low before he even approaches the side now. And then well placed HE. Could do a world of difference for Norvi and Kenzie. Smoke spam successful and Clax on the flank as well. Jax needs to be ready for this, but that's a great clear. And Snappy. 1v4 situation, too much to handle for him. And Aurora find a 5th. There's also forced out a timeout for NIP. Need to figure out what they're doing wrong and where they can improve. I don't know if my memory fails me here, but I don't think we've seen NIP really try an A-hit just yet. like we haven't seen a ton of battling from it either. Mujerks having taken banana control. Norby ready to receive in case anyone wants to dare push up the ramp directly into his crosshairs. With shooting Jax taking this mid control. A lot might end up depending on Grex if he's able to hit the shot. Depending on how the second round of utility will go here. Norby already being called into backup. This all player Ujerks could start fighting a little bit more aggressively. In through cave. Jax gets the shadow to work with here, and that's going to catch Norby completely off guard. Griggs wants to trade this, but Shadow, again, potentially advantageous for Jackson. If he clears the clear heaven, he's going to get swung immediately afterwards, but the movement gets him out. Goes back for the reswing, but Jack's unable to respond, and immediately just 180s onto Patsy. Griggs whiffs onto that. That's a rare miss. And one that you cannot afford to make, and Glax will just be left scrambling. Finds Jackson middle though. That's going to be the opportunity to look at this. The double stack towards long here. It should mean that Glax will have to fight two people at once. And Ujax closes out the round. A timeout well spent for an IP. And will this AWP be enough to activate Wrinkle? He has been the shining star for them so far this series, but has really struggled to wake up in this third and final map. We'll get supportive utility here to make a move. This early swing in towards cave could prove beneficial. It's a very aggressive one at that, but space taken for now. Pansy already called over for the rotation. Will drop some utility. Try to stave off the NIP players. Flax immediately starting to take aggressive space from main now. Kenzie stands tall in combination with Norby. This duo has done incredibly well so far, and this is not going to be the round where we're going to see the activation come out of Wrinkle, but Ujerks finds the one here. We'll have two players loaded. He potentially can out-duel as well. Molotov will keep him pinched in. And Kenzie with just 27 HP left is fighting a dangerous battle here. But the offshot connects beautifully. And it feels wrong to ask more of Wrinkle, because he's already given this team so much in the series so far, but 1-7 on the T side so far after 9 rounds. So that is definitely far from ideal. After 8 rounds, even here in the 9th. And just keep going into Norby here, over on the B side. Almost gets a second while fully blinded, and now Kenzie controls yet another spray here. Only gets 2. Wrinkle, Galil in hand, AK in front of him on the side as well, but utility takes the brood of him to start with. And Grixlow means he's going to have to take a more controlled approach here, but the shot lands, and that's going to be 1-8 for Wrinkle. As Griggs has woken up finally, fully, on this third map as Patsy pushes in through cave now. No churches there. And Patsy gonna clear that, and that's gonna be a 7th for Aurora. And this T side, it's looked ideal to a certain extent, I think. They have not tried to force the issue on A at all. Has just been these B hits. And that has been much to Kenzie and Norby's liking. And it kind of speaks volumes to Klax's 3-3 score, just how little they have taken, like how little space they have tried to take over on the A side. Because most of the time it feels like Klax has become like a late round activation for Aurora after he's been taking all the free space out through main and then come for these late backstabs, something like that, right? But they also really haven't been able to get fully out in the middle early on as well, which has been a bit of an issue. But this time around they are scaling through now. Ares Doce, I'll say that, you jerks, even on your screen. Ares Doce is missing, and that might be the missing link in general before this team starts firing on all cylinders. I don't think you can really blame Jax for his performance. He's doing the job that he has been hired in to do. And that is a great opening from Shoes over towards the A side for once now, but Griggs' AWP is there, misses the first shot, force retreat into Temple. Smoke blown open now, gives Norby another great kill here. New Jerks can catch this rotation from Kenzie. Leaves the two remaining CTs coming from spawn. Clock's ticking, killing the both of their backs, uses a singular flash to work with the shadow, gives it away, Snappy's AWP this time around. Fires true, spots out, Patsy coming out of CT as well. With so little time remaining and no smoke. This is going to be a difficult beast to manage. I just try to stick it, but you're just going to get spammed out. And there should be no time for this. Needed another second. It does take another NIP player with him in the grave with the bomb. Wrinkle gets another go at this AWP, and I really don't want to continue to hammer on him because it does feel like he has given so much already. But if they can get him firing for the last 2 rounds here, then he can really fully activate over on the CT side, then that would be an absolute banger for them. We saw how dominant he was over on Mirage when he had that AWP in his hands. Treating that same form here. This time around, his aggressive push from Shush, he's completely white as he goes out through the middle. Does not even land a bullet. Griggs lands one onto Wrinkle. As his woes continue, look at this Klax, this aggressive space taking from him. Shots out Snappy. No late activation from him. Griggs connects onto you, Jax. And Jax will get the plant, but that should be all that she wrote for this round. As Klax finally gets something to do.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
And let's see what Snappy and company have plans for here in their final T round here of the first half. And we have seen one team already make a comeback from 9-3 first half. That was Aurora forcing OT over Nuke and then taking it. Can NIP do the same? Now that is the big question. Wrinkle gets burned out immediately by Patsy. Griggs finds another great kill onto you, Jerks. Still with 1 minute and 20 left on the clock to work with here. NIP. They live scrambling in their approach here. 2 players down already. One of them being Wrinkle. The other U-Jack, so on paper the 2 heavy hitters removed. This duel from Jackson mid might be the key to the kingdom for this round if he wins one of those. They have a smoke and a flash. There's only one, and the flash is far away right now. You can see. Cleans up Jax here. That's a rotation option removed, but Shush catches Snow with a nade in his hand. Gets onto the side now. Griggs whips a shot from long as well. Spam through from Shush. Can he find the third here? Has to plant the bomb as well. It's brought back to a 2-on-2, but look at this. Patsy Stepping it back into a 3 even. Shows can he complete this? He cannot, and that's going to be a 9-3 first half for Aurora. Great play from them. Now the question becomes, can NIP do the same thing that Aurora meant to do over a Nuke?
Counter-terrorists win.
It's going to be an absolute annihilation here. It seemed like for a while, but now it's Jax's turn to absolutely have an explosive pistol round. You Jax with a 4K in the first one. Jax says, you know what, buddy? I'm going to one-up you. Gets all 5. That's a pistol ace for the stand-in. And that is exactly what NIP needed to make their comeback happen. Bomb plant, the one thing on the menu right now for Aurora. Just has to live up to his abilities as an anchor that he's been touted for so long. A singular flash on the back of Griggs being thrown here, potentially. He's gonna dry swing it instead. Flash comes late, but Kenzie's Glock strikes through. And Patsy also finds Ujax here. 2 kills already to the side of Aurora. And while the weaponry might be very underwhelming comparatively, they have brought this back into a pretty winnable round, all things considered. Griggs open on the side. No Kevlar to work with as well. But Jax just walks directly into the crosshair. Wrinkle coming from middle. Oh baby, this is dicey now. Just about to run the clock down as much as possible. And with the kill here, this might even still be dicey for Wrinkle. But plenty of time to get it done. When he was needed the most, Wrinkle steps up to the plate. But a bomb plant and 4 kills. That's going to be a lot of money in the pockets here of Aurora. And the CT off from Wrinkle coming into play now. As we do see Aurora make use of their first timeout as well. Did not need to make use of any of those in the first half. Wrinkle finds a great shot through the smoke here, just based off of timing. Cannot connect the second one, however. And that does mean that Aurora has been able to take over this A site. But now Shush just comes dropping through here, creating the chaos, surviving and thriving in it. Kenzie, 1v2 situation. Keep in mind, Wrinkle's AWP posted on an angle here. The second Kenzie oversteps. That will be him as a goner. And despite a woeful first half, Wrinkle now back-to-back double kills. Starting to show his prowess. But a great call on the communication side of things here for NIP. Just sending ships with the MP9 through the smoke, creating the chaos, getting information in the process. And just 3 rounds between the two teams right now. And that pistol ace from Jax really sent a lot of confidence through the NIP roster, it seems like. Ringo this time around the utility. Lands a little bit more effectively, but he still has to push forward and gets the kill. One rifle removed in the middle now. And the swing from Patsy. Has to dance to death, he does. Jax can only get the one. Bomb plan secured as well here. Greg's very focused on the flank here. Will not necessarily be something he has to be content with. 2 players coming out from CT. Patsy still hiding in the smoke. Wrinkle and Temple, they don't know. Patsy's a completely unknown player right now. They don't know he's there. That's going to be the end of Snappy. Only Wrinkle left. Can he clutch up another round? Patsy has the AK. He's being run down by the AWP. And the USP finds the head. And that is another clutch completed for Wrinkle. It's going to force another timeout from Aurora here. Like, they just cannot match the tempo. Just get to see a highlight package of Wrinkle here. He just keeps on proving ever so important. And now this is kind of the same playbook issue we saw from NIP in the first half. Now it's just been consecutive A hits that have kind of gone awry, but they've gotten the bump down into these very dicey one-on-one situations, and that's just great understanding from Wrinkle. Just running him down with the USP. It seems like we have a technical issue as well. I don't have the information on what the technical issue is, so I'm just going to wait for that to... Well, I can say this much, this is an NIP technical pause that has been called. And it's a TeamSpeak issue, apparently. So it should be a pretty straightforward one to get fixed, one would assume at least. And not the start to the second half they would have hoped for here from Aurora. Their CT side looks so clean, but the T side have not been able to push through just yet. But now Griggs has an AWP to work with, might be able to find one of those openers. That is ever so critical. Support flashes for mid control here, but 3 players committed from NIP, 2 in the red room behind the smoke, and then a singular player in the donut now. Griggs poised for a fight, but does not connect on the jump spotting player. This just means it's banana control fight. Snappy does so much damage with the MP9. Leaves Norby guessing. Is another player going to come down the ramp, push him? So we do see Klax braving a smoke here into donut. And there's just laying in wait. Almost strikes true on Griggs, but a shot from the AWP rings harder. But two low players here, one shot for each, Norvi and Griggs. It makes this 3v3 a lot more difficult to approach, but look at this play as well from Jack. Sneaks through A main. Gets the one, does not overstep his boundaries. But with that, Griggs knows that the A side should be open in of itself. Has a plan for CT. Knows Jack still reigns in main potentially. And special precision required for Griggs here. And not even take the fight, gets the first shot, and then directly immediately afterwards takes the repositioning that he is offered. Jack swings out, Ringle does not get paid immediately now. But he has to go out. Match Griggs. Shot whiffed here. Has to stick the defuse now. But Patsy should just be able to time this out immediately. And will go down to the bomb most likely as well. Yeah, just about. Ever so slightly. So it's a round win for Aurora, the first of the half for them, but an expensive one. Will not be able to recover Griggs' AWP here. And I expect this will mean that NIP will just match this with a force buy of their own. Just get set up here. Ujox and the ZZ. I'm just gonna get a Ringle highlight package, it seems like. Really stepped into his own on the CT side. Plenty of clutches. Plenty of AWP kills after a woeful first half, I think it's safe to say. And this one, Patsy was very clever. Was completely unaware. Unknown for most of the time, but again, Ringle clutching it up now. Ujek will see that here on pillar. Could find a couple of kills if done correctly. Only finds the first, but might not be needed for anything else than that. Norby taken low after a duel with Wrinkle. Jack shoots and Snappy. Convening. But the Molotov there is absolutely beautiful. Bomb still hasn't gone down. And Griggs is actually going looking with the bomb down towards the back lane. This could become dangerous. But Patsy, great timing from him afterwards. And now, 2 rounds away, Aurora would take a huge win here. Taking down the Wildcard Invite and Ninjas in Pajamas in the first round of this close qualifier. It doesn't mean the end for NIP's tournament hopes, obviously. But they will have to fight through elimination and the cider matches then. Where Aurora now will get a shot in the winner's match. To guarantee a spot in the play-in final. And it's just going to be a fast B hit here, led by Norvis Mac 10. As he goes looking in cave against these USPs. And yeah, NIP, they just have to hope for something to rise up here, but there's just nothing on offer. This is just straightforward, clever calling. Understanding of the situation. And this puts Aurora on series and map point. And they failed to close it out on their own map pick. And I honestly thought that NIP probably would be the better ancient team of the two, especially considering the fact that Aurora has a 13-0 loss against OG just a few days ago. And the last timeout being called here, potentially the last timeout used in the series overall, would require an overtime to have more of those be used. This is an NIP team that won both pistols as well, remember. Quad from Ujox in the first one, and then an ace from Jax in the second pistol here. And even with those pistol wins, they've only been able to put 7 rounds in total. So while the match might seem close, it honestly has not been as close as you would think here. Aurora really have been showing up in dominant force. NIP can still make their way out of this, obviously. I think that's safe to say. It's not over until 13 rounds have been converted, and again, Norway steps directly into shoes here. And if Jack is able to find at least one on this donut fight, that should be this round done and dusted. And he finds both, and Griggs with more than a minute left on the clock here. Left scrambling to protect this AWP. But Ringo will like that as his property. But does not brave the CT, does not brave the elbow because U-Jerks has Griggs boxed in. And first out of 4 more needed here for NIP. Another buy still in the bank here for Aurora, and without the AWP now, they can make some more loose and aggressive plays. Try to set themselves up for success. Most of Ringo's brilliance so far this game has come from that AWP. Kenji has gone through the smoke here. In towards cave now. Norby hiding behind the box means that this information peek from U-Jerks will be unfruitful. The Molotov forces him into the open, but there's no immediate trade coming out from Norby. That's almost going to cost Kenzie's life in the process. 4-on-4 situation now, secured off the back of that play. Clack still roaming, still looking for any rotations coming through, but Wrinkle, he is posted up on the angle here. This would be a very tough one to clear for Aurora, should Kenzie be brave enough to go through cave. Now they are aware, forcing Wrinkle to reposition. He gives up the angle completely, which almost cost him his life, but the HE lands well. Should make Shoes' life a lot easier on this spray. And 3 more match points for this Aurora team to close out the series on offer. Snappy's about to be run over by a bunch of Tech 9s. And only manages to get the 1 kill here. Winkle does not get the first shot, gets the second, however. Can fall back through the smoke, and Utrix on the side can just shut down this approach that has been set up by Aurora. Wait, Patsy's on long, Patsy's on long. Gets the think, but it's not enough to take down Jax. The final full buy coming out from Aurora here in round 23. If this one doesn't go through, it's going to be a difficult task for NIP. Sorry, for Aurora to close out NIP and deny this overtime. Griggs entrusted with an AWP for this incredibly important round. This is the round that's supposed to win Aurora the game. Like a great utility combined with that wall spam from U-Jerks takes Kenzie out of the equation immediately. A good trade in the middle means that all of a sudden it's a 2v3 situation. Wrinkle and U-Jerks. Oh, wait. Wrinkle. Griggs has the bomb here as well, so if Griggs tries to go up heaven here, that will be a big issue, but U-Jerk spotted and Wrinkle left in donuts. Griggs just has to stay tucked in to the point where his teammates are able to trade him. But they are not aware that Wrinkle is currently in donuts, so Griggs just kind of pinned in. Because Wrinkle is painfully aware about this. And there's the Molotov to try to force Wrinkle away from the angle. He's going to go into the open now. Supportive smoke here from Klax. Isolates the duel and Griggs clears it up. And that is going to be Aurora taking the series here after a relatively dominant effort on Ancient. Beautiful play coming through. 2-1 here for Aurora. And NIP will be left wondering, where did it go wrong over a Nuke? Well, that is a difficult one, but huge congratulations to Norvi and company that are going to be moving into that winner's match here in Group C. That is a rough one for NIP to take here, and again, they need as many wins as possible for those VRS standings, and if they keep on losing in these qualifiers, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to get there. They want to use that full roster with Aristoche instead of Jackson. That might be the missing piece. They need to even get these wins in the first place. But well, they'll be forced to play an elimination match. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to have Fatbet versus Unity. Hello everybody and welcome back. We are about to get into the second match of the day. We just saw Aurora take down Nip 2-1. Now it's time to watch the good old-fashioned Fatbet versus Unity, and Fatbet will be making use of a stand-in today, so no Bondic, the guy this entire team was built around, so that is a bit of a surprise, and that's also the IGL taking out the mixture, right? So let's see if they can kind of confine themselves in that match, and that's going to be an interesting one to follow for sure. Just to get the overview, as you can see, we're in the playing group stage right now. This is going to be the roster of Fatbet. Information was that I got earlier was that Bondic was not going to be playing. They're going to be playing with Godfrey. Let's see how it's going to be going when we get onto the server, obviously. If Bondic is there, that's going to be a big win for this Fatbet roster. They have been playing together for quite a while now, closing in on 200 days together as just this team themselves. And it did close out the last season before Christmas break, player break, etc., with a national tournament win back in Ukraine. So a team that does seem to be in pretty good form, one would say. They also got a 2-0 start in ESL Challenger League as well, taking down Game Agents and Rebel over there. So that is pretty big and interesting to follow. Whether or not that's going to be the case for them here. And Tension on the Orb is going to be a big breaking point here, because he is going to be going up against Woozy, the newest edition of Unity as well. So Merrick's also a player that was very hyped when he joined Sprout, very young age, and then also had some time on OG before kind of fading back down into this kind of a bit of a different kind of living, right? No tier 1 tournaments, none of that interesting stuff. Now just grinding his way back to the top to prove to the world that he has the potential to make it big. On the other side of it, we do have this Unity roster that got a little bit of taste of that RMR action, but have made 2 changes since then. They have brought in Woozy on the Orb, taking out Blockers, who did showcase themselves a little bit of a weak point at that point at the RMR level. And Neofrag coming in for the team star, and Mikey, who was rumored to go to OG for a while, but has now ended up on Eclot instead. So pure firepower, Neofrag should at least be able to kind of match the output, and Woozy, a lot of questions are going to be raised about him, because is a pretty important role that he's filling out, the young player here. Just 18 years of age, and this Unity roster, they did kind of close out the season playing a Christmas Cup, finishing top 4, getting taken out by that New Look 9 roster that has been in great form so far as well. But this is going to be their opening to the season after the player break. This is going to be the first officials that are going to be playing, so it's going to be incredibly interesting to see what they have to bring to the table. And now we can see here DeVito coming through. Dust 2 banned away here from Unity. Fatbet will be banning Mirage. And we are going to be seeing Anubis here for the first time today. Fatbet will be starting on the T side, opting to do that. We have seen some teams decide to start CT, even if the T side is the better option on statistics, but not going to be the case here. Unity choosing to go for that CT Inferno that Fatbet had picked for them. Train an Ancient Band away, leaving us with Nuke as a potential decider match. And that is going to be an interesting one to kind of keep our eyes peeled for. The last time these 2 teams played was back in October in Yellow Contenders, and there it was a 2-1 victory to Unity. Dust 2 went overtime back then, and there was Ancient and Anubis, and 2 of those maps, well, they're banned away this time around. So just a final little overview of how this match will be going. We have Anubis, we have Inferno, and then if needed, Nuke will be our decider map here, and that is going to be incredibly interesting to kind of follow. I'm just excited to see how much work Unity have put into their game now, with this bit of a prolonged break here from competition, because they are going to be going up against a Fatbet team that have started their season already, have played a couple of ESL Challenger games and the likes. And that's going to leave a lot of effort onto the work of K1 Feeder as the team's in-game leader to get these boys ready for match. Ready to come out swinging, really showcasing their ability And we'll be starting on the very difficult CT side of Anubis. Something we've seen time and time again. Really be a tough nut to crack for a lot of teams. Just so many risky information peaks needed on that CT side of Anubis just to get any information about what the Ts are doing. The second you give away any map pressure, the Ts will just take it away in the blink of an eye. And also I think that like Mikey was one of the biggest prospects in the Czechoslovakian scene, and I think that's a big one to keep in mind as well. That it is such a powerful rifle that they're losing. Yes, Neofrag, despite some of the drama around him, he's still a very talented rifler that has proven himself at a tier 1 level to at least be able to match some of the best ones at times when he's on his game. So should be interesting to see whether or not he's going to be able to step into the shoes of Mikey, who was a very high prospect, as was alluding to, making that move over to Eklot. Another one of those free Czech teams that made it to the RMR, with Sinners being the final one. None of them making it through to the major, sadly, though, for that scene. But it proves that the Czechish scene itself is in a pretty good spot, I would say, right? Like, they have a lot of teams at this level of play that can support the development of regional talent. And I think that is a big win for them, for sure. We're just a couple of minutes away from the game beginning. And that is something we've got to keep our eyes peeled for. I'm getting told that the game should be live though, so I am just spewing nonsense here. So we should be going into the game very shortly, so don't go anywhere if you're waiting for the game to start. And there we go. Confirmation given over. A couple of dualies dropped over to Wusi. And as we got the confirmation as well, it's going to be Godfrey instead of Bondek playing today. As we were informed about, the graphic just not updated. So the information was correct. So it's going to be Fatbet playing with their former player in Godfrey. That was a spot that Mirage took when he came into this roster in October. It might have been August. But when he came into the roster, he took the spot of Godfrey. So they're going to be missing Bondek today. So no in-game leader potentially. Wusi up close. He has Neofrag ready to go on the pillar as well. So these dualies could see some action. Petchen has a lot of mid control right now. Will be battling against Godfrey. Potentially in the distance, as we do see the T's slowly but surely make their way over to B. And right now, that is where K1 Fina is residing, all in his lonesome with a singular flash. Petchen gets the information, there's a lot of action in mid right now. And gets one before he gets away behind the smoke. Tension takes out Wusi here, and Godfrey comes running out with something that didn't look like a pistol in hand. Neofrag dancing around on default. And Merrick's, well, going to be taken down afterwards, and that's going to be a nice win on the pistol round here for Unity. It seems like Neofrag will play a very important role of the connector player here over on the B side. Such a tricky role. You have to take so many high-risk peaks, especially when the AWP starts coming into the mix here, but with no bomb plant. It is going to be the full-on Glocks here now. Wusi standing there, juggling with a nade. Levi needs to be able to support his player, his teammate here. And Wusi gets 2 kills, farmed with that MP9, slowly but surely building up that ult bank. And neither player goes down here, so that is great for them. Levi, 5-0 start for him. But now that they do have access to the AK, it's a little bit less utility than you would have liked, but with no bomb plants to build the economy. Just means that they have to make some sacrifices somewhere. And with no one willing to go down to that Galil, gonna have to make do with what they're bought up here. K1 feeder, juggling with that incendiary in hand. We'll shoot out for the smoke though. And no aggression coming out to kind of force him and take the free kill. Just gonna take an onion right to the face afterwards. A little bit of lack of conviction here from Fatbat. Probably could have run on that play if they wanted to. But didn't have time to set up the utility to kind of block out Neofrag on the opposite side of the bomb site, so... Back into the default they go, trying to find these peaks somewhere that would give them an advantage. Flash for control here for Woozy. Almost takes Smash down, but that is a kill going over, and now with this Molotov as well, forcing Mirage to get traded afterwards. That could have been the opening needed, but over in the A-bomb site, things might start to heat up soon, but Petchin finds Godfrey. Completely unaware about the swing being a potential thing to happen, but Jackie, those are clean kills, leaving Levy in a 1v2 situation. And that is a clean free piece coming through from the Fatbet player. Give him their first round of the game. Good flash here to start off the round means that they should have been able to convert at least one kill, but Neofrag finds 2 pieces out of that. Beautiful play, but on the re-swing, Merrick's is there and Tension trades. So before the round basically even starts, we're down to 5 players alive, and look at this space taking potentially being on offer as well. Woozy with the AWP playing in connector, the rest of the Unity team congested in middle. While the rotation from Fatbet looks like it's going to be a B hit here, so 2 full belts of utility to work with here. Can do an exec, but without a third player to really throw the utility, this is going to be an awkward one for sure. Most of this is going to have to be on the fly. And once that utility starts raining down, the information will be given over to the teammates. And deep angle here. Easily smoked off, however. And Fatbet really should smoke this off so they know that they can kind of just choose their angles when they go into the bomb site. But we'll be focusing on just doing their due diligence here. There's a smoke that's going to completely deny the opportunity for Woozy to find a kill. $25 and with that now, here comes the plant. 2 HEs left here in a post plant, can go back into main. Petchin finds Smash with his back turned. Just attention goes out in main. As I alluded to before, there is that HE. Woozy with the shot here, opens up his teammate to die. But stands strong. Petchin is the one that closes us out here and can go and pick up any potential extra utility. And even without the kit, plenty of time. All that bomb plant to go through.
Counter-terrorists win.
These Tech-9s needs to be able to set up the AKs for success this round. They are a dangerous beast. Now we might need to isolate the angles via utility. Fatbit can still scale into this just as well as he did before. That's a great play here, blowing the smoke open now, leaving Neofrag completely exposed. In-game leader now, dancing around the pillar, gets one. Gets a chance to recover his position as well. Jakey on the swing, is going to swing into two players now. K1 feeder, free in the round so far. Just waiting for the rotation to come through. Keep in mind that they have a player coming out in a second from the connector. Intention jumping Tech-9, finds a kill. AK stands tall afterwards. And with the kit here as well, this could still be stuck by Levy. And it will be. Even as a secure kill intention afterwards. I'm sure we can find the AWP, doesn't seem like it. The plan's not really sticking so far for Fatbit. And Guthrie also unable to really make his mark on the game just yet. Neofrag has been called out once before. In the smoke here. But no AG to blow it open this time around for Fatbit, so we should be able to recover. Slowly but surely put his distance into the rest of the team. 40 seconds to go here on the play. But I'm not committed, all 10 players alive still. Marix is all the way in the connector though. Currently he's going to be able to kind of keep 3 players pinned in as the A execute comes through. But they're not going to go through that, and he gets caught in the action as he swings up. But on the side though, Livy and Petchen, they have been taken out already. 3v4 situation. And with money on the low end here for Unity, this should just signal the save. No reason to try to be overzealous in their actions, overstepping their boundaries. They just need a couple of more rounds here on the CT side of their own map pick for this to be a very productive CC half.
Terrorists win.
And it's not pretty, but it's a functional buy from Unity. But a couple of fast smokes to start off the round here. One in A main, one in connector. Will keep Unity a little bit on their toes. And also forcing Neofrag to not be battling straight up for Khan at the moment. Just playing a little bit more on the back part of the map here. Oh, Fida, this could be beautiful. If he gets a support flash, he does, it comes there, gets one, and gets behind back cover. Smoke here will isolate the duels and snaps instantly onto Marix. Potential in Jackie. Clean out the remaining B players now, leaving Levy and Pitchin to scramble a little bit, but Pitchin sees some action in mid with the FAMAS, but cannot smash out of the server. And this round looks like it could tilt Fatbet's way. And that with Guthrie still having 0 contributions on the server in terms of kills. Oh, Pitchin, this could be dicey. Gets the angle completely off it up for Jackie. Levy probably just looking for an AK. I have my doubts whether or not he's going to try this 1v3. All players are tagged up, but it would be a little bit too much to go for. Just going to save in T-spawn. And after a slow start, Fatbet look like they are in a pretty good spot to kind of start taking a little bit of control of the map.
Terrorists win.
If he'd have gotten the third down, it would have been beautiful, but not the case. A 5-7 in USPs behind Levis, saved AK. Is all that Unity feel comfortable bringing into the round. One player spotted top mid. Good information given over. And the flash here tries to at least surprise. But his Levy saved AK finding 2 here. Marix and Smash being removed. And the smoke now will actually force Guthrie to run away. That's a freebie for Levy. Freeing around off the back of the saved AK. And one recovered for Neofrag. Pitchin on the side of A here. Should at least provide a little bit of disruption for tension. He's going to make it onto the sides. But Jackie has a bomb in mid here. Can still pivot towards the B bomb site. Will be walking into the triple stack. Coming out of warehouse. And Neofrag finds one with the AK. It's just a great setup coming through from Unity, really understanding how to execute. But Guthrie not holding that smoke is something they're going to end up paying for with dear life. Potentially makes it onto the bomb site now, has a duel straight up, heads up with Levy. And bomb has been stuck here now, Neofrag, no Kevlar in the duel. And tension clutches out the round here, 1v2. And that could have been grimy, but keep in mind, that was a saved AK. And USPs for rest pretty much just absolutely annihilating that round for Fatbet. Forcing tension to be put into a situation. Now we have Agent Guthrie on the server. Hopefully for Fatbet, he'll start living up a little bit more. So we can get to see them firing on all cylinders. Woozy now has an AWP to work with, and this doubles it up from Levy and Petchen and mid. The second the smoke fades. Was gonna spell trouble for Jackie. But both Woozy and Tension now ops in the hands, so they can definitely make things happen. Godfrey outside B, ready to sell this utility. Provide some space for Merrick's and Smash to operate with him. As the B hit starting to look more and more likely. Morix and Smash here gonna come out of connected. The rest of the players gonna come out from main. Morix finds the opening onto Neofrag. On the side here, Woozy. Deep CT has to find kills through the smoke. And finds one through the wall here, but it's not the bomb planter in Godfrey. Levy is hurt all the way here, but Smash has nothing he can do about it. Intention gets taken out by Woozy. That's a strong retake from the likes of Unity. Only Neofrag goes down after he was taken out on the entry by Merrick's. Godfrey's spy here changes at the last second from Galil full belt to just the AK with the smoke and the nade, so something very specific in mind here it seems like. And with two players already out over rocks and a third one in tow, that could definitely be an indication of where they want to go. Jackie left in the lurk here to catch any little bit too offensive players from B main. The second that they are going to be going for this hit here. The smoke lands at the entrance, forces out the incendiary. Right now they're just trading util for util. And Woozy caught in a jump over the smoke. Levy with the flash for himself here. Gonna use that. That's gonna catch Godfrey completely blind as he goes onto the back of the side. But Smash gets a trade. And Jackie, as I was alluding to before, the one to close down these rotations. But Petchins finds Smash. But cannot control the spray to take down Merrick's. Would have been a 2v2. Now Fida left in a 1v3 situation with the AK. Has the kid information that Morix has taken some damage from that engagement, but I don't think the in-game leader can find the keys to the kingdom right now. And with nothing on offer in mid, he's just gonna accept the fact that the round has been given over to Fatbat.
Terrorists win.
And we saw how much trouble it spelled for Fatbat the last time I was to save the AK and play on the side of Unity. Forced Tension to 1v2 clutch at the end, so this round is definitely still in play, but good Nader started around here. Does bring Fida a little bit lower than it should be. And Godfrey's position right now is to shut down any aggression coming out of B main. Walking over the bomb here. The stand-in still struggling to find his feet. And Woozy finds Jackie in the smoke, but Marix instantly gets a trade off here, but it's a trade that you like to see on the CT side, I think. Deagle for AK. But it also means you're probably going to be forced into a 2-on-2 setup if you're on Unity. Which means that numbers advantage is guaranteed for the T's if they will just full commit to a bomb site. Molotovs and smokes raining down on the side here, trying to clear their angles. Olivia and Petchen taking the consequence of this now, slowly but surely getting the rotations underway. But Vida has snuck up here CT and finds Merrick's. Brings numbers in the favor of Unity here. And chaos still ensues, even behind the smoke now. Vida pushing up here. Good flashes makes so that Smash cannot respond. No retaliation. Have another flash and a Molotov. This means the cross here is free. Tension forced off the angle. Has to set up Guthrie. With no smoke, this stick is going to be very difficult as Guthrie opens up his tally for the match, but Vida and Petchen finds one each here. And that is a beautifully executed retake off the back of a low buy. And that saved AK from Vida yet again, just showing how powerful it can be. And if Unity are able to win this last round, it will have a 7-5 CT half in their own map pick going into that T side. And that is also why we're going to see the first timeout called of the game. Oh, Vida, this is a really scary duel to take, and it does go Tension's way here. The payoff would have been huge, but with Levy unable to trade him out afterwards, that is a horrific way to open up this final round of the first half. Leaving Woozy, who hasn't really been able to find his footing to a certain extent in a 1v4 situation. He's forcing a look in here. There's the upper. The Molotov actually fails, so would give some space to operate in here. So I know it fell, but it fell in the stairs rather than to block out cameras and angle completely. But Jackie blocks out Woozy from attempting this retake. And it's going to be a 6-6 first half, and that is even with Guthrie only contributing 1 kill across the 12 rounds. Jake has been flashed off the angle here with the duelies, but Unity cannot really fully commit off of this flash, nothing on offer. With this duel lying in wait in B main, that could dictate how this entire half is going to go. Tension and Petchen. But Tension kind of puts his efforts toward that connector instead, and with that, offers off a free line of shooting for Petchen, who also finds Smash and Temple. As well as just like burning clock here, it's just be fine. It's a 10-second diffuse after all, so require a lot of effort to get this stick in. And it will be Levy closing out the round here alongside Petchin. 3 for Petchin, 2 for Levy. Just a full house for Unity. And a 1 pistol round. And comparatively to what we've seen, or in contrast rather should I say, in the first series of the day, there's going to be no false blind from Fatbit on the CT side here. They don't feel pressured in the same way as some of the other teams have been watching earlier in Aurora and NIP did, after losing the pistols on CT. Making this round in general just a formality. And then when this round's passed, should just get to see what is on offer. They know where the final players. You can see Neofrag going hunting as well. Tension wants to protect this guy a little with his life. But Neofrag with a good clear. As you can see, odds very much in favor of Unity right now. First CT's round here on offer, and Jackie cannot really get the... He gets a kill into Neofrag because he gets a ton of Petchin as well. Neofrag and Petchin cannot really coordinate that swing in general, which just gives him off a 2-piece here. And Tension also just gets a nice one onto Woozy on the angle, just stays fast there. Bomb still outside B, so even if Levy was able to get to the opening here and move Jackie off the ankle, that would definitely be an issue. But Tension moving away to support his B-side players more. They want to use this flash to take some space, get some information. See a feeder trying to sell, they're trying to take into connector instead. As he's slowly shifting away. Moving himself onto this A side. But it's a slow, meticulous approach here for him. Cannot really overextend and just run it up. And Jackie just playing very far back here, does not want to overextend just yet. Levy wins this duel. It's all to play for Unity. And they've been falling back into warehouse. That's all the confirmation they need to get the bomb down at least. It might be a 2-on-5. Feeder and Levy have both been in pretty good form so far this game. That's going to be 4 players coming out from warehouse. That is a lot of action. 2 of them low though. It's just going to be a shooting gallery. But just too many targets to shoot at. Fatbet takes the prize of the round. With the 10-second diffuser, sure, it's a right there, but it's a very close one. But nah, Neofrag and company not able to really close out that round. Levi did what he could, but the fact that Jackie gets 2 at the start just makes it so difficult to play. Here, just the fact that there is no double swing just proves difficult for them. But they still get the maximum amount they could have gotten out of this round, it feels like. With that, another buy secured. Woozy on the AWP again. Get towards Temple here, could overstep. There's gonna be tension. They could run for this, but they're waiting to see what the fallout's gonna be, what FatBet's decision making will be as well, before they make a decision here. I'm just gonna scale in mid instead. Could go mid to A here. Just a singular player left, but this dual interconnector between Merrick's and Levy brings numbers back in the advantage to a certain extent, especially with K1 Feeder and Neofrag being too preoccupied with what would happen in Temple to look into the camera. And that makes Smash a blitz. Still 2 and 3. Smash is slow though from that altercation. Bomb under control for the T still, so not giving over here. And the A side has been left completely unattended. Made the raid that was gonna be on the B side instead. They were gonna be entering, so bomb can go down uninterrupted here. If you post Wooz in an angle, he should be good for at least one. They are gonna go back through camera. Smash returning to the scene of the crime. Pitching is so preoccupied with main now, but they swing out into him as they're out in the stairs, and that's gonna be a round 1 for Unity. The 3-2 retake just unable to get any footing. It's a little bit too deep to really have an impact on Smash though, but with that flash coming through, Smash will try to see if he can find something from it, but not quite enough for him to get the kill though. The idea was there. The setup almost worked. As he goes back from mid now. Flash the connector to set up these 2 pistols in Jackie and Guthrie. But Neofrag finds both of them after they get a 1. Get the first kill here, so let's see what can happen here, because again, FatBet's still with the options. And Mirage pops up here at the back of the sights. Not by Woozy, but Tension could still maybe do something, but not enough to really disrupt anymore for Unity. But that's double digits for the Czech side. The Ukrainians now, with the proper weaponry available for them here. AWP on Tension, and 4 M4s to work with. Should be able to at least put up a solid defense. Woozy with a very expensive miss there. Would have been a nice little angle for him to get into A off the back of that kill. But Feeder in the meanwhile plays the role of entry, lurks through the smoke, and gets out with his life. But he stays on jail and finds Tension before Godfrey finally takes him out. But this gives space for Neofrag to get up onto the bomb site. Wins the duel. But the bomb is still over on A. And here comes the utility to shut down that bomb site. Smash hits up duel. Good movement. Takes out Petchin. And that means that they should know Woozy is all on his lonesome, potentially. But we do see the movement has come through clean. Smash going through main. Together with Jackie. This is where the battle will be fought. There's another deer miss for Woozy. Away with the flash, but Jackie immediately ready with the trade as well. And that is a solid retake, but a couple of expensive misses from Woozy with the AWP here. Because he just getting the one kill might slow down the round enough to the point where there's no point in them trying to go for the retake, or just not having enough time to go for the defuse without the kit, so... Those misses from Woozy. Costly affair for Unity. We'll have another go at things here. Take another jab at the defense of Fatbet. But if this round goes awry, then that is Fatbet completely back in the game. Woozy stays with 4,000 actually in the bank account. Really wants that AWP in the next round, so it's just gonna be Neofrag's AK-47 alongside Feeder's MAC-10 that they're gonna put their hopes on. Levy is out here, but also keep in mind, Marek's not ready for it, but he's too focused on tension instead over in Connector. And that gives a free kill back, but that's a lot of space now taken from Neofrag in the middle. Eyes on Jackie. Has a good camera angle here. It falls back just for a second now. Gives Neofrag the opportunity to scale instantly with the headshot. And leaves Jackie on the ground. Woozy now with the Eagle. Can't go for the duel there, but Smash unable to trade out. Did have the upper hand. He was preoccupied picking up the weapon. Marek's not getting offered anything in the warehouse. We'll probably just have to take note of that and leave. Saved AWP on Guthrie and saved Info. They will still be able to offer quite the resistance in the next round. But the game hasn't really felt like it's been out of Unity's reach for quite a while, I will have to say. I feel like Fatbet have not really been able to string together the rounds necessary to really challenge Unity. And this reflects on the fact that Unity now just 2 rounds away from taking the first map here.
Terrorists win.
Round 20 underway. Full buy on the likes of Fatbet yet again here. That's too easy. Can't even properly fake it out here, but Smash not able to even get that second kill. The setup there was for it actually. 86 damage, not enough to take out Neofrag, who picks up the AWP instead of the AK. Effectively, 2 players removed from the likes of Unity. So little damage needed to remove Neofrag from the server. Oh, A side is completely open here, by the way. If they just push the trigger, they could just go. And Jackie probably aware that he just wants to have mid control, but needs to go back onto the A side. But the B hit now is going to come out in full effect, it seems like, at least. Tension preoccupied with the main side here. No smoke for him just yet, though. Since the utility starts raining in. Marek strong on the first one, finds 2 before he gets taken out. Still a low HP player in Neofrag, but the AWP strikes clean on Guthrie. He finds another one onto Tension as well before he gets taken out by Jackie. Bomb did go down. And now it's Feeder versus Jackie. And that is a brilliant one from the in-game leader. But Neofrag's AWPing skills there needs to be highlighted as well. Low on HP from that early engagement. over in A main, and then finds two pretty difficult op shots to put Unity onto match point. And that is, your eyes are not deceiving you. Jackie has brought the heavy machinery for this potential final round here in round 21. He is the mid player, so would be able to effectively shut down those angles. The aggressive swing from Mirage here does not find success. But smashes does over in A main, and now that means the Neofrag will be exposed in the back, and two strong openers now. Woozy has to be fast with the utility. Smash comes running through connector. Fida is aware of that, but that's going to be a free duel given over. Leaving Patchen in a 1v3 situation. Two players very low, however. One of them being Godfrey, but gets a free angle for the Deagle. And while the Negev didn't see any action this round, they still win it. It's kind of a shame, man. I actually really want to see some Negev action there. Just watching her, she just roll down mid, just one by one being taken out by Negev. It would have been poetry in motion, but Fatbed wins the round, and it also forces Unity onto an eco. This round there is no saved AK to really provide them with any trouble. Okay, gets one before he gets run over. Smash ready in camera afterwards to shut down this mid approach. Woozy's Deagle finds a clean shot onto Godfrey, however. And every single kill matters here. The more damage, the better. It's not because they're right with cash on Fatbed. So a kill here is the difference between an AK and an M4. MP9 and an M4 even, sorry. And Mirage just has this under lock and key, I would say here, actually, Woozy. That is beautiful. With that Deagle. Picks up an AK as well now. And that angle here would be hard to clear. Smash tucked all the way in the corner. He has to pray that Smash gets a little bit impatient. And steps into the sideline. Here comes Woozy. Clears actually below him. Gives him a chance to win this round right here and right now. Attention has to kid, however. So not under as much of a time crunch as you normally would be. Not even Kepler on Woozy, but two beautiful Deagle shots, and now that AK swing onto Smash has given him the opportunity to close down map number 1 here. He's gone all the way back into Warehouse. The bomb's position should give him an idea about what it's planted for. But actually, Attention can just stick this from around the corner, and with the kid in play, Woozy has overthought it, screwed the pooch a little bit. Too smart for his own good there, actually. But the bomb was planted, so he couldn't even, like, immediately clear it. dropped from heaven. Had to go for the wider one, and good understanding from Tension. No, you can be tucked all the way back in the corner there with the kid in play. That was a pretty straightforward defuse now. They do have the full buy to work with, however. Do Unity. Even with Godfrey providing a less than stellar standing performance so far. Difficult circumstances worth noting as well, right? Coming as a stand-in on the day. They are still keeping a hold of Unity now, FabBet. Such a critical round here. Someone has to make the move, but no one wants to be the one to make the mistake. So start lining up the B utility here. To try and sell this fake over to the B side. But Godfrey in the rotator position, already in warehouse. Should they go for this A hit? A smoke and 2 flashes, all that's left for Unity to make this setup come through. Smoke's off camera, and now these flashes had to strike clean. But that incendiary buys so much time. Neofrag checks the back, gets Mirage through the wall. And now smash on the pillar. Have to come up. Absolutely huge. And he does. Finds free. And it's looking like overtime on the menu. So you just get a run back of the round that Woozy almost was able to win. But completely overthinks the bomb plant position. That's the smoke into the middle of nowhere land. And around, well, in a round like this, that smoke needs to land every single time. Limited resources here, Tension. Gets 2 off the back of Temple. Marix finds the third. And it's overtime on the menu. Here on Anubis. Unity had so many shots of closing out this map, but you could just not get that last bit of momentum. They will start on the favorite T side though in overtime, but FabBet's CT side has looked pretty stellar so far, we'll say. Let's just run it back here. Some of the previous rounds. Smash had some great multi-kills himself. Also that last round over on the pillar. That's been pretty huge, but this round from Woozy would have been an absolute class act to close it out with, but just too little, too much on that bomb plant. And this is the free K from Smash, just completely annihilates the offense in combination with Godfrey. And this final round, just no plan with no smoke there for Temple. The AWP just too big of an issue. We are just waiting for a small issue to be resolved, and once that has gone out of the way, we will be ready to go into this overtime. There we have it. We are ready to get going again. Both teams bringing out the AWP to start with here. Might as well do it when you have the chance. And Neofrax finds Jackie. And he has been a menace out in that middle for a long part of this CT side for Fat, but that's an important pickup coming through that. Tension sees two players cross. It's the third one that gets to bite the bullet. That is going to be the opposite Oppo and Woozy. Back into a 3-on-3, but Godfrey gets cleared out immediately. The leader taking responsibilities on his shoulder. And Smash has no right getting a kill here in this setup, and he doesn't. Petchen clears that up easily. Tension in the temple right now. Plenty of time with the bomb still. Nuke on his back, probably one on the floor somewhere. It shouldn't take too long before he gets found out, however. Neofrag sees the weapon barrel there. Jumps around the corner, jumping headshot onto Tension. And that's an AWP. Willfully donated to Woozy. And you actually find that round that they couldn't find to close it out in regulation to start off the first half with here. And let's see if Fatbet have any more in them. Smash gets away with his life there. Woozy would have had the chance to take him out, but it is going to be Levy that does Woozy's work for him. Look at this push from Godfrey. Finds two in combination with Merrick's that finds the third. And bomb out of reach of Petchen, but Godfrey comes running out into main here. Well, that's an opportunity even for Petchen to potentially get the fight, but the timing is just not quite right. And Tension posted up an E-box with the AWP should be absolutely impossible for Petchen to even make a play for the bomb. Just boxed in the right side of main. Goes for a couple of tentative swings here. Alright, a shot whiffs in the first place from Tension. Still 20 seconds to work with. Smoke and a flash. Plays in front of the Molotov. Clears Godfrey. He is so low. Just a singular USP shot, however, from Tension will be enough to secure the kill. And he knows the Petchen has to cross over here with the bomb on his back, so it should be straightforward, and there it is. Tension clutches up yet again. Unity would like the second. And Fatbet would be overjoyed with their second here, as they get a run at the favored T side on Anubis. And I think it's safe to say two teams that have been pretty equally matched here. Especially after Godfrey has started finding impact after his pretty horrific slow start to the game. One feeder here, the Molotovs should force some of these CTs to move a little bit into the open, but Jackie just completely misses as a Molotov in camera and just burns again. And that's the mid player eliminated through the use of utility. Gives Petchen some freedom to move there and sees Godfrey through the smoke. That's a great flick from Woozy. Takes out the opposition AWPer. Smash also in the ground here. 1v5 clutch required of Mirage. Position given away, and Neofrag closes that out. 2 more rounds, 2 match points potentially on offer if they get there. For Unity. Fatbed have to win 3 in a row. Two 6-6 halves comes down to this. Half of overtime. Can Fatbed break through the Unity defense? It's going to be a double AWP setup here. Very expensive investment to start off with here. Levy and Woozy. Going to be staged on each bomb site. Well, the AWPers are going to swing and take the duel out of connector. Tension on the bridge currently. And Jackie back in his habitat in mid. Using this smoke to kind of scale into the round, trying to take as much control as possible. And Levy has to be careful. Needs at least one here. And that is Smash taken out. 80 to buy time and space. He goes for the repeat, however. And if Mirage times this correctly, this could be the end for Levy, and to give a potential opening over on the A side. With 2 players in A main. Jack, you're trying to shut down these mid rotations. Godfrey picking up the bomb. And here comes the double swing. But a little bit of consideration being used here. Oh, and that's going to be a completely wide Jackie cleared up by Petchin. Great flash from Neofrag. And just look at the reaction here. Fatbed pulling out the A play immediately. But no one to make the pincer. They just gotta try to brute force their way onto B. Woozy goes in the grave. Feeder gets traded out by Tension afterwards. 2-on-3 situation. Bomb will go down with plenty of time to spare. Petchin and Temple cleans out Tension. And that is an easy, nice play from Petchin. 3 in the round, and match point for Unity yet again. Now Levy taking a lot of damage here immediately. The smoke and aim may now fail, but they have taken the space that they wanted to. And that is a great kill onto Woozy from Jackie. But Neofrag has the timing of a lifetime in the back. Takes out Godfrey, but is not ready for the reswing from Jackie. Leaving Levy to fend for his own devices, but Petchin finds 2. And K1 feeder. On the prowl. Can catch Smash out here just a little bit potentially. But with one player unbroken, and one player on default. It's going to be a very difficult 1v2 to clear for Fida. Especially now with all the information given over. Tries to isolate the duels here. But so far, no luck. And Jackie just clears it. They tried standing their ground for a while here. And now we're gonna see OT2. Or will Unity be able to shut out FabBet for good here? It is their own map pick after all here, Unity. And this from Neofrag just not ready for the re-swing from Jackie. And that's gonna end up costing him dearly. As Fida did not have time to get in from main in the rotation because of that, actually. And Petchin has been doing so much in this game, and he just really wants the FabBet team to stop winning the rounds when he gets 2 or 3 of them. But it's so difficult for him right now. And Levy back on an M4, no longer a double off setup in play, and the nade for Neofrag does not necessarily go where he wants it to. And now he's forced to re-smoke main, where Guthrie is currently residing. And they want to blow the smoke open for Woozy, it seems like. But he doesn't find anything. And this is where Anubis becomes scary for the CTs, because no information has been given over at all. At some point they will have to overstep for information, or just sit back and let FabBet execute onto this B side. And the smokes are being lined up here. 2 players heavy leading on A still. One of them will have to come through. Go for Warehouse, going for CT. Neofrag goes through the smoke here actually with the flash. Goes into jail, they're not aware of him being there, finds one. Woozy cannot find one on the cross, however. And that's going to make this difficult. Fida still alive here. Finds tension. 2 on 3, needs to be ready to clear. Godfrey, yes, that's a great clear. And runs out of walls in the M4, almost gets smashed. No utility to speak of here. Smoking and a nade would have done wonders. This finds the smoke here. They have to line up for the bomb. Ready to go. He just tries to stick it here. 2 more seconds. They cannot find him just about. And it's another overtime. Unity just unable to find a way to close out the match. Now FabBet gets to start this OT2 on the T side. And no double op set up from Unity this time around. Do not want to give their go at this. They did have mixed success, I suppose. Petchin in the middle. That is an aggressive swing, but only gets one. Goffrin with the good trade. Incendiary here will bleed up some other players just a little bit, and this is an aggressive play from Levy. flash through. Wins the duel against Godfrey. A bit of a whiff on his part, I will say. Intention. Trying to bait out Woozy to make a move. Levy probably just yelling on the comms. Wait for me, wait for me. Intention clutches it out. It'll be absolutely insurmountable, but it doesn't. Just a little bit of a utility pickup run here. Almost 2 there for Petchen. Would have been huge. And this Incendiary actually does a lot of work. Slows them down just a little bit. And buys some time for the rest of the team. And that is a freebie for Tension. Those are, again, these are the info peaks we talk about so much when it comes to Anubis CT, right? You have to overextend to get some sort of information. Just not ideal for Unity. It is their heaviest hitter so far. Being taken out in Petchen. Calm before the storm here. It's a great pick to get here. It's the orb out of play, but the B side has been taken over. We've seen Feeder make magic from this position before. The bomb goes down. So much smoke spamming right now for these M4s. They finally get one. But no more smokes left here. Makes this precarious. And Levy's utility usage here makes his position so known that it's an easy pickup for Godfrey. And Neofrag has to find 2 kills immediately. But it is Smash that closes out the round. They go hunting for the AWP but cannot find it. It is dropped over the tension, however. And it's going to be Levy on the AWP this time around. Woozy actually being left with the M4. And it seems like Levy has been hitting his shots a little bit more, actually. Being able to leave him. All eyes loans him over an A. With that AVP. Should be a pretty good one for sure. Back out through the smoke here. Directly into the crosshairs of Merrick's and Smash. Uzi just keeps burning up. This HE as well will soften him up nicely. Feeder gets the bomb dropped on the floor here with 2 low players in connector. This is actually pretty doable as he dances around the pillar. 2-on-2 situation. Both Merrick's and Smash very much soften up here. And Petchen on the flank here. He is being held from jail by Merrick's AWP, so this cross should not be free. That is 1 player confirmed. It's Levy's AWP to close out this round here. Close out this half of OT. There is no other weapon for the job dropped around him, so he's still just waiting for this bomb to be planted to get any sort of information. The scope's out here, finds Smash. Makes this an ob-the-ob duel and actually forces Merrick's off of the plan to begin with. Well, that is a great shot from Merrick's. And that's an ace as well. Closed out in the clutch. And the former top prospect shows why. He's a player that you still keep your eyes out for. But this from Feeder was so close to being perfection. If any of those bullets down in connector land, that is a round done and dusted for Unity. But Marix heads up with the AWP. Just beautifully played. Levy gets the first here. It's actually 2 to 3 people pushing out of A main here. Godfrey unspotted so far. And if he calls this push clear, that is going to cost some lives. But Woozy with the trade afterwards ensures that there's no more damage dealt by Godfrey. Marius on the A side. He can still make something happen here from the warehouse, but the Molotov lands good, force him into the open. And that should be the round settle for Unity. Would need 3 on the bounce here if they want to win the round. Want to win this map, actually, even. Will we have a third OT on the table? That is a big question.
Terrorists win.
Just get another highlight package here of Marix, just closing out that previous round. Securing Fat at a pretty good starting point. But just overall a strong run from Levy here as well. And now all tied up here. Unity and Fatbet. The stakes have been laid out. First to 19, 2 required of each team. 2 more rounds to play for. And there's nade from Marix, if he throws it soon. It's gonna strike true onto Levy. So much B control given over. Tensions up in CT. Really the only bastion of hope. And on the side itself, but so much utility burned through. Bomb still hasn't gone down. Side just finally check clear. Neofrag up close here, could swing into Temple. With the flash, that's gonna cost Marix's life. And that is a great play from Smash here, completely shutting down Neofrag. This is a clean retake from Fatbat so far. Woozy is also completely denied any line of sight onto the bomb. Flash, smoke, the whole shebang. And despite 2 great Beagle kills, that is still a round 1 by Fatbat, giving them match point. Should they be able to convert this, they will take the first map here. Great show of resilience. Marix knows how to stand his ground. Does not want to overextend into this. Double swing, however, could catch him off guard, but the Wuxi's AWP is not quick to respond. Jackie caught with utility in his hand, but just about survives. It does make it difficult for Livy to swing back into him, though. And now with 2 people already up on sites in heaven. This is going to be difficult, Petchen, going through the smoke here in camera. But Smash is ready for it as well. It's a 3-on-5 position right now for Fab. It needs to organize the numbers. Petchen, they're not ready for him. But Tension gets the trade with a pistol. And now this leaves Feeder on this alternative ankle in a 1v2. He drops off. And as long as there's no shenanigans, that's going to be the map going over to Fatbet. An individual heroics from Marix and Tension over the course of the game, alongside just strong mid play from Jackie, is what ends up giving over this map to Fatbet in double overtime. And that is Unity's map pick of Anubis going the way of Fatbet team, even with a stand-in playing instead of Bonding and Guthrie. That is a rough one for sure, and that is a long game, long hard-fought game as well to lose. That's going to be a massive, massive heartbreak for Unity, but now they have Inferno to do the job, and if needed, there's also Nuke as the decider. So we're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we'll have even more action for you. And welcome back to this match between Fatbet and Unity. After a double OT, it is Fatbet currently in the lead play with Godfrey standing in for Bondek. They took down Anubis, which was the map pick of Unity. Unity had so many chances to close out the map, just couldn't find that ever so important final round on the match points. But it's a tough nut to swallow for them, for sure. But it is also worth noting that we are now going over to Inferno, which will be Fatbet's map pick here. A map that either team has kind of had some issues on. Unity have won and lost one here on this map in this current constellation, and Fatbet currently rocking a 50% win rate on this as their map pick. And I think that is definitely going to be one of the big things to mind, as we are going to be going into game here, as it is live. This pistol round ever so critical. Inferno, a map much like Anubis, where the T-sides actually can run away with it if they get going. As we get some nice cinematic cameras rolling here. So we get to see Unity starting on the CT side. That was their choice of starting side here. Fatbet on the T side now. Both of these teams have had plenty of success on either side so far this match, with 3 OTs going through. Smash Battle had some interesting rounds for sure over in Anubis, a 3K for example, over around the pillar side in Pool. Jackie had great mid control and will be sent up here into the apartments to start looking. Crossfire in middle here from Petchin and Woozy. And especially Petchin had some incredible highlights and was really trying to drag this Unity team over the line, but they could just not in time get there. One player in the mid hurt there, I'm pretty sure. Smash now going over. D-Babs towards the balcony. Has Godfrey in tow. Still a flash and a smoke on the back of Mirage. And you have Tension living up to his name over on B side right now. Top Banana behind the sandbags already. Trying to keep the pressure on here. And this mid regress coming out of Unity will give over so much information. Especially now with Jackie being cleared over in Boiler Room. But here comes the smoke to block out the CT rotation. Intention will be standing strong for these Banana players. First swing out, sees the information, second kill. Coming through in combination with Marix. Bomb has gone down. Levy and CT to close this out here. Neofrag shot out. In church, 1v3. Tension incredibly low here. But Godfrey and Smash still healthy. USP to the head though, doesn't care about how much HP you have in a pistol round with no Kevlar. No head armor. And Godfrey just trying to run ring around the Rosie here. And with no kit, this defuse is long gone for Levy.
Terrorists win.
And this double setup here, just so much time bought from Tension. And great calling from Fatbet, really making a lot of use out of the space that Tension bought them and said that he had over on Banana. Very decisive decision making coming through. And then making that rotation immediately. But False by coming through from Unity here as well. Worth noting. They do have that scout on Woozy. Levy's MP9 as well combines with Neofrag's 5-7. And that secures some Banana control. Godfrey and Merrick's in the grave. Ooh, that's a big tag onto Neofrag actually. And he finishes the job afterwards. That is a clean snap from Smash and Jackie. But Levy also finds a dink here from the library with the Deagle. Backside plant for FabBet. And it's another save here for Unity, but this time around we'll be able to pick up a couple of rifles on Banana. Should be able to at least.
Terrorists win.
Archbug thrown here, but right now the CTs are playing in front of it on one long side. A good flash here gives the T's more space. Petchin's Galil, saved from the previous round. Cannot offer off enough resistance. Unless Neofrag can find some magic with the MP9. There's another insurmountable retake. 2 and 3, 2 players low on FabBet. Levy going looking with the Deagle. Neofrag does have that AK now picked up. There's so much information provided for Levy. Good flash here. Well, that's a crazy shot onto Smash though with the headshot. Free from Levy. And that is Unity getting their first round on the board here. Good setup from Neofrag, just buying so much time for Levy to get into position.
Counter-terrorists win.
Still the semblance of a buy here. They have 2 AKs, Guthrie with the MAC-10. Probably praying that he doesn't get as bad of a start to this game as it is the previous one. Levy takes heavy burn damage. Which is all posted up in apartments, won't really find anything. To start juggling around the weaponry on Banana and Neofrag. The flash doesn't land in time, which provides 2 easy kills for him. The purpose for the regress proves nothing for now. They can still kind of take the bomb and run towards the A side. Attention, maybe getting something on Banana. When Woozy posted up on short, over on the porch here, he's ready to say hello the second they ring the doorbell. And it seems like Unity has found their footing. But we knew that was the case already. Over on Anubis, and then all of a sudden, they were no longer able to maintain their lead. So there is nothing to be too upset about right now if you are a Fatbet fan. They are still favored as well in the odds, so... Minute on the clock here. Nothing has really happened so far in this round. Just Fatbet looking for some sort of out here to use these weapons. The bomb being carried all the way through middle right now. Ready for this mid pop. Boozy posted on long here. No smoke just yet. There it is. It's going to be a pure timing shot, and he hits one onto Godfrey. Pepton on the reswing here on short here will need to be traded, and he does. 25 seconds. They need to get a hustle on. Woozy on side. Neofrag also put on the box in the corner. There's just not enough movement coming out of Fatbet. This is too stationary. It's so easy to pick apart for Unity. This time Smash just absolutely swings on Woozy. Gets an AWP for his troubles here on this eco round. What can it turn this into though? Pitchin posted off here. A bit of an off angle towards Arc side. They're making so much noise here. This is an easy lineup for feed up. Picks up 4. That's a clean spray. Even if it is an eco round, that is still beautiful. Managed to maintain the AWP as well. Directly back at Woozy, even though he is sitting on 11k. But this is also beautiful. Just not ready for it at all. But a 7-0 start for Levy, 0-5 start for Godfrey yet again. That is a great pick for Woozy. Aggressively through mid. Maintains the position and control. This is going to force Fatbet to look down towards the banana. Instead, it seems like. But there's still so much utility to kind of stave off this pressure. From Neofrag and Levy. Another great kill from Woozy. At the time the shot due to the flash, it's going to be a little bit more problematic. But let's see. Smoke for long here should give tension A little bit of space to operate in. But if he swings a little bit too wide, Woozy will be there to pick him up. I have Molotov smoke and flashes to work with here. This could still be a B hit. 30 seconds to go. Rotation slowly but surely coming through CT. But will be denied by the smoke here for Petchen. Unless they're not going to go for it. They're just going to take this duel head on. There the smoke lands. Go for the Dark Molly. And Levi almost with the 3-piece on the spray. Intention picks up the bomb, tries to get it down, but there's just too many bodies on the bomb side yet again. Units had just reached the plate. And when you see them play with this conviction and this solidness in their defensive hold so far, you're going to get a little bit annoyed if you're Unity about the fact that we're unable to close it out over an Anubis. They had so many options to do so, but just couldn't find those last few rounds to get it over. And they gave up an opening to Fatback that Fatback took. And that is great, but now Levy. That is a clean angle provided. And the Molotov doesn't have beef enough. He allows Jackie to swing close. Neofrag taken out of the picture. Oh, and that's a lineup and a half for Woozy. Merrick's and Jackie just give up the numbers advantage they were trying to fight for. Leaves Godfrey and Smash in the clutch. 2-4 situation, but it's still 2-2 on the side here. The 2-2 setup still in place for Unity. Petcham still chilling on long. With the smoke for the coffins as well here. The first duel onto Levio on quad is successful. That would have been the round, but Woozy Collad as well. That's just the final kill to close out the round. That is beautiful. And there's just no hold. There's just like no hold spot right now. It seems like there's just nothing left in the tank for Fatbet. These rounds are just never really getting anywhere. But maybe now when they get this full buy to operate with for Fatbet, they might be able to make this round work. Smoke for banana control being thrown here, trying to eliminate that incendiary. Smash now playing the role of Absolurk together with Jackie. Fida using a smoke to kind of take a lot of pressure towards the lane here. But Jackie, he is ready for this. He's holding this. Fida running through the smoke, trying to figure out which way to go. And finds the correct out. Another opening kill for Unity. And Fatbet left scrambling yet again here. Trying to put together this offense. And if Woozy gets another lineup, that's gonna be beautiful. Also tugging in behind the sandbags, the Molotov would absolutely wipe him out, but that's a great flick onto Merrick's. Attention takes out his counterpart. It's another 2v4 situation. And Woozy's up was a little MIA. Had a few very costly misses over on Anubis. But here in Inferno, it has been striking very, very sharply. Very few mistakes have been made. And there's just so much money in the bank to work with right now for Unity. And this from Fida is just perfectly navigated. Woozy with reposition. And then the great flick here onto Merrick's. Cannot get Tension. Has the scope lined up in the correct place, but Tension is just way too sharp there. But all around, just a strong performance from Unity. And that is also a fantastic nade down the bottom of Banana. Levi only gets one on display here, so Smash now making his way through. Up on Banana, isolated player for now on the side itself in Neofrag. Over on Quad. One play across the pool, one on the first box. Gets rid of both so far, Neofrag. That's a great free piece. Brings out the USP to close down Merrick's as well. Gets to show some individual class. This was kind of the picture I was outlining for myself over in Anubis when I looked at the fact that Fatback was going to be playing with a stand-in. I just thought there was going to be no way the Unity were going to give any inkling of space to Fatback. But they held strong over on Anubis, and maybe that just meant there was nothing left in the tank for Fatback here. And then Unity will just be able to just grind them out. LB had lined up here. CT smoke had been thrown already. Levy. And that's the great use of the smoke here. Kind of just cover up his approach. He has found afterwards. That's the opening over on this B bomb side now. Patching goes through. And secures a 2v2 situation. But Woozy and Feeder still on that long rotation angle. When you have no banana control, they weren't moving to try to stave off this pressure at all. They had no inclinations of whether or not Fatback were going to go and end up on Asia. They weren't allowed to kind of push through, but we'll line up that Dark Molly. Sorry for Quad. It's going to get Feeder a free kill onto Merrick's, and now Dark becomes the issue. Bomb is ticking, but they clear it out. Now they just have to find the bomb, get it defused. And that is max cash on Petchen, 16,000 in the bank. Going into this last round of the first half. Unity demonstrating their power level. Couple of flashes here to set up the aggressive banana take coming through. 3 players committed from Unity. And we have another utility committed towards this A side actually. This imbalance might end up costing them. But Neofrag goes through one, finds tension with through the smoke. And as long as Feed is able to just clear up one player up here. In apartments, he's not able to. That's a great one from Smash. Levy on the bomb side now. Stays alive. Finds 2. Great spray transfer. And finds the third as well. And that is a 10-2 domination from Unity of Fatback here on Fatback's map pick. 10 rounds in a row. Beautiful. It's one big mountain to climb for Fatbet now. The 8-round differential between them and Unity. They have stacked the correct bomb site, it seems like, here to start off with. Vita has the flash and the smoke. And the smoke is going to land, just waiting for it to bloom over on CT side. And there they go through, try to take these duels. Heads up on the side, Smash finds one from Coffins. But Levi just keeps on. Well, just levying his strong aim, it seems like. And that's free from his side of the field. Already in the pistol. Vita picks up the dualies. There's no angle of approach for Jackie at all. And a miracle is required from Tension, who picks up the dualies. Takes duel onto Woozy, but with so little time for the defuse. Every single kill has to be offered for free here. As long as Petchin and Levy just stays hidden for as long as possible, then there is no chance that this is ever gonna go the way of Tension and the rest of Fatbet. That's a great pistol win here for Unity, securing their 11th round in a row. 2 more to go, and probably a force buy coming out from the likes of Fatbet. A hero M4 thrown over to Jackie, which makes perfect sense. Just put as much power in the hands of him as possible. With this max 7 up close here, can be a dangerous beast. Newfrag spotted the barrel. And Merrick's instantly with the trade there. But superior weaponry on the side of Unity here, on these longer duels in mid, just completely makes it impossible for Fatbet to even get close of making this round into a close one, it feels like. And one more round with one more shaky buy for Fatbet. That is all that is required of Unity. It took us double overtime to find a winner over on Anubis. That was Fatbet. We could be done in 15 rounds total here. The equivalent of 1/2 in Counter-Strike Go. So much space being taken in the mid right now. A lot will lie on the shoulders of Godfrey. And also this duel between Jackie and Petchin. But it is Petchin that ends up victorious in that one. Gives up complete apps control. Godfrey with the deagle, spots the head but cannot connect the shot. Forced to fall back into pit here. And forced out into midi pit afterwards. There's an absolute domination on the side, and despite Merrick's best efforts, there is nothing he can do. And the bomb is ticking, and Smash has no offers for this Swag 7 at all to get any kills. MP9 picked up instead, but Woozy closes out the job here. That is a great win for Unity, really showcasing that they were the better team, despite whatever woes they might have had over on Anubis. That blemish on their record, they're gonna have to try to see if they can delete that with a win on Nuke as well. Unity really showing their skill there, I will say as well. Really showcasing that they have a strong playbook that is expected from a team like Unity to come out, especially with Fat, but then when they are playing with that standing, but they're just lacking that little bit of precision and conviction over on Anubis. They found that here for Inferno. Let's see if they can keep that streak going for Nuke, or if Fatbet will make a miraculous comeback.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? Running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
And welcome back here to CCT Series Season 2, Series 17 online play-ins here. We have Fatbed going up against Unity, and there was an absolute demolition of Fatbed on their map pick of Inferno by Unity after a very dicey affair going on over on Anubis to start off here. And now we're going on to Nuke, a map that we haven't seen Unity play for a long, long time. And this is a map that Fab actually have a... They have a very, very long... They have a 5 win streak on the map. which is actually pretty interesting, right? So it's a map that Fatbet normally does quite well on, going all the way to the decider, but it was not their pick. Their pick was Inferno. So that is absolutely going to be super interesting to follow and watch this unfold, because there's no data on how this specific core of Unity likes to approach the map of Nuke. Unity won the knife. They've started on that CT side as well. Let's get right into the action. And Jackie tries to rekindle some of that form he showed over on Anubis. Finds the opening onto Petchin. Good flash here. Makes it impossible for Levy to even get into a fight. Just completely blind on the back of the side now. Neofrag in heaven. There is nothing here to deny him any sidelines. And if Woozy gets his kill onto tension, then it would be all to play for. But Vida and Neofrag, it seems like they're gonna be removed from the action, saving the Kevlar. And for Neo and for Fida here as well, this would provide him with the head armor for free, pretty much. Only 350. As long as he doesn't take any damage, but you can see the Fatbet players, they're hunting voraciously.
Terrorists win.
And nothing saved. Again, keep in mind that Fatbet are using Guthrie as a stand-in for Bondek, their normal in-game leader as well. And Guthrie has had quite some rough starts to the map, but really found his pace towards the back end of Anubis, and him really living up and getting into the game was actually one of the reasons why Fatbet were able to get that match over the line. So, excited to see how he's going to make his case here on Nuke. It is going to be a full eco, but I love the fact that Levy is going to try to get something done with the Zeus. Levy could still catch off the roof player off guard here with the Zeus, and he does that. It is not going to be to any real use here, though. Does not get to reclaim the weapon, but almost caught the bomb in the act. That would have been brilliant if we were able to kind of shut that out for a second. And the rest of the pack here for Unity now prowling. So I guess if they can set their fang into something in the lobby with these USPs. This is going to be the full buy coming through now, you can see. This is like where the battle has to be set. If they're going to be able to completely shut out Fatbet, that would be a successful time for them. He has a great angle here with the M4. Great spray and gets over the railing as well. Didn't have time to go for the reload. But we'll get that in now as he goes hiding on the lower bomb site. The HE though will be a huge issue. Great nade from Merrick's. So even though they've lost 2 people, they've gotten control of the lower bomb site. Petchin in control room. Will be a huge battle for Jackie here. But that's a great clear. Brings back equality in the numbers here.
Bomb has been planted.
And this bait setup here with Jackie holding the stairs and Merrick's hiding behind the doors could be brutal. There's no killing any of the living players right now, so Unity needs to get their hustle on if they want to get going. Want to have a chance at defusing. They can't find the bomb here now. It's up to Jackie to activate. And that is a great two-piece from him, free in the round. And it looks like they've collected themselves a little bit more here, Fatbet, after that absolute demolishment over on Inferno. I've already managed now to get more rounds than it did there. Great pistol and then good conversions now. Unity on an eco. Trying to hold on to anything that resembles just a smidge of power here. It's also such an awkward round because you don't know exactly what type of buy you're running into. You know it's not going to be a full one, you know they're not going to fully force down into you, but like, is there any money for MP9s, multiple of them? Neofrag collects the shot on to Guthrie. And that's going to be one weapon going over. If they feel confident going that deep into the lobby to pick it up, they will not be feeling confident in that. Never mind, Pitchin now goes and picks up the AK. Who's with the P250 in the vents here. Finds one before he's traded out afterwards. With that, the lower bomb side might be theirs. Either cannot collect the shots. And that is a great little two-piece again from Jackie. Back-to-back free case. But looking at just this amount of HP remaining, that could have gone very south very fast. And now Woozy has that 8 WP. And we saw him do his magic over on Inferno. It's still a great recovery, right, in round 3 here. Even after Fida gets that 2-piece, it's just Jackie in a clear onto Petchen. Just sets up everything else for success here. Woozy is having a ping issue. That is what the pause is for, in case anyone was wondering. Just waiting for that to be solved. Should be pretty soon, I would assume at least. And then we can go into the round. A little bit annoying as well if you're a Fatbet here, right? You're on a great streak, able to push the pace, and then all of a sudden you're stuck. Jackie out on the side, another great entry from him. Petchin responds immediately over on the CT event, but his position is known, easily dealt with. And not enough pace up in heaven from Woozy. These side takes have just been straightforward and very well executed from Fatbat so far. Very little nonsense. You can already see now the CTs just paying the price and calling the save already.
Terrorists win.
You can see now the power back of the save here still provides him with a lot of weapons at least, but now great setup here. Petchin, he's burning alive. There's no smoke. Feeder coming up the vent here could be the X factor needed to finally get around, turn into the favor of Unity. Smoke's just really hiding his position. That's a bomb now on Merrick's dropped. The in-game leader taking it all into his own hands. As Unity are finally on the board. I think if you're fat, but I don't think you're gonna be too upset about this. You're just gonna get up and try to see if you can just take a couple more rounds before you get over on this CT side. And as I said before, this is a map the FatBev historically have been incredibly potent on. Currently rocking 5 wins in a row. This lobby push from Levy could be everything. Especially as they are starting to turn their attention down towards the ramp. Woozy's up, reigns supreme. And here comes the back on play from Neofrag as well as Levy has activated. And when Jackie isn't there to find the entries, the game plan falls a little bit short. But yet again, a great read coming out from Unity here, just setting up themselves for success. There's so much outside utility here, and with the lurk smoke not extinguishing that incendiary, there is a lack of space to operate in for Jackie. Petchin is jump spotting, trying to wait to see what FatBet have installed. Leaves decon, does not want any of those battles that might be on offer. Still a minute on the clock here. And this duel of main. A piece of cake for Woozy. That's a great clear from Merrick's, opening up the potential of the side swing. The Levy finds 2, but Merrick's still alive, so is Smash, 27 seconds. And with enough utility to cover this plant. And this is an incredibly doable 2v3. They had a similar position over on Ancient with Merrick's on the op, where he found 2 kills. Should this be the first? Clears out Feeder, knows one's coming from main due to the utility. Neofrag already dropped from heaven. Caught in the open, complete the second, the smoke fades, and Merrick finds 2 at the orb yet again. But there's still money in the bank here. Unity, another full bar to work with. Standard fashion patch and just to kind of get a little bit of an advantage on this swing. So one squeaky. There's one player tucked in behind the T-vents. And that is just 3 easy kills being offered up here. These duels just going the way they want, and even with the thing coming out of Feeder's M4. Tension still holds his nerve. Who's in position? No, they're gonna hunt for this AWP most likely. As much as they can do, because it's worth noting their own economy, not exactly perfect. Fade coming out from the first player. That is tension swap removed. But they just go and pick it up again. Completely trying to hamper as much of this CT economy as possible. And it's starting to look like Fabbet are giving Unity the same treatment that Unity gave them on Inferno. One of the more dominant T-sides of Nuke we've seen in quite a while, I will say. But also looking at the statistics, even with that stand-in playing in Godfrey instead of Bondig, leaving Nuke open for the decider match was a very scary option. Eagle though does have the option to get to, but Godfrey shuts that down before it becomes funny. There's a swing into lobby here coming from Woozy now. Godfrey with another one here. And he's finally firing at the start of a game. Now 6 kills to his name. Feeder with a 5-7 and a 1v3. Praying for any mistakes to be made that could give him an opening into this round. But none is handed over. He's gonna see if he can snatch away an upgraded weapon in the yard.
Terrorists win.
And Vida does manage to hold on to the AK, as well as a bit of utility. So they will have a little bit of extra tools to work with here in round 11. 4-8 would not be unsalvageable, but anything other than that would be quite difficult. Marik's already down the vent here. The utility from the CT side not necessarily sticking due to the smoke. Feeder station on ramp, but 3 players are heading towards him. And look at this, Marix, he's already through, has the rotation on lock and key. And Levy now considering braving the same decision that as the B side is loudly being taken. And this Molotov Feeder gets out ahead of it, but still loses the duel to Smash. Now if you're Unity, you probably want to save again. Just try to get yourself that 3rd round in round 12. But there's also now the freedom for Fatbet and just chasing down as many kills as possible. Just really try to hammer home this economic damage. Levy and Smash now. Heads up, duel. It's going to be a heads-off duel as Levy does find the headshot. And all of the weapons, just about all the weapons are going to be retained here. And that is going to give them a full, strong buy to work with. And I was talking about how it seemed like there was nothing left in the tank for Fatbet over on Inferno. Same thing could be said for Unity right now. Look at this, just a fast A hit here, completely taking Levy out of the picture, but nice 2-piece from Neofrag and Pitch and Snade. Brings it a little bit back here now for the CTs. The re-molly was considered there for a second, up towards heaven. Resmoke Remain is going to block out 2 players. They still have 2 mollies and a smoke. There's so much utility to go through here. Units is going to be a triple heaven play. And Jackie can watch it all unfold from the CT vent. As he just taps away combined with tension. And Woo's first op shot misses, and that's going to be a fantastic, near-flawless first half for Fatbet here on Nuke. Godfrey with the duelist here goes off the angle just a little bit too soon. Still gets the opener, however. But this has forced Fabit into a retake on this upper bomb site. But Jackie and Feet are dancing in main here. This could decide the round. And it's gonna be Jackie. Giving himself some space now. 1v2 situation. And Unity wins the pistol. Gives themselves a little bit of room to breathe. And just an eco round with nothing invested, no plan really. Just trying to see what would happen. Trying to get into the meat and potatoes as quick as possible here. Bonus round for Unity. Incendiary here will block off this approach from the hot. Godfrey finds an important kill, finds two actually, will be able to drop down to the back of the side. Jackie has gone down, however. But the stand-in, standing up right now. Finds free in the round, shuts down the A side. Leaves bomb dropped. There's the lurking players here. The Neofrag and Feeder are trying to figure out how they can activate. Oh, the Merrick's spotted the player in the garage. Information given over. Feeder raining below heaven here. But he just left scrambling. Gets the M4. Godfrey still on the side. Just trying to hide himself from heaven. As much as possible. 40 seconds. Now where's Smash just standing like a statue. Over in main. There should be no clear angle of approach here. The options were there, but could not collect his aim in time to win that duel. Now, 2 rounds is all that separates Fatbet for me. Strong, nice victory. Surprising one as well, you'd say, after the thrashing that was Inferno. Smoke here, removing the chance for Petchen to get the kill opening, but needs by space. The yard is currently the center of attention for both teams, it seems like. Tension's Farmer is trying to buy himself some space now. You can see a Unity reconvening in lobby with a couple of players. You also see Tension now moving down towards the ramp here. Late wall being put down here. We'll get some options to scale, and keep in mind the player has scaled through where that's Woozy. He has been taken out by Mirage's MP9. This will require him to start activating somewhere else in the map, because their surprise play to kind of open up this little bomb site has been removed, and Smash is taking a clever angle here now. Anti-flash, and gets one. Then calls for the backup coming through Intention and Merrick's. And while Neofrag does have the little bomb site under his control, just 20 seconds left. There is no hope for bomb recovery. And a way to win this round just needs to hold on to the AK for what could be the final round of this series. Fabbet 12, Unity 4.
Counter-terrorists win.
Neofrag's AK has to be the centerpiece here for Unity. Need to set him up to succeed. So Barbaric spots him out in the yard, and that's the AK removed from play. Only the upgraded pistols running down towards the ramp here. As long as Smash doesn't overstay his welcome, this should be a round and a game. Going over to Fabbet. This is without their in-game leader as well. Guthrie stepping in for Bondic. But isolated duels now. These pistols, they are mobile. They could overrun him. Only gets one. But his teammates have had the chance to get in position. 4v2 situation coming through here. And that is a clean kill coming through Impetchen. Unable to amass anything here. And in surprising fashion, Fabbet recover from a dismal Inferno and take the series with a 2-1 victory. 13-4 dismantling of Unity here on Nuke. And a map that they had woes on in their old configuration. And they continue. But Fabbet extend their win streak on Nuke from 5 to 6. And move on to the winners match in the play-in stage. Very surprising series overall here would be my final take for this one. Fabbet with the stand, and it looked like a messy game over on Anubis and then over on Inferno. It looked like they had nothing to come with, but they recaptured themselves, gained their resolve back, and absolutely put in a demonstration of power here on Nuke. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, Dolan will be ready to take you through the last two games of today.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for sticking with us. The first two games were a little bit longer than what we expected, but they surely delivered some good emotions. As now, there comes the time for our third best of three of the day. Another opener here in the playing stage of Series 17. It's going to be Zero Tenacity taking on Amcal in a match which we have seen in the past, of course, in the previous iterations of the CCT Tour. But since the addition of DMS's new squad playing under the banner of Amcal, this is going to be the very first time that both squads take on each other. In terms of the statistics, so far Zero Tenacity haven't had a lot of problems in shutting down their opponents, winning on each and every occasion, not giving a single map over to Amcal's team historically. So overall, I feel like we can say that this could be a little bit one-sided, but let's not bear in mind, let's not forget the most recent form of that Amcal squad. They did wonderfully playing in Series 16 planes after the loss versus NIP, a couple of wins against Big Equipa and Point Eyeballers to make it to Series 16, where they managed to beat Sinners, FNC in a 2-0 clean fashion, and most recently lost to a Spirit Academy in a 3-map affair. So overall, Amcal's squad has been finding itself in a really good form. You can see how Group C is currently shaping out to be. Earlier in the day, Aurora beat at NIP, and most recently we saw, of course, Fatbet shutting down Unity. But now time to see the action of Group D, Zero Tenacity versus Amcal, our first match in a couple of moments time, and then later on we're gonna see one more. So as Fade, AW, Molodoi, Smet, and of course the guy on your furthest right, Kalash, are gonna be representing Amcal. Obviously a team that has looked quite solid since the beginning of January, especially Molodoi is the go-to player, the big star. The Kazakhstanian Opa has been sitting him some hits. Oh Jesus, wow, my tongue just plays game with me. The Kazakhstanian Opa has been hitting some insane shots. You can see it by his statistics. He has turned into one of the entry fraggers for the team as well, having some really good statistics. Of course, he's also the big star player, the guy with the best ratings, the best KDs, and with a big difference. If we have to compare his KD to the one of Esfede, you're going to see this massive gap. But of course, Esfede is a really clean entry fragger, and his job is to open up the spaces and to be the first one going into the fight. But of course, if you add AW, who is a little bit of an unexpected player. In some of the matches he can be stepping up, in some of the other matches he might be having some more difficulty. So overall, if he feels the game, if he can step up to support Molodoi, if we see something bigger in terms of the entry fragging of Sade, maybe there is a world in which Amcal managed to secure their first map against Zero Tenacity. But of course, on the opposite side stands a team that has been playing for longer than 2 years together, and we all know what Zero Tenacity are capable of doing. Obviously, we have a guy like Nemanja, who is leading the roster in terms of finding that early aggression towards the middle parts of Mirage, of Anubis, their best map. The last time that these two teams faced each other was actually the very last time that Molodoi had a negative rating, and it was in a game where Amcal, back in the day called the DMS, were actually 13-0. So, you know, I think that there is quite a lot of hype going into this one. The motivation shall be really high, considering that Amcal want to show that they have improved since the last occurrence on the 12th of December, and overall a lot is on the table, even though we're finding ourselves in the beginning of the playing stage of Series 17. Maybe it is actually a good idea to have a look at the veto, because the very last time when these two faced each other, we actually had Dust2 being picked by Amcal and Anubis for Zero Tenacity. Now, if you ask me, here comes the permabans and here comes Dust2 for Amcal. It shall be, of course, Anubis, one of the go-to maps for Zero Tenacity, considering that Nuke is out due to the fact that it's a permaban. And the decider, like in Mirage, yep, Inferno will be removed. So overall, no surprises here. Nothing different in comparison to the very last time that we saw these two teams face each other in the playoffs of Series 15. So I think that we might be getting a repeat, and we might be seeing history repeating itself. But this is where Amcal actually need to show that they have improved, that they have made the right steps in terms of not only having the stable pillars, not only having the fundamentals correctly put into Dust2, but also being able to make those final steps in terms of closing the map and showing that even though last time it was a close affair 11-13, this time around the score scoreline will favor them. As for Zero Tenacity, probably you're entering into Series 17 without any pressure. You know that this is your opener match. Maybe you can try some different strategies. Maybe you can try and test the waters, see how aggressive you can be in terms of your B hits, in terms of your mid aggression. Maybe you give some extra freedom to not only Nemanja but guys like Simke, like Brute Monster, and overall this could be a little bit of an experiment for Zero Tenacity, whereas for Amcal, it will be the hunger, it will be the motivation, it will be that rivalry between the two squads that this time around shall go in their way. And as the game is live, let's jump straight into the action. Dust 2, map 1 between Z10 and Amcal. Here we go. Beginning with the first pistol round. Zero Tenacity starting on the CT side. Something completely normal for the majority of the squads. You, in the majority of the cases, see the team that gets to opt for a side to pick up the CT side due to the fact that it's so easy to create a momentum if you're a T player and you want to shut it down early. You want to have, for example, Simkis' Duris in the right spot, and this time it will be Brute Monster looking for the first contact. Nice flashes. Chelfo pulls off the first headshot. Kalash is out. Some damage given over to AW. And a trade that actually goes in favor of Zero Tenacity and favors them. This will make Amcal move away from the longer part of Dust 2, and probably now they're going to be forced to play with the time. The big problem that we're seeing is Simkis' positioning. He has the smoke, so he can throw whenever he spots or at least hears somebody entering tunnels. So though, double smoke and a flash available for both Esfede and Molodoi. This could end up being a big hit, but Zero Tenacity's setup is quite good to counter it. AVN can find the first headshot, misses the first couple of shots, but there comes the smoke. The duelist activate, denying some additional time. Amcal once again denied the entrance towards the side of Dust 2. At least they haven't used the smokes, so this actually gives them some leeway. They can now either go for a split through mid or hit A if they manage to make the cross. Nemanja has the visibility. Chofu is in a really good position. Here comes the flash thrown out of Molodoi. A smoke given in a wonderful shot by the P250. Deletes Avian, not giving him a chance to react. Let's see Chofus' reactions. Good enough to find another Smet together with Molodoi and AW in a 3-on-3. Simke activates with the dualies. This is 1-2 more to go. Brute Monster is looking for the penultimate kill, and as he grabs it, Smet low on time, 12 seconds, excuse me. 81 points of health. He jumps, he finds his dead, and this is Z10 striking first. Well played out of the CT side. Extremely solid setup. Made the right calls. You saw with the first duel towards long, finding one, neutralizing Amcal, slowing them down, then rotating over, putting Chelfo on top of short, having Nemanja to cover mid to provide the information. Simke had the smoke to deny the extra time. And eventually, it was Amcal forced to go for a play. And talking about being forced, this is a force buy coming out of the T side. Something which you see quite a lot, especially from the CIS teams. The scout with the upgraded pistols. A MAC-10 in the mix. AW fishing for a kill, but eats a nade. And here comes Simke falling down. First mistake made by a player of Zero Tenacity, which shall allow for Amcal to grab the extra space towards middle. Smoke for T-doors, make this a double smoke actually. Maybe a moment of miscommunication between the T players. Investing some extra util. Barely any available for Nemanja and his boys, now that the penultimate nade was thrown. Only an incendiary standing in the hands of the Serbian IGL. And as we talk about leading a team, Esfede looking to find an entry with the Deagle. Nobody standing on the B bomb side. Zero Tenacity have abandoned this part of the map. They don't have a defuse kit, and I feel like this retake will kind of have to be a little bit faster than what Zero Tenacity are hoping for. And Nemanja with the incendiary probably looking to deny the closer plan. AW right underneath window. Here comes the incendiary. And the retake is on. AW burning in the flames. South Q definitely heard by the Serbian. And from here onwards, Molodoi needs to land some nice shots. The same shall be the situation for Smet. Spots a couple. Those shots will not land up until this point. Avian is out. A couple more to be found. But Zero Tenacity actually abandoned it. Making their minds not wanting to find. It's then looking to save it. It's an M4. Actually, double M4 with double Kevlar and a helmet. And as Amcal break through their opponent's defensive setup, this is going to be the force buy, working and paying its dividends. Massive round secured by the CIS squad, considering the circumstances. Quite expensive. Zero Tenacity are going to be forced to go all in once again. Their opponents will surely have better finances going into round number 3. And here they are. AW can go off at least a Galil, but he wants to save some extra financing to invest in those extra nades. Smet will be playing with the IK. A Galil given over to Asfede. Zero Tenacity says bye. Not quite bad, to be fully fair. Yeah, sure, a USP and is used for SimK, but apart from that, an SMG, a Scout, and double M4 that will be looking to shut down Amcal. Early combination between the smoke and that molly. For short, the idea is for you to deny a potential CT aggressiveness coming out of short. You deny them the visibility, you deny them the chance to go for a push, you grab the extra space, now you make the cross as Fade picks up the first one to Nemanja. This will actually force Brute Monster to adapt. He's gonna be playing from the side. Usually you're gonna see the scout players having the extra space towards Car, and talking about getting extra space, Shofu left shoulder peeking and winning the duel against Man. That's a wonderfully played situation out of the Zero Tenacity's players. Now Brute Monster will need to land some nasty shots. There comes the first, looking for the second. He'll get pressure and shut it down by AW, who picks up not only one but two. Avian and Simke, I don't think that they have realistic chances in getting through that defensive setup of Amco, and as the crossfire has been set up, AW will look for the third and grab it. He not only has the extra finances in his bank account, but also breaks Zero Tenacity's economy. And now have a look at that, the CT side is pretty much broke. No money left. Gonna be forced to save all that they have and play with just the USPs. Nice round out of both sides. Good adaptations. Let's not forget that Dust 2 is a map on which you need to react, you need to adapt based on what your opponent is doing, especially if you're playing on the CT side. The tempo will pretty much always be a little bit higher than on some of the other maps in the competitive map pool, like Nuke or even Inferno. Anubis as well, we can add to those three. As Fire 8 quickly picking up the first, but will be shut down by Nemani's USP. Damage dealt. Now this shall give the green light over to Amcal to actually rush through tunnels. And now that AW picks up this one, he can accelerate, pulling attention away from the V-bomb side. Yuto deployed. All that Zero Tenacity's last remaining players want to do is to try and inflict as much economical damage as possible, but not when you're playing against AW, the guy that definitely knows how to secure kills with the SMGs. 3 in this one. Nemanja falls 3-1 in favor of Amcal. Now the CT side is going to go back to having the better guns. Nice pace out of Asfede. Yeah, he got headshotted, but with Disco, AW pulled the attention away towards himself. They lined up beautifully. Easy double. Until this point, the triple for him. Being quite rich is going to favor Amcal in the next 2 rounds, obviously because you not only want to win rounds, but you want to secure the extra finances, and stakes as odds. Replicating Amcal's success is their map pick. So let's see whether Zero Tenacity can turn those odds in their favor. Now, an open play for Brute Monster, and one for Asfede, who has picked it up from Molodoy. Quite logical considering that Asfede is down to 25 points of health. He needs a quick scope shot if he wants to find something before he falls. Mid control not contested by Zero Tenacity. Instead, 4 people are going to be playing around that A-bomb side. 2 send on long. Double man setup there for Z10. Nemanja and Brute Monster combining in case somebody appears out of short. Avian left on a solo mission in case somebody tests him out. Quick smoke provides the extra cover. Brute Monster this time around not playing from side, but instead from the position that I talked about. Car, really good, especially if you're trying to spot a couple of players crossing from mid. But if he wants to do so, he will need to get the extra support out of Avian, who at this point can't really do anything. As Fade being put in a deep corner in case somebody goes for a rotation. That's a nice shot. Okay, Esfede. And the nade as well. Man, Esfede has been so good. I don't think I've ever seen this combination. Who else than Brute Monster to try and stop it together with Nemanja? Esfede picks up another with the off. Smet needs to make the cross because Molodoi is out. Nemanja denies any chances over to Amkaus' squad. And even though it was Esfede shining in this one, landing a massive flick through the wall and then followed by a HG, it is still going to be the Ukrainian desperately trying to get away with his life and get away with the AWP so that his team can save some extra cash. And Zero Tenacity, hold on. Another blow returned. Maybe we can once again witness an extremely close dust to judging by the beginning of this one. I still cannot believe how Esfede landed the shot. Incredible. The awareness and the fact that he knew the possibility of Avian being behind the wall, or rather in this case behind the door, shows how good both teams can be on a map like Dust 2. And, well, Brute Monster delivers the opener. We say goodbye to Esfede. Op, this time around, will be in the hands of Molodoi. We are still not really concerned if you're Amka. Obviously, Molodoi tends to be that second entry for Amkaus' squad. The statistics show it. Extremely sharp with the openers whenever he's watching for a couple. Moving himself around the map. On Dust 2, he loves playing more for mid control. Either on T side or on the CT side. Amkau. Thanos control theirs. Avian. 0-5, but now will likely get tested. Brute Monster can quickly turn his attention towards his teammate, but the smoke will isolate the duel. Anti-flash position denied. Brute Monster falls, and as quickly as that, it's Amkau going through Zero Tenacity's defensive setup, breaking it apart, and forcing the remainder of Z10 to actually go back and save, as their economy is once again not that stable, so you better have the Eikai and those two M4s going into round number 7. Great job. Nice recovery. You love to see it if you're a fan of Amkau. AW with a good beginning, 7-3. Molodoi still has a lot to prove. And talking about Molodoi in particular, I think that he's one of the upcoming big talents on the AWP. I've been saying a lot of things about him back in the days when he was playing underneath the DMS banner, when the entire squad were actually playing underneath their organization. And the Kazakhstanian scene has been producing some really nice opus recently. Pumpkin, Moon, Molodoi. Guys capable of making the difference. And here it is. Zero Tenacity now. Calling for a tactical pause. Interesting moment. They still haven't dropped the ball, but they realize how low their economy is. And this could be a turning point for Amkau. If they manage to secure the next one, this is likely going to lead us into a domino effect where you secure a 5th, like a 6th, considering that no dollars are going to be available in Zero Tenacity's bank account. And the money realizes it. If you have a look at Zero Tenacity's statistics, you're actually going to see that since the beginning of January, they have only lost 2 maps. They have been one of the teams that plays quite a lot of train. Three train maps. Some Anubises, and Nuke as well. One of the most improved teams in the last year. And for me, going into 2025, it would be really curious to see whether Zero Tenacity will keep on getting better. And I mean, going for solo pushes or risky calls, which you shall be aware of, and AW was definitely aware of this. Shuffle catches one to find the trade, but immediately Smet will push through long, as Fade and AW are looking to do the same towards mid. Brute Monster, just a USP in hand, needs something better, or at least instant double dinks if he wants to find a duel. Shuffle and Nemanja repositioning. Those are the guys with the better rifles. They definitely spotted the flash, dodged it, and that was a smoke that denies any further aggression coming out of AW. In the meantime, Smet and Molodoi. Bring the kill onto Avian, alleviates the pressure, and as we witnessed, AW immediately strikes, which puts Nemanja and Chofu on the opposite side of the map, once again saving. Amka will plant the bomb, and at this point, they've already secured round number 5. Let's not forget that it was Avian, Brute Monster, and Simke not forcing the issue and not buying anything. So by getting away with those 2 AKs, by having the Kevlars, the helmet, and the defuse kit for Chafu, this is actually putting you in a much better economical position going into the next round. And you're still in a couple of rounds distance from Amco. It's not like the difference is 8-2 or 9-1, which is already a huge gap between the two sides, but as quickly as that, a 5-2 scoreline can turn into a 5-5, and you can have a much closer first half, which has been the tendency in the majority of MKOS's matches. Yeah, sure, from time to time, we're gonna see them dominate, especially on the T side, which is actually, quite curiously, the worst of the two sides. They usually do much better as counter-terrorists, on Dustry included. On the T side, the best player is Molodoy, but it's not with a big difference. Negative KDs or neutral ones along for Amcal. Whereas for Zero Tenacity, this tends to not be the case. It's a typical Balkan squad. They know how to find a lot of impact as these. They can be quite creative in terms of the shot calling. One of the very reasons why, according to some of the analysts and casters, Nemanja has been the most improved player of 2024, and Smed is looking to be another more improved player, but in 2025. Simke is out, Nemanja will quickly throw the nades, knowing where Molodoy is hiding right now. The Kazakhstanian Opa has found some additional cover. AW gets the extra space. Chofu will surely go down under the fire. It's Brute Monster in the meantime falling. There comes the kill on Chofu, and Nemanja and Avian once again forced to save. Not being able to do anything, spotted by Molodoy. Amco have all the information that they want. As Fede could even slow the plan down if the hunt is on, and it is. Nemanja, 16 points of health, a flash and a smoke. They know that they're gonna need to fight their way out of this situation. Avian spotted, eats a couple of shots. Avian is looking to try and save his life because Nemanja is out. Avian will also follow the fate of his teammates, and a clean and flawlessly played round by Amco. Great timings found first by Smed. Look at the reaction, how he picks up the headshot. A bit of a messy spray there by AEW, but with the nade, excluding Nemanja from the equation with the final kill onto Avian. This is once again Zero Tenacity's economy looking quite desperate. That's a glass cannon off from Brute Monster. Okay, and even a force buy. Wow, it's I mean, Zero Tenacity, that's actually so risky. You don't have a Kevlar neither or helmet on Avian, Chofu, and Brute Monster. You have an AWP. Nemanja already lost more than half of his HP. You're quite lucky to still be among us. You can't really contest mid control, and you need to hope that Amcal are gonna come your way. But the Utah is quite a lot. Let's see, Zero Tenacity putting everything on the table. Wide defensive setup, nobody covering mid. Amco are looking to strike through mid. Kalash with the lurk smoke. This is only to put the attention away from the actual call from Amco. Comes the smoke for CT. Nemanja and Avian once again put under significant pressure. Smoke for doors. Pagey to break it open. They can enter through window. Avian gets caught. Nemanja will get cleared out by Kalash. And this is an empty bomb site now for Amco to work with. Once again, Chofu, Simke, and Brute Monster this time around can't really do anything. Molodo is covering. Chofu will not be able to find those things that he was hoping for. And with Simke and Brute Monster having the better guns, they better save those going into the next round, because this is Amco officializing a win after the end of the first part of Dust 2. Looking good, looking clean, making the right calls. Very interesting why nobody was contesting mid, or at least covering it. Neither Nemanja or Avian. Nobody of the short players was also there giving the extra information, and it's so important, especially when you're on the CT side, to not maybe contest, but at least have a couple of peeks. Try and see what is actually happening, because once you give mid control over to Amcal, they have a lot, or they have way more options, and this quite logically leads Zero Tenacity to their second tactical pause. And going back to the point that I was trying to make, when you're playing on the T side, we already saw the early combination of nades that we'll normally use. It's the smoke for doors and the molly for short, so that nobody goes in for a push. You get the early timing by being a little bit faster. You push and find the extra space towards lower tunnels, and from there, with all this control, you can actually either slow it down, see what is going to be the reaction coming out of Z10, and adapt based on it, or you can push through short and then hit the A bomb side. Split is also another possibility. Usually the split will happen through mid with the smoke for CT spawn, and then you hit the B bomb side, similarly to what Amco did in the previous round. But this will be the double up setup. Nemanja known for it on a map like this too. And he will look for the early duels. Now, Molodoi was covering. Smet once again looking for an early fight. Choffo Sims prepare. A couple of flashes, given extra space secure, but Choffos' reaction better to shut Smet down. Opening kill found by Z10. And once again, the mid control that I was talking about, taken by Amco immediately. 2-1-2 defensive setup. Wide one by Z10. Amco quite logically slowing it down. Still a lot of U2 available for Zero Tenacity, going deeper and deeper into the round. Kalish left on a solo mission to cut rotations. SMK waiting for a flash. Brute Monster plays behind him. Anti-flash position in case also Amco throw a couple of flashes. Confirmation made as Fade leads the entry fragger for Amco. Another flash deployed. Here comes the smoke for the cross. 3 people standing on shore, and I feel like Kalish will find his death in a couple of moments time unless he's not careful. Position spotted. AW finds a nice AEG. Zero Tenacity clearing out the short player means that they alleviate so much of the pressure, as now Molodoi and AW, the 2 big star players for Amco, will need to shine, will need to show what they're made of. AW playing around the smoke, waiting for a push. Chofu is covering his teammate, and as he finds the first, now they know where Molodoi is hiding. The Kazakhstanian Opa, 16 points of health. Doesn't have any util. Couple of really quick shots that will need to land if he wants to deny Zero Tenacity's third. And as they go in, they can just play the bodyguard system. Mr. President Chofu defuses the bomb. Molodoi with just a single kill, doesn't have the visibility and doesn't have his life anymore. Z10, well played retake. Diligently played more than anything. And they try to keep it as competitive as possible. Here we go once again. Economy looking stable for Amco until the end of this first half. Back to the AKs, back to the op. Boost given over to Molodoi, and he lands the shot. Avian is out. Wonderfully played situation by Amco. And those were the openings that I was talking about, even though it's Molodoi starting a little bit slower than what we are used to seeing out of the Kazakhstanian. Immediately Nemanja looking to adapt. Another round, we're going to be witnessing the double up setup. Small gap above the smoke. Deep incendiary. AW forced to wait. Kalash already taking full ton of control. Molly in case somebody waits behind. But this is Nemanja missing the flick shot. It's Fade. A little bit lucky to still be among us. Man advantage maintained by Amco. Another really wide defensive setup coming out of Zero Tenacity. The idea is straight. You leave Nemanja on a solo mission on that B bomb side, playing on an island. And you hope that it will be Amco going towards Brute Monster and Simke over towards the A bomb side. This could be a possibility. 45 seconds still for the T side to decide what they want to be doing. Flash given. Double smoke for the cross. This is all just a fake. It will be a hit through short. Molly, double smoke and a flash. And Smet goes in, clearing out Brute Monster. And that's a massive kill. That's such a great kill and such a wonderfully played situation by Amco. Look at the diligence, the awareness. They follow their protocols. They're not overlooking corners. Instead, they're placing their crosshairs, knowing how to peek, knowing how to clear out these type of really close duels. Chofu and Nemanja, sure 2 in the back, secured by the Serbian IGL, but it's still a 2-on-3. Both have defuse kits. Maybe there is an angle for Chofu to try if he picks up the kill, which it happens. AW and Mololoy. One from short, Mololoy on the opposite side of the map. Ninja defuse, that is not going to happen. A 0 tenacity, call this one off. Famco, 8-3, as we move into the final round of this first half.
Terrorists win.
Great clear out. We're going to see it in Stakes' replay. Everything started here with Mololoy reacting on time, shutting down Avian, and then this dude was just wonderfully taken by Smet. Semke had no chances in picking up a kill. Headshotted. Nemanja did his best to save that AWP for Z10 going into the final round. And as the second shot also landed, this is now Amcal creating a bit of a momentum for themselves, something that they want to do. They rely on starting nicely on the D sides. Nemanja. Oh, once again brought in play. Same gun for Brute Monster, and what a shot! Mololoy is out. Kalish still picking up the AWP means that Avian shall be careful. Flash dodge, and the reaction is good. The Kazakhstanian returns the blow. 1-for-1. Down to a 4 versus 4. 5-7 brought in play. Nemanja tries to play in between the gap that there is right now, and he will go in for another. His quick reactions good for a quick no scope, gets away untouched. Okay, finally a bullet that finds its mark. AW's reaction will be good to once again return the favor to 0 tenacity, but Nemanja keeps on catching his opponents off guard. Still a trade happening for Amco, and as men will get the bomb planted now. Chofu's his time to shine, but he doesn't spot anyone. Look at where AW is. Brute Monster will be caught off guard. He doesn't know. Spotted. Delete. Chofu now in for a clutch. 1-on-2. It's AW and Smed on the opposite side. Difficult position to be cleared out, but not when you're called Chofu. A defuse kit in place, so time is not his greatest opponent. Smed, can he do it? Can he put Amco over the finish line? And will be Chofu denying it. Incendiary for the deep corner. He needs to be really quick and precise with the shots. Smet is covering, gives away his position. Time is still on ticking, but not for Smet as he finds the final headshot. 9-3 for Amco. A dominant T side going over to the CIS team. 0 tenacity. I don't think that they can be quite happy with the 3 rounds that they found, but still, we have seen some really crazy comebacks. So whenever you're facing such a dangerous squad, you need to maintain your consistency, your concentration as you go into the second pistol round. Massive T side for AW. The only guy on Amcau's squad in the double digits. For 0 tenacity, it was Nemanja, but look at Avian. Still looking for his first kill. 13 rounds deep into this dust too. AW with the dualies. He loves placing himself inside lower tunnels. First one spotted. Couple of bullets traded between Chofu and his Fade. AW jiggle peeking. Looking for some information. Looking to see where somebody is going to try and go away. And Avian needs to be careful. The dualies could be quite deadly. And as he gets pulled out from lower tunnels, Kalish activates. AW and Mololoy will fall, which now means that Z10 has the man advantage. But for how long? As man will escape. Spotting 2, expecting for 0 tenacity to keep pressuring short. Immediate repositioning coming out of the Russian player. Z10 trapped inside short. Will slow it down. Nemanja holding on to the long position in case somebody goes aggressive, but this is not going to happen. The CT side doesn't have a defuse kit. They don't have any Kevlars, just one for Kalash, who also has a smoke zone. He needs to be the big hero if MK wants to take away a 7-round lead. Kalish will now start repositioning. 34 seconds ahead of 0 tenacity. And here they come. It's going to be the playthrough short. Smad looks for a couple of headshots, picking up the first. How many more can he find? Well, Asfede will still one away. And as Asfede picks up a second, Kalish finds the final kill. Amcal, 10-3, looking damn good on the CT side of Dust 2 as well. I am pleasantly surprised to see Amco in such good form. Kalash now enters the double digits. Met quite close to doing the same. Zero Tenacity will go all in. They don't have the additional financing coming from the bomb plan, as they didn't manage to find their way onto a bomb site. But if they accelerate, if they play together, maybe they can catch their opponents off guard. Dip Heiji straight into Chalfos's face, but doesn't take as much damage as I was expecting it to be doing. Nemanja down to 32, already in the red zone. Gives the Galil over to Chalfo. Triple smoke. And triple flash available for Z10. Kalash. Tucked in the corner. AW behind him. The B defenders, they will get tested. Smoke's prepared. Zero Tenacity with a chance to actually accelerate and play by pushing through that smoke. But instead seems like we'll just want to wait a tiny bit more. Amco have saved themselves a couple of seconds. Nemanja clears out under. He's gonna be sent on a solo mission. Avian has the bomb. And here they come. Zero Tenacity will look to activate soon. Smoke deployed. It's one for mid, one for doors. Avian enters. The Tech 9 deletes AW. Kalash will also fall. And that was the danger that I was referring to. Zero Tenacity accelerating. They love doing this on so many different maps. Usually doing much better on the T side as well. Molodoy lands a nice shot into Nemanja. Scout will not get denied. There isn't a defuse kit, so it has to be the full 10-second defuse if Amca wants to even contest. But judging by their positioning, it is not going to be the situation in this round. Bomb will explode, with which we might have a bit of a game. Let's see how much Zero Tenacity can take away from the round that they just secured, because we all remember how the first half started. With the team finding the pistol round, then immediately the trade given, blow returned. And even though it was Amco losing it, they did the exact same that Z10 just did on the T side. Then they secured the third, and from there onwards it was the domino effect, but leading Amco to a really good result on their T side. Now we'll need to do the exact same if they want to secure this time Dust 2, because we know that history tends to say that it's Zero Tenacity being the favorites coming into this one. Molodoy gets hit by the scout shot, but returns the favor to Brute Monster in what a way! Making his Balkan opponent lose his head. Nice AG on 3, deals some cheap damage. Zero Tenacity once again looking to pressure. Nemanja eats the nade once again, quite early, finds himself in the red zone. Nice AG as a response, but unfortunately for Zero Tenacity's leader, Kalash and Molodoy are still alive. Molodoy even repositions himself. Interesting mind games between the two sides, and Molodoy. What a wonderful play once again. Extremely sharp with those scout shots. We push through mid as Fade is prepared. Nice movement demonstrated by the Ukrainian. Even has the smoke for the molly. He will extinguish the fires. And stakes his odds. Still favoring Amco Esports, and how could they not be? This is the type of round that can make you or break you. In Zero Tenacity's case, it has to be Nemanja and Avian picking up the pieces and putting them back together. One found. Nemanja is still low on HP. Molodoy misses his third shot, but maybe the fourth is going to land. Avian, 89 points of health. Smet is covering from long. Him and his Kazakhstanian Opa can look to play together. AW is going to be covering from CT spawn. Nemanja comes in. Nemanja drops the bomb. He's out. Avian, 17 seconds, but forced to fall. And with it, Amco 11-4. What a round. Both teams keep on trading. And this is the exact same development to the one that we saw in the first half. But with the small difference that during the first part of this Dust 2, it was Amco getting away with the third round. Whereas here, it's actually once again them, but on the CT side. And this leads us to a null for Molodoy. This leads us to the availability of a Galil, of an AK for the CT side, as well as Fade says FAMAS and AW says M4, which means that Zero Tenacity in the opposite side have just the pistols and the single Galil. They go through the smokes, trying to push for taking long control. Smed falls back safely. Fade will cover up short, but Chofo, he has had enough of it. Goes for the push. Mac 10 spotted. Smed immediately deploys the incendiary. This will inevitably slow down Zero Tenacity. Heiji breaks open the smoke. We say goodbye to Chofo. Smed looks for the spray. Grabs one. Extra damage dealt. Simke with a P250. How much damage can he make? Well, quite a lot. Keeps on looking as Fade is still hiding. Catches the proper timing. Looks his opponents in the eyes. Brute Monster with one. But now it's Brute Monster who will also go down without a bit of a better fight. Amcow have the chance to close out Dust 2 in a dominant fashion. And more than anything, Hamcow have actually the chance to secure their very first map against Zero Tenacity. Remember what we discussed earlier. Historically, this iteration of Hamcow hasn't found any success. 13-11 on Dust 2 back in Series 15 in the playoffs. They still lost 0-2. In SL Challenger League Season 47, Zero Tenacity to hold them. In Advanced, Zero Tenacity to hold. In Res, a 3-0. And this could be it for Amcal. And look at the buy for Zero Tenacity. Once again, extremely scrappy. Once again, it's Amcal having the gun advantage. Control secured by Zero Tenacity. Monodoy is in a good spot, holding on with the AWP. Smet can cover from long as Fide just around the corner. Smoke for the cross, but this is all just fake. Counter flash, good. Nice timing, 65 seconds. Zero Tenacity looking to enter the A-bomb side. Molodoy misses the shot, looks to adapt, does so wonderfully. Nemani is already out. Chofo and Avian with the pistols looking to enter. Digo does a lot of damage as Fade is out. Free upgrade there for Zero Tenacity to grab. Instead, they will first plant the bomb. And this means that we're on for a retake. 4-on-4. Molodoy will reposition place from pit. AW through CT spawn. 10 seconds down, 30 more to go. Karash throws a quick flash. AW peeks. Plays from inside the smoke. Molodoy from the longer corner, but it's Chofo dealing the damage. Molodoy once again reacts on time. AW has dropped to 20 and now is out. But this Molodoy, who keeps on firing on all cylinders, and maybe it could be the Kazakhstanian Opa supported by his teammate Smed, but unfortunately for them, they're already out of time. So Z10 is going to survive the first map point, but 7 more to come their way. Quite the task ahead of Z10. First one dodged. Avian has picked up 3 kills, considering that a couple of rounds ago he didn't have any. And, well, Molodoy once again fires beautifully, securing the opener for Amcal. Kazakhstanian, I do believe that he might have an idea about Nemanius' positioning now that the smoke was thrown. Serbian plays with a Galil. 4-on-5, mid control once again taken. Has been in Zero Tenacity's is placed out. A must-take part of the map. It's slightly deeper in comparison to his previous positionings on long. The 2-3 standard setup out of Amcal, a default 1. The idea is that there is a bit of a gap in case somebody decides to go for a play through mid, but Tesfadi can quickly rotate, and this is exactly what he's doing. Let's see how quick Kalash can be. He spotted Nemani. We say goodbye to him. The FAMAS is still covering. Simke and Chofu will go down. Actually, excuse me, Chofu will go down. Simke a single point of hell, but as he gets around it, it will be Smed putting an end. Amcal managed to open up their march in Series 17 with a win. And more than anything, they secured the first map against Zero Tenacity, something that has not happened up until this point. They finally break the curse, and they fire back 13-5, but yet one more map coming our way as it is Zero Tenacity's pick of Anubis waiting around the corner. I am pleasantly surprised, but what I just witnessed. Wow, I'm losing my mind. That was a really interesting game. Props to Amcal for firing. Props to Amcal for adapting, especially on the CT side. I think that they had a wonderful CT side. They managed to react on time, keeping everything under control. Zero Tenacity tested them on several occasions. They managed to break open that B-bomb side in some of the situation, but it was still the Celias team coming out on top, and now the fight continues. The last time that these two teams faced each other on Anubis, it was a 13-0 in favor of Zero Tenacity. Is this going to be the case? Are we going to see a 2-0 this time around for Amco, or are we even going to see at least a more competitive Anubis? The answers to all these questions will come our way right after the short break. A relatively quick Dust 2 and Amcal striking first in our third best of 3 of the day, but now it's time to see Anubis, the map pick of Zero Tenacity, and arguably one of their very best maps. Yeah, probably not quite recently, but at least historically this has been one of the most dominant teams that we have ever witnessed, irrespective of tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 teams. They have been looking extremely solid on Anubis. If you judge by their 2024 performance, probably you're going to witness a bit of a change in the trend for this squad, picking up a little bit more Nuke, preferring it over Anubis, but I still feel like this is one of the best maps that we could possibly see for Zero Tenacity, which is not actually the case for Amcal. Yep, sure, a couple wins here and there, a couple of really nice W's, but is it going to be enough? Surely it was on Dust 2, but that was their map pick. And now onto a bit of an unknown territory, because the thing with Zero Tenacity is that they're extremely quick to react, irrespective of whether they're playing on the T side or the CT side. Their reactions, their aggressive style is usually what brings them a lot of success. They have been managing to break through quite a lot of defensive setups, and in my eyes at least, if Amcal want to find better results, they will still need to do a little bit better on the CT side and then show us what they're made of as Ts, because statistics have been showing that it's Amcal actually doing a little bit better on the CT side in the majority of the maps. But game is live, I'm gonna stop yapping and we're gonna see what the action has in store for us. Here we go, Z10. Starting on the CT side, Amcal looking to create a bit of a momentum for themselves. Smoke flash and a AEG together with a couple more Jutsu brought by Kalash. Let's see what the strategy is going to be. There are usually two ways in which the T's love playing these type of rounds. Either a straightforward B hit, or on some of the other occasions, early mid control. And they will be jumping through bridge as Fayday looking for the opener, and he grabs it. Jofu is out. Nemanja surrounded, has the support of Avian. So let's see how the duo will handle the pressure quite nicely. Double found by the IGL as he falls. This is a 3-on-3. Kalash 42 points of health, but it's AEW bring back the man advantage with Amcal. Brute Monster quickly deploying the smoke, but he's isolated courtesy to the smoke for Temple. AEW is mad. They need to be careful. Bomb crossed, and Brute Monster and Simke, they still don't have the idea where the bomb is headed towards. Simke will now start covering and clearing out the space. Reacts on time. Smed is out, and here comes Zero Tenacity having a better idea. Amcal will need to start running, and as they do, surely they will get to a bomb plant. Brute Monster doesn't want to be as quick as he can. Duel is in his hands. Kalash is covering. Bomb planted 40 seconds ahead of Zero Tenacity's duel. AW looking to pressure, and he deletes Brute Monster. Wonderful peek. Simke left all alone. A 1-on-2 clutch place from Pillar. Needs to isolate the duel. Spots the knee, but Kalash irresistible to finding the final kill, as it is his team striking first. Nice pickup. You saw the final peek. That was just so deadly. Straightforward one tab, and Zero Tenacity, will they go for a force bite? They didn't after they dropped the city side pistol on Dust 2. They look to do it once again, even though Anubis... Oh, that's a stab in the back for Chalfo. Okay, it happens, you know. Just playing with the USPs, a single graded pistol for Nemanja, so not really a lot for you to have going into the second round. But obviously, in the majority of the Anubises that Zero Tenacity plays, you'll pretty much always see them start on the CT side, because we know what the cliche is, that Anubis is a T-sided map, and surely the statistics are actually supporting this claim. And the matter of fact for Zero Tenacity has been that they usually start slowly, trailing with a couple of rounds in the early stages. They fight their way back to a 6-6, and from there onwards they start applying the early pressure, creating a momentum on the T side and getting away with usually the wins. Now, the very last time that these two teams faced each other in Anubis, as we already pointed out on so many different occasions, it ended up with a 13-0 for Zero Tenacity. Second map was much closer, was Dust 2. 13-11 in favor of Nemanja and his boys, but this time around a much more dominant Amcal. A team that just secured their first win against Zero Tenacity, and Kalash will be stabbing in his opponent's back. Smack 10 already picking up the extra cash. Smet will be stealing one away, but all that Amka wanted to do in this round has been completed. Brute Monster, last man standing. They look for him. There comes a confirmation. The USP kill will never come into play, as it is the CIS squad securing a clean one going into the third round. Yeah, nobody was covering. They got caught by Kalash's disappearance. Quick triple. 1800 additional cash going towards the CIS players' way. You can even see how Amcal don't really want to upgrade anything. They're going to be sticking to the triple Galil and double Mac 10 combination. Whereas Zero Tenacity, now it's time to see the M-Force. Avian and Nemanja. Excuse me, Avian Simke and Brute Monster this time around playing together. Nemanja is not going to join his teammates, instead covering middle, playing from one of his most favorite positions. Simke, a really solid anchor, especially when covered up by his teammates, looking to find the timing. Kalash already preparing the util. AW looking to enter through beacon. Spray doesn't see anyone, and it will catch Simke off guard. Well played so far by Amcal, but it's still Avian to try and respond together with Brute Monster. Rotations coming in quickly, pressure applied. Avian still holding on. A lot of mollies, and it will be AW falling, with which Zero Tenacity have managed to dance beautifully around the B-bomb side, led by Avian himself. A triple kill, make it a quad, and make it Zero Tenacity's first. Yeah, Amcal immediately calling for a tactical pause. They will regret it. Could have found another, but unfortunately they missed. Nemanja was dodged on mid. I saw the pressure AW with the early connector control. The spray was good. Simke was caught. Mollies were thrown, but they forgot about this really tight corner, about this ninja position from where Avian striked. There it is. We see it even on Stakes' replay. Avian tucked in the corner, not caught by the mollies. Right shoulder peek into another secured duel. Then it was Brute Monster taking as Fade Ace's attention away from the star player. And as Avian grabs a quick 4K, this is actually now a much better beginning of the map in comparison to what we saw on Duster. Remember that up until round number 13, it was Avian not having a single kill. Now already 4 in the back. Molodoi strikes with the Yop. Nemanja is out. Probably IGL was actually not expecting for his Kazakhstanian opponent to be having an AWP so early on. Chofu. Bit of a deeper corner. Simke also fishing in between the gap that there currently exists between the smoke. Smat breaks open that smoke, but nothing spotted. Canal's control secured by Amcal. A lot of space going over their way, which forces Zero Tenacity to reposition. Jofu will be left all alone on the A-bomb side. Let's see where Amcal decide to go. Util still looking quite good for Zero Tenacity. Monster is covering from behind. Here they come. It's going to be another B hit. Simke forced out of his position from behind pillar, and as Kalash finds one, Brute Monster and Avian strike back, make this a quick triple found by the B defenders. Smet still is in a position to actually lead his teammate over towards the opposite side of the map, and seems like this is exactly what the Russian will do. Small chance for the two last remaining Amcaus players to pull this one off. You can see how Chofu is getting closer and closer to his opponents, but will need to push through the smoke, still not going for the move. Smet and Molodoi can slow it down. And as the information has been provided, let's see how good the Russian-Kazakhstanian duo can be. Smet, left shoulder peeking, placing his crosshair nicely to pick up Brute Monster's Assad. Molodoi is covering with the Yop. They nearly lined up. That's Chofu out. That's Avian looking for it. But as Kazakhstanians, a shot misses. The Glock will not quite be enough. Avian 19 points of health. Still with a small chance. Knows that his opponent doesn't have a lot of HP. But the big problem is the lack of a defuse kit. Taps the bomb. He's already out of time. He knows it. And even though he's going to win the duel against Smet, even though it's a clutch, it is not going to be Zero Tenacity's rounds. Amcal, they survive as they get ahead in the round lead. 3-1. Not bad. Avian immediately picking up the M4, the Kevlar with the helmet, and the Ufuse kit. Enough money, considering that the loss bonus is only 2400. Maybe right now Zero Tenacity are considering a bit of a buy. You have two options, either fully invest or just save whatever they have and play around Avian's Hero M4. Amcal. It was quite an expensive round. They reacted properly. Good adaptations. It could have been a little bit cleaner had Molodoy landed the second shot. But obviously nobody's perfect. People will miss from time to time. Even those, in theory, easier shots. Flash given. Mid-space already taken by Amcal. AW. He's the type of guy that absolutely loves getting away with beacon control. Crucial part of the map. Especially for the T side. You know that in comparison to some of the other maps, Anubis is quite bigger than maps like Inferno. Maybe even to a certain extent like Mirage. Definitely bigger than our previous favorite Vertigo and AW. Mac 10 in hand, the lead Simke, which is going to lead Amcal to hitting that B-bomb side. Chofu and Nemanja looking for a bit of an adaptation, looking for a bit of a reaction, and SAW keeps on pushing. He will spot in the lead Brute Monster as well. Avian in the flames, finds one, goes out, and the bomb is planted once again. Smet is covering, someone pushes, that's Chofu. We say goodbye to Nemanja. Chofu will pick up a kill, could eventually get away with a better gun. There comes the save of the Galil. Avian with his M4 is gonna start running away. AW chases, nearly $600 more secured by the Russian, but as Avian survives, this will be Zero Tenacity trying to somehow save their economy from getting destroyed. Not the biggest of losses for Amcal if they drop AW's Mac 10. Svede and Kala are still having the Galeos. Probably those are gonna get dropped to some of the fallen guys, but as the bomb explodes, Amcal try to create a bit of a momentum already with a 3-round lead. Nice cover up by Amcal. I really like the fact how diligent they remain in those post-plan scenarios. Knowing their corners, knowing how to clear them out, not forgetting about doing so. Always quite important, especially when you're facing such a well-structured team like Zero Tenacity, who knows how to handle high-pressure moments and situations. And talking about high-pressure moments, a double-man push coming out of Simke and his teammate. Already standing quite deep. They need to be careful because Svede has a chance to punish those. Nemanja gets caught by the flash, but can return the favor by picking up the kill. And as he does, he's also going to be able to survive the fall back. No responses coming out of Amcal. PP Incendiary to slow them down. And who else than Nemanja to keep playing aggressively? Behind the door he stands. Molodoy looking to make a move. His teammate behind his back, but the flash setup is wonderful. Great level of coordination between Nemanja and Avian. Kalash, the next Kazakhstanian, continues the spray, knows where his opponent is hiding, and picks up not only one, but two. 40 seconds on the clock. Chofu immediately repositioning. Bird Monster burning in the flames. Here comes the peak, and that's Kalash dropping. That was the bomb carrier. And an important kill goes Zero Tenacity's way. Brute Monster, can he find some extra space? No, he cannot. Falls. Simke picks up one. Smet manages to get away with his life, but with only 22 seconds, I don't think that it's a doable 1-on-2 clutch. Maybe Smet has some magic left in his backpack and will need to use this if he wants to secure it, but seems like it will be Zero Tenacity getting away with the round. Second one on the board. They even pick up the AWP to have it going into the 7th round, and a really good defense. Props to Nemanja for catching the initial timing. The initial push didn't pay its dividends, but it was the IGL holding on to his position. Kalash tried to return the blow by picking up a nice double, but from there onwards, everything fell apart. No money left. There's Mololois's Hero AK. Barely any Jutsu in Amkaus's hands. Because he's just a flash. Zero tenacity, as you can see by the playstyle, they love putting 3 people on the B-bomb side. And it's Nemanja going down. Okay, Molodoi making a lot of work with his AK. At this moment, Brute Monster will need to relocate. Chofo has to do the same. They need to create a bit of a trap if they want to neutralize Amkau. Big problem is the lack of Jutsu, but Kalash has picked up on M4. Brute Monster looks to go in, playing aggressively, reacts on time. We say goodbye to a Svede Heiji. That shall deal some more damage. There it is. Smet down to 60. Flash used nicely so that both Kalash and Smet can make the cross. The Deagle, the nice shot for a chance. Kalash picks up Simki as well on the way inside at A bomb side. And as the C4 explosive gets planted, Molodoi will not allow for Brute Monster to find anything more. And just out of nowhere, it is actually Amkau sitting around the way with a Hero AK in Molodoi's hands. Double kill for the Kazakhstanian. One for Kalash. A wonderful one take out of Smets's Deagle. And this is so deadly for Zero Tenacity, or at least could be. You're going to be out of money once again. Remember what we have been discussing in some of the previous casts, how difficult it is for the CT side to properly construct its economy in CS2. It's not only the fact that you need to keep on winning rounds, but it's also how you win those. If you lose more than 2 people, you would in any case be forced to reinvest. And the bonuses that you get from either defusing the bomb or securing rounds by shutting all your opponents down is not the same as the one Amkau gets. And now this will get replicated. 2400 loss bonus, a single M4 save by Avian, and this is all that Z10 is going to be playing with. Early smoke for deep main. Standard Yuto deployed by Amkau so far. Bit of a trap. Kalash. Oh, spots the barrow. Keeps on spraying. Avian so low and gets away with his life. Man, I don't really know how Avian is still alive. Heiji thrown. Burns in the flames. Semani and Brute Monster fall. Chofo will pick up a nice trade, but it's now a 1-on-2 ahead of Zero Tenacity's his final remaining player, and as his Fade activates, as quickly as that, it is Amkau clearing out the B-bomb site and getting away with another. Z10 now calling for the first tactical timeout. Kalash, yeah, he spotted quite a lot of players. AW made Avian burn in the flames. Quick triple picked up by the Russian. And as Fade was still covering for Molodoi, this turned into a 6th for the CIS team. Another good beginning of the map for AW. 9 and 5, Kalash with 9 as well. Forcing Z10 to take those extra 30 seconds to talk things through to make sure that everything goes smoothly in round number 9. Because otherwise it could easily turn into not only a 7-2 but also an 8-2. And then we're talking about a repeat of the first half of Dust 2, where it was Amkau getting away with a 9-3 scoreline. Brute Monster. Sort of though, Molodoi needs to be careful and he gets caught. Small moments of overconfidence can lead you to these type of situations. Ash, Kamoli thrown. Simk knows where his opponent is hiding. The reason why there is smoked right now. Spots the Heiji, eats it in the face. A Molly that shall force Simk to throw the smoke so that he can extinguish the flames. Quick Heiji, but the Svede didn't make the most out of it. Smith and AW in the meantime getting full beacon control, and it's going to be a wrap-up for the B-bomb side. Zero Tenacity realizes what is about to happen, so Brute Monster put in a good position. Simk now repositions, spots the barrel, keeps on spraying, doesn't find a kill. There comes the first Met trades, low on HP he is, gets surrounded, and Zero Tenacity managed to adapt on time. It's Fade left without anything. The good news is that he at least has the bomb in his backpack. And the bad news is that there are 4 more remaining players and 0 tenacity. They managed to find a third. Good job out of the Balkan squad. Manning with the opener onto Molodoi, expecting the peak. Then right here, probably it could have been Simke grabbing the double. But Avian was also covering due to the fact that it was a rotation coming in earlier. Good communication between the Balkan players. And immediately, it's MK responding with a tactical timeout on their own. Molodoi. Oh, wow. Well. Okay, yeah. He resold it for just a second. I thought, like, could this be possible? Or he's just messing with us? But in any case, I mean, Amco at this point are not really satisfied with 6 rounds. They want at least 8. If they get to 8, probably we can talk about a good T side. But maybe if you're facing 0 tenacity, you want more than 9. And I know that this is a little bit of a too order to ask for. But what you're facing, probably one of the best teams on Anubis worldwide. So why not try to make the most out of your T side? And this is what I was referring to. Molodoi. Hero Op brought in play. Couple of upgraded pistols for the remainder of Amkaus' squad. And it's once again the good old default setup. A 2-1-2 for 0 tenacity with Brute Monster covering from A main in case somebody goes towards him. And it could be Molodoi if he's not careful. The first person who fell in the previous round now needs to be the hero and the driving force. Another slow start for the Kazakhstanian. But once he gets the ball rolling, this is where you can be really afraid from MK. AW spotted, aggressiveness shut it down. Simke holds on. Kalash looks for his moment. A lot of base splits coming out from MK. Something that they love doing. 0 Tenacity's latest response have also been quite nice, with the 3 units being put on the B bomb side. You see where Molodoi currently stands. Good off angle. He will finally make his move. Oh, spots the shoulder and the leads Avian. First one in the books for Amkau. Nemanja second guessing himself, thinking about joining his teammates over towards the B-bomb side, but instead fall back and play with Brute Monster. Good move by the Serbian IGL. Simke now can go for a move on his own. Clears out Molodoi. The confirmation has been given. Brute Monster with a quick and easy kill onto Smad. And from here onwards, it will be Asfede and Kalash trying their damn hardest to at least get to a bomb plant. Brute Monster prepared with a HG that catches the Ukrainian and which shuffles his final kill. This turns into 0 tenacity, standing 2 rounds away from tying it up at 6-6, now stabilizing the CT side and creating a lot of problems ahead of the CIS squad. Nice pick up by Molodoi, but from there onwards it was 0 tenacity showing better coordination. Communication flowing. They were giving the information to one another, adapting, and right now, have a look at that. Sure, it's a bit of a full buy coming out from Mamcow, but not one of the cleanest nor most beautiful ones we have ever witnessed. Double Galil, double AK, utility lacking here and there. Flash given. Bit of a check with the deep smoke for stairs. This is usually what CT side is going to be doing in these type of circumstances. Brute Monster and Nemanja put under pressure, but they hold on. We say goodbye to Asfede and to Molodoi as well. Aggression is the name of the game usually for Z10, as they like doing on the CT side, but sometimes they get overconfident, still having a lot of units playing around the map. Brute Monster is covering the A-bomb side. Simke will slowly start rotating away as he wants to check what is happening towards middle. MK following their playstyle. Not cheating, not deciding to do anything different, but instead it's once again a B hit. And you follow your senses, which tell you that if you want to break through 0 tenacity's defensive setup, well, you better do it towards B. And so far, this has been the right call. One down, Simke and Brute Monster. They have defuse kits. They'll probably be looking for the fights. Simke will do that, throwing the deep incendiary, but the counter molly is good so that Amcal can buy some extra seconds. And now that they throw the proper molly in the right moment, this will force Z10 to actually go back and save. Okay, Amcal getting to a 7th, and seems like up until the end of their T side, they're gonna be following their playstyle, which is just to constantly hit that B-bomb side. We've seen quite a few A hits, some plays through middle, but overall this has been round after round. Amcal getting or trying to secure Canal's control, then wrapping it up with a couple of players entering through Beacon and somebody playing from behind Arch. Not bad, not bad. I mean, 7 rounds is good, but as we discussed, again, 0 tenacity, you need at least 8. Final round of the first part of Anubis. Couple of AKs with a Mac 10 for AW. A player who loves playing with the SMGs. Smet. Corpus control. Established. Counter molly deployed, even an incendiary, which shall allow for both Simke and Avian to go for the push that we're seeing right now. The reason why Nemani is spraying is to stop someone to peek out of bridge, but this is not going to happen. Simke at least finds the trade. 0 tenacity now forced to pull Simke away from Canals. If Amco are slowing it down, this is going to pull them into such a good position, because look at what is happening now. Due to the fact that they found a bit of a gap, they managed to find the first, and still with the trade, this is actually a bit more problematic for 0 tenacity due to the fact that their B defenders are isolated, and they either need to push through the smoke or they need to remain static, which is going to be option number 1 selected by 0 tenacity. Grabbing some extra information means that Brute Monster has alleviated some of the pressure, and as he strikes, no trade happening for Amcal. Man advantage now with the Balkan squad. Another shot spotted by Smet, throwing the util, but look at where Molodoy and where the bomb is right now. Smet is just playing it as a bait. He's trying to force 0 tenacity to come his way. Brute Monster, for how long can he survive? Keeps on dancing around the smoke. Quick shot through the smoke that will miss its mark, and with the molly being sent toward Chafu, this is now Kalash's chance to strike and to shine. Picks up the first, but Simke holds on. Smet will find a nice kill. Molodoy's time to react is right now. Plays the bomb, baits it, and Nemanja is a dead man. Brute Monster, 14 points of health. With an AWP, we have seen quite a lot of clutches coming out of the monster himself, but not today, not in a 1-on-2, as this is Amcal getting to an 8 for a half. Overall, a good T side for the CIS team. Kills equally distributed, as now both teams are going to switch sides, and this is where the true struggle begins for Amcal. This is where they will need to show resilience, they will need to show stability, and they will need to show that they have learned their lesson since the last time that they faced 0 tenacity on Anubis. At this point, surely know that it's not going to be an 0-13. Still, we haven't seen a win from Amcal on Anubis against 0 tenacity. The moment set up inside main. Smet and AW peeking out a beacon. Kalash has been given some space, and Eski strikes. Those are the dualies delivering the first 2 kills. Now they can reposition as Fade is in a good position. Molodoy misses his first shot, but Eski activates, will get pressured, picking up an instant double, make it a triple, and make it a flawless pistol round for Amcal. Wonderfully played. The early setup with the 2-man push through main with a setup given by the player playing from the side with the flash, Kalash activating on the dualies, then Molodoy with an instant double, and well, now 0 tenacity. Their economy still not delivering what they're hoping for, which are the better guns. Forced to play another pistol round. Early aggression once again. You can see how Amcar trying to keep it as fast-paced as possible. AW already taking full Canal's control. Molodoy gives the incendiary. That's a much different style compared to what we were seeing back in the days from DMS. Adaptations, they know that they need to remain proactive. That they need to remain moving around the map. Is Fade there to support his teammate? First line of fire there as Fade spotted. Molodoi now to activate with a FAMAS Brute Monster, never clearing out the short corner. And as the duo of Amkau combines, this is as quickly as that. Simke left all alone. Just a pistol, so probably soon he's gonna be falling, joining the rest of his teammates, with which Amkau is going to be the first team entering into the double digits. 10-4, now a comfortable lead. But I don't think that it's quite suitable for us to use the word comfort when you're finding ourselves on Zero Tenacity's map pick. 3 rounds away is the CIS squad from securing a 2-0. A surprising 2-0 considering the history behind those. Remember that up until the earlier Dust 2 that we saw, it was actually Zero Tenacity winning each and every map against Amka, or as they were called back in the days, DMS. Let's see. First significant obstacle coming the CT's way. Stakes his odds, replicating the success of Amkau, making them the favorites. Let's see for how long. As Fade and Kalash will go in for a push, but Brute Monster this time around was prepared. Still as Fade maintains his aggressiveness. Flash given by Molodoi, and as Fade shines with a quick double, the duelist will deliver the triple as the Ukrainian keeps on dancing. Chofo looks for the punish, he grabs it to secure a one-on-one against Smed. The Russian on the opposite side of the map. Does Chofu realize that? I think so. He needs to have the confirmation. Smed down to 56 points of health. Doesn't have a defuse kit, but has smoke. Sees the molly. Bomb will get planted. Chofu, who else than him to deliver it? Maybe another player could have been Brute Monster, but he failed in his attempt. Chofu, looking at the right direction, knows where Smed is going to be playing from. The Russian gave away the sound cue. And it will come down to the reaction. It will come down to the quickness, to the ninja play. Smed is trying to find an angle, but look at where Chalfo is. Like a lion, looking to strike, looking to bite, and looking to be the king as he is. Saves Zero Tenacity and delivers them the clutch in the 5th round. A really important situation going over to Z10, considering that it's still a really big lead for Amkau. And a tactical timeout. Final one for the CIS squad. A really well played pistol round. Aggressiveness maintained in round number 14. With his Fade and Molodoi combining so that they can shut them all down. But even though they tried, even though it was his Fade popping off after his teammate fell. You're gonna see it in Stakes' replay. Look at that. Couple more bullets left. Picks up the kill onto Avian. Pulls off the dualies. Had a smoke, but unfortunately it was Chelfo being a little bit quicker and having the gun advantage. And then it was Chelfo outsmarting Smed to now put Amkau in a really uncomfortable position. Molodoi with the alligator. 2 M4s, 2 SMGs. Not a lot, but at least something. I'm curious where Molodoi is going to be playing from, because there are different ways in which you can utilize this alligator. Most players prefer to play it from inside beacon. Some others are placing themselves from Molodoi currently stands, but the big problem is if you throw a molly to counter it. Smed counters with a lovely spray, picking up a double. AW with an SMG reacts to find one and maintain the man advantage with Amkau, but for how long, as we have the duo of Temani and Simke to fight it out for Z10, and there it is. It's a tie. It's fading Kalash against Temani and Simke. Bomb planted, 2-on-2 retake is on. Kalash is looking to take the early extra space. Smoke on the bomb. Denies the visibility. Smekey has repositioned to pick up his Fade, and now it's Kalash's time to shine. Not a Kalashnikov, but an M4, but an AK in the hands of Simke, who looks to deny it. Will come down to the timing. Kalash is looking. He's already running out of time. Needs to run. Picks up the first. Has a smoke on his own. Deploys it. Picks up the bomb, and Nemanja is out. But does Kalash has enough time? I do believe he is. It will be a really close defuse, but in the end of the day, the Kazakhstanian will pull it off. Amkau saved by the other Kazakhstanian in the squad. A massive reaction coming out of Kalash to now put Zero Tenacity on the back foot, and their money not quite stable. I mean, sure, they're going to be able to afford an 8K, probably a second one and a third one, but utility is going to be quite limited, and this could be the ticket for Amcal to secure a 12th and a couple of map and match points. Z10 backs against the wall, and the spray works. Simk will not find the second. Kalash still holding on. 16-8. A great Anubis. So Choffo is caught with an 8 in hand. Flash is good. Kalash tried to dodge it, but unfortunately it was his opponent being a little bit quicker than what he was hoping for. Molodoi will still go for a move. Choffo is in a bit of a deeper position. Control secured by Z10. Footsteps heard. Smet reacts. That's one. The SMG now will be put under some more pressure, and Smet falls. This is an empty bomb site now for Z10 to work with. Molodoi still strikes from behind Choffos' back, and we're once again gonna be witnessing a 2-on-2. While in the previous it was Nemanja and Simke, this time around Avi and Brute Monster. Both of them looking quite stable in terms of the fragging department. As the Serbian is making a move onto the Kazakhstanian opponent. The jumping Mac 10 will do it against Molodoi, but it's a Sfede. The last representative of Amcal with an SMG taps the bomb, spots the player. I'm not really sure what actually happened there. Surely he had an idea, or at least spotted where one of the two last remaining D players were, but in the end of the day, what matters most for Z10 is whether they win the round, and as they do, this is now Amcal with just 1900 loss bonus, probably forced to go for an investment. Yeah, they can save, but it's not going to be a lot of money entering their bank accounts. So I'm not really sure whether I'm a huge fan of seeing them go for just the pistols. Probably there is a bit of an idea with Molodoi having $2,950 in his bank account. But this is a chance for Zero Tenacity to at least try and make it a little bit more competitive, because so far it was Amcal outplaying them and Amcal looking like the better squad. Flash play doesn't work out, so now the Galil will strike. A quick quad kill found by the IGL of Zero Tenacity. And it will be Nemanja picking up the ace. Okay, let's see. Back to the better guns now for Amcal. Up, couple of M4s, 2 FAMASs. Z10 at least stabilized their economy, which was looking a little bit down in the dust a couple of rounds ago when it was Kalash pulling off the 1 versus 2 clutch. Maybe not as massive of a win as I initially thought. Let's see, this could be it for Amcal. Getting to a map and match point could be meaningful for them, considering the history behind these two teams. And have a look at that. It's the exact same setup up until this point that we're seeing out of Amcal, in comparison to the one that Zero Tenacity were utilizing on their CT side. Smoke's deployed. Amcal looking to fish for something. The reason why they're putting a player so deep inside A main. Molodoi and Sfede will combine their efforts in peeking out towards mid. Hopes that they're gonna spot someone and gather some extra information. Smoke for B deployed. Counter Yuto looking good for AW, but it's still Simke getting full control over B. Con AW down to 22 points of health. Nemanja makes a move, and as he grabs the first headshot, Avian will also join the party, finding one as quickly as that. All the B defenders are deleted, with which Molodoi is forced to save that AWP. Z10 plant the bomb, and they're still alive, still moving towards the tie. Couple rounds away from it, but have a look at what is going to be left in the bank accounts of Amcal. Apart from the AWP, absolutely nothing. Even with the lost bonus, it's not going to likely be enough for them to go for a bit of a better buy. They're already out of tactical timeouts. And let's not forget that Zero Tenacity also had a bit of a good beginning of this 2025 season.
Terrorists win.
Out of the last best of threes that they played, or at least those that they played since the beginning of 2025, they've actually secured the majority of those, dropping only 2 maps, which is a really good track record. 1-2-0 against Sashi, 1-2-0 against ITB, and they dropped a map to Spirit Academy and Iberian Soul. Now they dropped another against Amcal, but let's see whether they will at least try to make it as even as possible. Quick HG that lands on top of AW. Molodoi is in a good position, but he doesn't see anything up until this point. Jump peeking into the orb in the hands of Brute Monster, and as Avian enters, he's gonna be given one more smoke. The spray is good. We say goodbye to Molodoi. Nemanja makes his Fade burn in the flames, and with the damage onto AW, he gets deleted. Bomb once again planted. Money secured. Side secured. Kalash picks up the orb as an exit point, so he better runs if his team wants to have something better going into the next round. And there it is, Zero Tenacity on 2-9th. That's the late activation that we're talking about, and the reason why they actually started on the CT side. They are a team that looks to find as many rounds as possible early on when playing as counter-terrorists, and then by applying the extra pressure, by trying to break their opponents' setups, is how Zero Tenacity usually bounces back and makes it back into a tie, at least in the majority of cases. On Anubis, on a lot of occasions, they also manage to get away with a win. With a reason, one of the very best teams that we have in the world on this particular map. On to round number 21. I'm playing with the better guns. 2-2-1 setup out of Amcal. Fade and Molodoi once again playing together, hoping that it will be Zero Tenacity going for a mid push, but it says Molodoi fishing, and as he spots, he deletes. Brute Monster is out. Chofu has lost nearly half of his HP bar. Nemanja is usually the aggressive mid player, the one that tries to find the responses through mid aggression. This time around, he will get denied due to the really deep smoke deployed by Amcaus' Opa. He played the initial default setup nicely. You've wasted quite a lot of time already. Down to 60 seconds ahead of Zero Tenacity to make a move. Kalash and his Fade trying to get aggressive. They need to be careful. Jofu stands on the opposite side, ready to react in case he spots someone, and Amka will actually slow it down. Smoke for main given. Think about going for a bush. And here it is. It's Fade. Oh, Barrow spotted. Simke reacts. One secured. Heiji to break open the smoke. Kalash will need to find at least a multi if he wants to give some extra seconds. First one there, make it a double. Switches to the other end for not enough bullets though. Avian somehow surviving 18 points of health. And Nemanja coming out from mid. Molodoi. Is he going to be expecting a mid player to be there? He shall be, considering that this is in Nemanja's playstyle, but AW is covering, so with the quick checkup, with the quick peek, he's going to find Zero Tenacity's IGO and Avian too low on HP to even have an actual impact, and there it is. Amcal are going to be securing a 12, putting themselves one round away from closing out the best of 3 with a clean 2-0, something that has never happened when they have faced Zero Tenacity. Final tactical timeout probably that we will see in this BO3. Zero Tenacity still with a chance to make it even, to make a comeback. But Amka, what a response. Molodoi here with the initial peak, catching Brute Monster. And while Fede made a bit of an overconfident move, it was Kalash covering with the M4, one bullet away from shutting down the turret as well. AW was already on the rotation. He caught Nemanja off guard, and right here, unfortunately, Avian was out of points of health to have an actual impact. Op still given over to Brute Monster. Avian with 16. Simke as well with the exact same amount of frags. Nemanja looks solid even though he has a negative KD. He can pick up one, and he's going to have a neutral. Chalfo, 12 and 12. So overall, kills are equally distributed among all players. Kalash shining a little bit on top with 18. But a golden chance for Amcal. Three-1-1 setup. And a push coming out of both Smet and AW that gets stopped, but not for Smet. He's actually still gonna be going for the move, not spawning anyone. And knowing that there used to be a player inside Beacon means that Amcal needs to be damn careful if they want to hold on. Good reactions, a lot of damage given over to AW. He smokes for main, but Molotov cannot really make a move with the counter util thrown by Zero Tenacity. Kalash goes in, and Chofu deletes him. Once again, it's an Amcal player opting to go for a push and getting caught in the process. Brute Monster, they nearly lined up for him. One more shot could be necessary for another as Molodoi grabs one. This is not going to be enough, and Sveti and Smet on the opposite side of the map. Now only the Ukrainian left in his solo mission, in a solo quest, a 1-on-3, but Nemanja is covering from middle, left shoulder peek into a headshot, into a first saved map and match point by Zero Tenacity. Since the economy is still stable, it will be Amcal going for another buy. Zero Tenacity. They will need to work their way around the op on the opposite side. Util quite limited here and there, but still some smokes, flashes, and incendiaries available. Well, sprays, and there comes the first adaptation made. As Kalash sent to play from inside middle, and Molloy is sent to be the A anchor. AW once again thinking about a push. There it is, given a flash. Avian surely knows what is happening right now. Falls back. Ooh, the spray could have been enough. A lot of pressure applied. AW once again in the red zone so early on in the round. Nobody falling is actually a pure surprise, and maybe even pure luck for both Amcal and Z10. Util baited. Amcal are trying to remain as proactive as they can. That push spotted by Simke's spray, as Fade will still go in, trying to make a move. Smith thinking that it's actually a second player, and the fake is not going to catch Zero Tenacity off guard. Molly by Simke, once again, it's him standing inside Beacon. The Bosnian player holding on to this part of the map. AW 18 with a 5-7. Smet, full points of health. Nearly 91, quite healthy. But it's Zero Tenacity looking to enter towards the opposite side of the map. It's a play for A. It's Kalash there with an SMG. And Molodoi playing from behind. His teammates is back. And as the SMG strikes, this is not going to be the double. Molodoi burning in the flames, neutralized. The Oppo needs a wave, probably forced back and to be saved as Zero Tenacity plants the bomb. And ladies and gents, we're going to be going all the way one more time to the full 24 rounds that are going to be required. Z10 putting up a fight. Trying to stay alive, trying to somehow survive against the pressure of their opponents. 12-9, Amcal felt the taste of victory. But you not only need to feel it, you need to also grab it, as Molodoi grabs a second, but the op has been lost. Smet will retrieve one on his own after picking up a kill onto Brute Monster. And let's see, on to the final round of regulation. Money now with the op getting saved, looking solid. The AWP in the hands of Molodoi. Zero Tenacity will have one given over to Brute Monster. AK is good. U2 even better. And let's see whether it's going to be a 13-11 or an OT required between these two. Smoke for the right side of site. Nobody's still committing. Once again, 3 people defending the B-bomb side. Smet not spotted by the HG. 0-10. Applying the early pressure. But this is not going to pay any dividends. Kalash once again sent back to play from the A-bomb side. Simki and his Fade together on mid. Zero tenacity will pressure. Now this part of the map, still quite a lot of nades available. Molodoi receives a HG, spots one and grabs it. Root Monster trades though, so it's still Zero tenacities is Opa alive, but the same is not the situation for Amcal, as Fade will join Kalash. But all the players are isolated, standing on islands right now. Zero tenacities is mid control, definitely creating a lot of problems ahead of Amcal. And as Chofu enters, soon the smoke is going to fade. He's looking for the elevated corner. Kalash, can he react on time? Instead it's Chofu shutting one down, keeps the spray going. Smet through the smoke is not going to be able to grab anything up until this point, but this is still a man advantage for Z10. They have secured the A bomb side. And surely we're going to be going to an OT. Surely this feels like the extra rounds needed. We don't have a defuse kit for neither Smed or AW. Is the Russian playing with an SMG? Will pick one up. Chofu, not really sure why he was not covering a main. Smed with an AK. Maybe they're looking to make something out of this 2-on-3. And surely they're now having a chance. Simk, last man standing too low on points of health. Smed keeps the spray going. He's trying to dance around the pillars, but it's Simk. Pulls it off for Zero tenacity. 12-12 as the clutch is on. And the OT as well. Well, a moment for us to take a break, just breathe freely, reset, and go all in once again. I'm Cal. 3 map points lost. And not only map points, but match points as well. They get 0 tenacity on their map pick, which is none other than Anubis. Avian spots the early aggressiveness. Counter util, just scratches his Fade A. I feel like the big problem for Amcal has been the reactions during the mid parts of the rounds. They've been a little bit slow to adapt. You have been caught in their aggressiveness in those pushes that, for example, as Fade was trying to go for. AW not the same success rate as the one we saw on Dust 2. The CT side has been difficult. Remember that it was an 8-4 half, as now it's once again Simk securing Beacon. AW likely pushed away from the molly. Instead, he decides to play in between the gap that there currently is. Will he go for a spray? I mean, he can, but he misses the timing. There's now 0 tenacity. Interested in securing Canal's control. It goes their way. Nemanja, courtesy to the double smoke setup that he threw. Now he's gonna get away with mid control as well. Maybe they were gonna leave their IGL behind so that he can cut rotations, because Molodoi has been cut out of the A bomb side. And here they come. 0 tenacity accelerates the pace, applies the pressure as Fade is out. Kalash drops, and now the op of Brute Monster will land another shot, with which AW remains all alone. 2 people low on points of health, but it's an op covering. It's Shofu with an AK and Nemanja, as we discussed, looking to activate if needed. But AW will just run away, with which Z10 are gonna secure another 4 consecutive for the Balkan team. We can't really say that it has been one of the most methodical approaches we have witnessed out of these two teams. It definitely has been a little bit messy, a little bit chaotic. On Dust 2, we're seeing a lot of the roleplay between them, you know, with Amcal making a move, Zero Tenacity reacting, but then Amcal adapting a little bit better. Whereas right here, since the beginning of Zero Tenacity's CCT side, it has been them setting up the pace, them playing around sim cases, timings of the HGs, of the mollies, of the smokes, with him getting beacon control and pushing AW either away from beacon or into a fight, into an unfavorable fight. And also the adaptations that we have been seeing out of Amcal haven't been the greatest. Smet not moving from his position. Evian gonna need to clear this one out. The spray not too far away from Smet. Now look at Simke. He has been crucial for the success of Z10. Usually Amcal struggle whenever AW has slowed down. And whenever AW is not able to pick up the early kills. Remember that apart from Molodoi and Asfede, who are somewhat of clear entry fraggers or space openers, it is also AW's aggressiveness that usually leads Amcal to success. And Samke is gonna get traded. AW. Those were the kills that I was talking about. Molodoi is covering with the AWP. Nemanja left shoulder peeking into a lost duel, as now it is Amcal having the man lead. Let's see for how long Smet spots the bullets through the smoke, and as he grabs the kill onto Avian, Brute Monster and Chalfo, actually Chalfo only, will need to create some magic. 35 seconds without having the C4 explosive and any map control. This is surely already a lost cause. And we're going to be headed over towards the tie. 13-13. A lot of trades. That was the tendency during the first parts of this Anubis. During the initial couple of rounds on Dust 2. One. Could it be enough for Amcal on their CT side? I mean, if they grab a second, probably even better. And here we go, one last time, for this first part of our first OT. Molodoi, set up by Asfede. Goes in for a quick peek. This time around, nobody looking for a fight for Zero Tenacity. Simk quite close towards the wall once again. Really surprised of the passiveness demonstrated by Amcal. Probably looking to make a late move. There it is, but AW gets caught. Spray not enough against Smed. HG that will not find anything. Interesting responses coming out of Amcal. Those later peeks into the duels were actually not quite beneficial, because right now you're the one who needs to adapt, and probably at some point it has to be a player on the side of Amcal making a move, going for play for an information that has to be gathered, because otherwise you're going to be playing from the dark. Smet right now is left on a solo island, and this is where Zero Tenacity are headed. It's going to once again be a B hit. Brute Monster looking with the AWP, fishing for a kill, and he grabs kind of a big fish. That's Met down. Molodoi will start rotating, but he cannot really take the short path. He needs to go around the world. Kalash is gonna be really late together with his fade. A bomb shall get planted in any case, and with it going down, the retake is on. Diffuse gets available. A single flash in the back pocket of Kalash. And Molodoi, who needs to shine. But can he do it? It's Zero Tenacity covering, firing from all angles as Brute Monster picks the body of his Fade. Kalash and Molodoi 2-on-4. Is it too tall of a task to ask from the young Kazakhstanian Oppa? First reaction is good, but the second will never come and play. Zero Tenacity grab 2 on their T side, and this is where they will need to find 2 more if they want to close out their map pick and send us onto the 3rd and final map. Amco now finding themselves on the better of the 2 sides. Economy got reset, so back to having the better pistols, and immediately it's actually Z10 straightforwardly calling for their only tactical timeout. Let's see how this one will play out. Curious what the conversation is right now, because they were definitely looking much better as terrorists in comparison to what they demonstrated on the CT side. The scoreline replicates it. But Amco have slowed down. Amco haven't had one of the greatest CT sides. AW has kind of dropped in form. Mololo is still looking solid, but apart from him, nobody else. Maybe Kalash with the really good 1 and 2 that he pulled off. But apart from that, it hasn't been anything that brings a lot of light and energy for the squad. And Zero Tenacity immediately adapting. This is what they use the tactical timeout for. It's going to be a straightforward push with Emania leading the charge. We say goodbye to Asfade. Kalash still holding on, but not for long as Shuffle brings back the man advantage. It's quite chaotic on mid, but in the end of the day, we get a 3-on-3 quite early on with 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Simke, look at where he has pushed. He has found the bomb. He has it. Now it's up to Amco to try and retake this part of the map. Smet will start clearing out the corners. Simke has brought himself back safely. Now the game is on. It'll be a long one. Important round, especially for Zero Tenacity. Quite a lot of youth still available. Avian making a move. That's a good position to have, especially in such an important moment. Smoke given for the right side. Flash as well. Incendiary thrown as a response. Simke has been really solid on Anubis in his holds. 23 kills. But here come Amco. They will apply the pressure. Molboy is looking, and the flex shot lands beautifully to put Avian Broodmonster in the clutch. 2-on-3. Make it a 2-on-2. It's an even affair. Molodoi 15 points of health as he now stands all alone. Just an AWP in hand and a young Kazakhstanian Opa that needs to show what it's made of. Incendiary that will not find him. Heiji misses its mark as he strikes. Is one secured. Quick jump to see the second Brute Monster. Can he pull this one off for Zero Tenacity? Molodoi forced into the fight. Shut it down by the monster himself. And as he has the defuse kit, ladies and gents, Zero Tenacity have not only 1 but 2 map points to save themselves from hell and to send us on Mirage. Ooh, Zero Tenacity looking to survive. Considering the turn of events, I am really surprised. I'm not gonna lie. I really thought that it was going to be Amco securing a dominant win in a 2-0, but I might have been wrong. I might have been really, really wrong. It was 11-5, and a round where Amco had the gun advantage. Zero Tenacity outsmarted their opponents and now are putting themselves in a rough spot. So is Brute Monsters' positioning, in which he was punished. So now that's Zero Tenacity playing without the AWPA until the end of the round. Still quite a lot of seconds available. It's going to be a straightforward B hit. Avian picks up 1, spots another, has enough bullets to shut AW down. Smet is not going to find a second. Choff is covering, and I think that this is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. 16-13, Z10 somehow in some way pray to the Counter-Strike gods as they survive and force the 3rd and final map in this one hell of a match that they have going on with Amco. Well played. Honestly, well played. Resilience and stability shown. Amco had 3 chances to close it out in regulation, but this is not going to be the case. The Valkyrie squad once again surviving on their best map, and I do believe that was a great example as to why Z10 are considered one of the greatest teams worldwide on this particular map. The resistance that they showed, claps for them. I mean, definitely incredible. They didn't give up. They were put in some really tough positions, especially at that 11-5 round that they played. But in the end of the day, it was Nemanja leading the charge. It was Simcase's hold towards the B-bomb side that denied Amcal the chance to secure their very first 2-0 against Zero Tenacity, but well, it's not the end of the day still for either squad, as we're going to be watching one more game in our third best of 3, Mirage, coming our way right after the short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After the wonderful comeback for Zero Tenacity, saving 3 map and match points, they managed to force that third and final map. It's going to be Mirage, the final playing field in our opening best of 3 of Group D. And so far, I think that this day has shaped up to be one of the most interesting ones in the last couple. Of course, this is still the beginning of Series 17 playing stage, but overall, quite a lot of action happening. And Zero Tenacity, talking about, as their name suggests, that resilience, that tenacity, that stability that was required. They leveled up, they stepped up, and they faced Amcal straight in their opponents' faces to shut them down, even though it was the CIS squad having the advantage, looking so good on the D side, getting away with a 4-round lead, and from there onwards, things were just simply not going their way in the final 3 rounds in the chances that they had. But I do believe that soon game is going to be live, so let's jump straight into Mirage one last time between Z10 and Amcal. Here we go. Defuse kit for Smat. Smoke there. Kevlar's available for the CT side. Whereas it's Nemanja playing with a decoy. Okay, something that I haven't seen in quite some time. Molly as well. Smoke, double flash combination. And Zero Tenacity likely looking to make a bit of a split for the A bomb side. Now, I see a blocked smoke as Molodoi gets the action going. Nemanja spotted and deleted. Molly never going to be put into use as now Z10 need to accelerate. Smet playing from tickets. Post ahead, gets dinged, but still picks up the kill onto Chofu. With which, suddenly this round looks a little bit more beneficial for Amcal, especially with Molodoi picking up another. Simke plays from behind the smoke. Bomb planted, jumps on top of ticket to grab 2 Avian with another Avian with a double. And hold your breath. Maybe Zero Tenacity can pull it off. Down to 1 and 2 duo. AW will fall. And the combination of Avian and Simke means to be too deadly for Amcal to handle, as Z10 managed to make the most out of the round. How did they actually do it? I have absolutely no clue. But wow, Avian. What a combination. What a round. We're not going to see a replay, but goodness me, that was a wild recovery. You surely thought that it would be Amcal taking it away. You surely thought it was the CT side opening it up. But no, it was not. When you're playing against Z10 and yeah, this is a tough pill to swallow. This is a really tough pill to swallow for Z10, for Amcal, excuse me, as Brute Monster will be picking up the extra cash, make it a quick 4K. So, if my maths is correct, $2,400 landing in his bank account. And now, AW left alone, cannot really do a lot. Can just face his opponents, face his fate, and there it is. Getting sealed means that Z10 is up 2 rounds ahead of Amcal. Now onto the better guns for the CIS squad. If the smoke's prepared, you know the strategy, you know the drill. You throw the early window smoke. Usually the majority of the squads are going to pair it with a smoke for either catwalk or in some other cases a smoke for connector. And as we see, it is Zero Tenacity throwing all the 3 smokes. Quick incendiary as a response out of Amcal, so nobody makes the cross towards mid boxes. AW already covering from short, and overall standard default approaches coming up from both sides. We smoke for a window. Molodoi is going to be playing from ticket. Currently stands in a really good position considering what Zero Tenacity are cooking right now. Nemanja, the late lurk, but first is Chofu striking. Smet, for how long can he hold on to as Fade burns a tiny bit? Smet from ladder grabs 1, but he will fall. Avian picks him up. In the meantime, it was Nemanja also adding a kill with Chofu's 1. Make Kalash go for a 1-on-4, but I think that this attempt is never going to materialize or transform into something better than just him trying to desperately save that M4 because his team is already out of money. Zero Tenacity. The 2 kills that were picked up by Simke in the triple of Avian in the pistol round, I think that make the big difference right now. At least psychologically, definitely this is a big damage inflicted over to Amcal. Add on top how Anubis turned out to be with the CIS squad losing 3 map and match points It's going to be rough. It's going to be tough. I know that we're still finding ourselves in the first day of Series 17 playing stage. Let's not forget that, while this is not an elimination match, probably one of these two squads, and not probably, but surely one of these two squads is going to be falling down to the lower bracket in the Group D. And this is where things will get really rough. So if you ask me, especially considering the other teams in this group, you're not going to be wanting to be down there playing for your lives. A little bit later, once this match ends, it will be ITB making their debut against names that we know, and surely a name that we have seen quite a lot of has been Brute Monster, landing a really nice shot to open it up. It's still just a hero M4 round for Kalash and his teammates. But adventures are required, and adventurers, because I didn't manage to end up my point, are going to be ITB's opponent. Kalash goes on an adventure and he falls, which now means that AWS Fade and Smet are not really going to be able to do a lot. It's going to be a 3-on-5. Not impossible, but surely the odds are not favoring them. A couple of upgraded pistols, a single smoke and a HG, a Smet all alone, because AW is no longer among us on Mirage, and the Utah deployed by Avian with the Molly for Sign, with Nemanja clearing out the part of underneath Palace. This is now Z10 onto a 4-round lead. Quick 4-0 in favor of the Balkan team, as Amcal go back to having the better guns. Let's see whether we're going to see Fade or Mordloy setting up a 2-man trap towards middle and trying to go a little bit more aggressively. Window smoke given, a catful smoke 1, it's 0 tenacity, deploying also the mole in case somebody goes for a push. Mordloy on top of this position, strikes, and he finds Brute Monster. Good adaptation coming out of the Kazakhstanian. Nemanja picks up 1, the spray continues as Fade lucky to be alive. Simke now activating from Palace, spray escapes, and he will need some more bullets to do the job. Smet is out, Fade low, soon to probably go down considering that he's finding himself in the red zone. Kalash cannot really make a move right now, because mid control has been lost. 0 tenacity has it all. Mordloy stands on top of Ticket, not knowing whether it's going to be one peeking out of either Palace or Ramp. And at this point, yep, Kalash needs to risk it, needs to go a little bit deeper. He does it, but the big problem still remains 0 tenacity's his early proactivity. Now they can slow it down. Now they can force Amcal into some really uncomfortable clears. As Fade ekes in, he checks out. This will accelerate the pace. As you can see, Kalash is the last hope of Amcal, but he needs a multi-kill at least. Looks towards the eyes of his opponent, says to Avian bye-bye, but Nemanja responds with the exact same phrase. As now Mordloy on an island, as we pointed out earlier. Simke on the hunt, the IK strikes, and that's another big loss for Amcal. 0 tenacity, keep on marching, creating now a momentum for themselves. Lost bonus full, but not enough so that we can see a better buy from the CIS team, and quite logically this leads us onto them calling their first tactical timeout. Extremely clean or 0 tenacity in their approaches right now. Taking mid control, always having people to cover up the flanks, knowing how to react, knowing when to accelerate and when to slow down. That was a great example as to how they did it. Yeah, Mordloy adapted nicely, jumping on top of, it's not a box, but it's yeah, somewhat of an elevation, I guess. Not really sure what the proper word in English is, but that doesn't really matter, especially if you're Amcal, because they want to speak the language of success, and this one has been spoken by 0 tenacity. Be hit prepared. For connector, 4 people standing on the bigger of the 2 bomb sides, and only Kalash left. as the B anchor, but he'll get tested, and what a test it's going to be. We have seen some crazy holds from B anchors back in the past. We all know what the graffiti means, and we can see how Simke goes through the smoke. Kalash hasn't spotted a single face. A Deagle in hand, 7 bullets, 4 required to land as headshots. And with the mollies being applied, here they come. 1 found, make it a double. Kalash, make it a triple. He holds on. The Deagle once again deadly. Finally, Brute Monster clears out his opponent, but job done by the Kazakhstanian. A hope given over to the rest of Amkau's squad as Fade is in a good position. He goes unseen, head now spotted by Nemanja. As the IGL and the Opa will need to do it, but it's impossible against those firing Deagles. And only Brute Monster left all alone, knowing what the consequences of this round are going to be. Doesn't want to give away a knob. Left with just a Tech 9, looking to accelerate, looking to accept his fate. And that was a massive triple kill by Kalash. And Amkau pull off their first round on the CT side. Wonder if we played. Unfortunately, we're not going to get a replay, but man, Kalash, so crisp with those Deagle shots. And this could be the turning point. This could be what Amkau needed. Booster, something that can elevate their confidence, because you're surely feeling the lack of proactivity and the lack of straight coming out from Amkau. Nice AG, lands onto Brute Monster. Simke gets caught. Oh, that was a really weird peek. Not really sure what he was trying to clear out there. Trying to go for a solo initiative that will not find anything now. Zero tenacity playing from the back foot. Mid control dares. Bomb left so far behind. AW is gonna join Kalash this time around, so the adaptation is already gonna be made. AW even giving over a boost to Kalash will complicate the round at least a tiny bit more for Zero tenacity. Now it becomes a game between a cat and a mouse. And who can find more? Boost, but for Zero tenacity. Kalash is in a really good position. I don't think that Avian knows. No, he cannot really expect for that aggression to come in. AW covering for his teammate. Headshot found. Kalash keeps on going deeper and deeper. Brute Monster, that was a great no scope. Nemanja throws a HG. Brute Monster spots AW as Fade is out in the rotation that he was trying to go for. Molodoi will quickly join AW as the Russian is still somehow alive. But Nemanja awareness is so high right now for the Serbian IGL. The Kazakhstanian Opa looking to fire, and as he does, we say goodbye to Brute Monster. Now everything is on the shoulders of Nemanja. 1 and 2 clutch, 13 seconds, but not today, not against Amkau, because they have just secured their second round. Money still looking solid. Z10 will have enough of it. Back to playing the 4x rounds. Oh, that's a failed smoke. Not really sure whether they purposely are failing those smokes, because this is the second miss coming out of Z10, and we just saw what this miss leads us to. As Fade picks up the initial kill, Amkau playing with a man advantage. Monster spots his Fade and quickly clears him out. To point out that it has been his Fade's over-aggressive pushes that have been leading Amkau to a lot of lost chances, to a lot of lost opportunities. Sure, those type of plays can either be beneficial or quite deadly depending on the result, and I've been quite vocal with how we as casters and analysts oftentimes judge a play by its end result, but so far his Fade has been unsuccessful, not like Molodoi, who lands another lovely shot. Bring the man lead back with Amkau. Simke eats an 8. Chofo also loses quite some HP, but Simke picks up 1. Chofo, unfortunately, grabs the team kill. Eats an 8. Loses even more points of health. Molodoi trying to jump spot. Realizes that the molly goes a little bit too deep, and Yes, it does. There was a bit of a gap for Molodoi to exploit, but he decided not to push in. Instead, it will be Chofu and Avian trying to pull off a 2-on-3, but the big problem is called AW. Now spotted, left shoulder peeking, trying to stop the bomb from getting planted. This one was an unsuccessful attempt, but then in the retake, both Kalash and Molodoi, the Kazakhstanian duo, will do the job. Amkal onto a third consecutive, looking to bounce back and looking to recover on the CT side after what was a really shaky beginning. And if it was not for Kalash's triple kill with the Deke and that massive hold that we saw, maybe right now we could have been witnessing a completely different turn of events. Zero Tenacity also realized what has been happening, so he will try to make sure that everything stops right here, right now. Extra 30 seconds given over to their team to have a discussion. Make sure that everything keeps being in place, everything keeps being tidy. One such round can turn the tides. We have seen it on so many different occasions. Remember when it was Skosa's clutch during the major that gave the possibility over to Furia to remain for at least slightly more time on Mirage against FaZe. Could have potentially ended up winning the map if it was not for FaZe going insane and having, you know, the extra support of Brokey and Robs. So let's see whether it will be the case now that Zero Tenacity's economy looks really shaky. You can see that it's not one of the most optimal buys. You'd say barely any after the Molotov has been deployed. Just 2 smokes left. Double AK with a Galil and 2 upgraded pistols. But if we all know the Bulgarian saying, it is that from pistols hurts the most. Incendiary is a response. Zero Tenacity once again concentrating their efforts in getting mid control. Not a bad idea considering that you're playing with 2 AKs. You want to secure the extra space. Fade is striking from connector. Lovely timing caught by the Ukrainian. AW now can activate. Chofu has cleared out ladder room, but that is not actually the case. Molodoi is covering, knowing that it's going to be a player coming out from behind his back, and as the op strikes, he can now turn his attention towards apartments. Excuse me, that was actually not Molodoi, but Kalash. Double op setup being brought in use by Amkal. And now they're on the verge of having a clean round. Let's see whether Brute Monster and Simke can do some extra damage in order to make it at least slightly more expensive. Kalash spotted, still alive. 29 points of health, calls for Esfede, who joins the party. And with a dink, with Simke having just 45 points of health, the sprint stream Digo will need to print some headshots with 20 seconds remaining. I think that this is already too tall of a task for him to complete. Footsteps heard, Molodoi will make the move, lands a nice shot, and a clean round. Flawless one for Amkal. For the 5 as we move into round number 10. Now, Zero Tenacity are going to be rebuying all the better guns that they didn't have in the previous one. But still, a small adaptation made by the CIS squad. Not a bad idea to have the secondary op. Kalash has been a player that loves pulling this one off. We saw it on Dust too. You can also do it on maps like Anubis. Mirage as well is a really good example. You can just leave your B anchor all alone. So many different angles for him to play from. And the aggressiveness out of Esfede that will pay off its dividends. Chofu quickly trades to at least make the damage a little bit less. But Molodoi quick to react. We say goodbye to Avian as now the man advantage is with Amkal. Zero Tenacity's players isolated from one another. Crossfire looks good on the side of Molodoi and AW. And it will be even Molodoi landing another flick. AW takes good care of Simke. Brute Monster, a monstrous clutch ahead of him. 1-on-3. Something which we have seen being delivered out of this exact Bosnian player. But it was a long time ago, back in 2024. And the dance begins from Sandwich. The big problem, that AK and the 2 ops that are going to be looking straight towards Brute Monster's head. peeks. Base the first. AW will go down. Reaction still not enough for a kill. And Molodoi will deny the clutch. Amcal, they tie it up at 5-5. And they have officially recovered on the CT side. Forcing Zero Tenacity to even call for their second tactical timeout. Interesting turn of events here on Mirage. The two ops are still alive. Z-Tense's finances look quite good. Probably they don't want to go all in, but at least they can pick up those upgraded pistols, maybe even a Galil if they want to. Brute Monster has enough money to go for a proper AK Kevlar setup. If he wants to, of course. Odds bonus would in any case be full, but decides to leave his dollars where they should be and play with an op going into the final round of this first part. Now, Amcal, that's a good chance to make it to 6th and to put yourself in the lead for the very first time on the decider map. A quick reminder, of course, that whoever loses here is not out of the tournament, but is going to be put into the loser's match of Group D. Sfede looks for the duel. Nemanja A2 AG, so he's gonna be the first one dropping. Acceleration looks good on Simke, who picks up a double, and he wants to plant the bomb. This is the end goal for him. AW is covering in case somebody plays for B, and as Chofu is out, soon one more duel to happen. Brute Monster, eyes on him. Diego in play. Shots that will not find their mark, and with Simke being left all alone, it's once again the pre-stream Diego needing to bring the money, finds a double kill. Maybe there is a chance, so don't tell me that this could be the clutch, because the chances of him picking it up are quite big. Molodoi misses the shot, knows that his opponent is low on points of health, jumps in place with the pistol, taps the bomb, but this will not be Simke getting away with the pistol ace and the clutch as the Kazakhstanian denies it. But that was such a risky round for Amcal. Such an expensive one, and it was too close for comfort, if we have to be fully honest. Simke doing his hardest. Once again, it's him after the Grade B host, having 12 kills and leading his team on the fragging department. Final round. Back to the ops for both Molodoi and Brute Monster. AK's enforced there. And a boost that was just spotted. Molodoi will punish. Kazakhstanian shining brightly. 12 kills for him. If Simke was the light for Zero Tenacity, Molodoi is for Amcal. And as he switched up his position, expecting the peak. And once again, it's the IGL of the Zero Tenacity squad falling. 3 on 5. Brute Monster, Avian, and Chofu. What do you have in the store for us? Difficult clutch, especially with the amount of information that Amcal has right now. You can immediately see how they're covering. Good off angle for AWSSM4. At this point, Zero Tenacity's players, they need to look for the direct contact. They cannot throw any util. The only nades that they can actually throw are probably double mollies for bench and for car. But as you see, now that they can do it, they will. Op shot. Looking for a second kill. Brute Monster punishes his Molodoi. The Kazakhstanian is out, so is Kalash. And could this be another recovery? Smet making it a little bit more difficult. Chelfo looks for the fight. Right shoulder peek gives him the advantage. Makes it over towards this backside of Van. Avian still dances around the bomb site. AG misses as Fade falls. Smet now in for a clutch. One target low on points of health. But still one with an AK in hand. Chofu has the exact same gun. And look at how much time they're trying to buy for themselves. Smed, he has a defuse kit but doesn't have any util. Neither a smoke or any flash to work with. So he needs to go in for a dance. He needs to show us the good moves like Mick Jagger. But not today as he gets denied the chance. Zero Tenacity will tie it up at 6-6. As this is looking like a Mirage, which we wanted to see as close as it can get. 5-0 start for Z10. Then they drop the ball, allowing for Amcal to bounce back, even giving them the round lead after Molodoi denied the clutch ace pistol for Simke. But it was still the Balkan squad getting to a 6th. until the second pistol round. Amco now fighting themselves on the opposite side of the map. Defuse kit with a smoke in place for Chofu. Curious what Amca's approach is going to be. Usually they're a type of team that loves taking mid control and forcing splits. Based on the positioning of both Molodoi and Smed, this could also easily turn into a split for A. Now, the matter of fact is that Zero Tenacity remain quite static. They don't want to be overcomplicating the round. They don't want to be going over aggressive. Double smokes given. Sfede just baiting the util, seeing what the response is, and Brute Monster gets caught with his pants down. Now, this will lead to an acceleration, but as Sfede is just a bait, right now, Zero Tenacity are aware of what is actually happening. It's going to be the split that I talked about through Connector. They're hitting the A-bomb side. Molodoi looking for a kill. P250 in hand. Bomb will get planted. Nobody checking on Nemanja because Chofu is out. So now the IGO needs to be the surprising factor. Picks up one. Molodoi clears him out. Still, it's a man advantage for Amco, but for how long? Simk, last man standing, a 1-on-3 clutch required. Didn't get it with a Deagle a little bit earlier during the first half, but now seems like he will get denied. And as he falls, this is Amco back in the lead. But logically, now it will be the Balkan squad playing without any extra financing. And here it comes. That's a force buy. Something that the majority of the teams don't actually do on a map like Mirage. Usually you will see some really isolated cases of CIS teams going for force buys on this map due to the fact that the choke points are significantly wider in comparison to some of the other maps like Nuke and Dust 2, where you're pretty much obliged to invest after you have lost the pistol round. Especially when you're playing against a team like Amco, who has so much experience on this map. Let's not forget that when we have a comparison between both sides' win rates on this map, you can actually see a bit of a difference, and maybe not if you're Brute Monster. First headshot found. It's another scout on play who was not too far away from landing a second shot. Bomb needs to cross. Deep molly for long. For short, excuse me. Sfede with a bit of a timing. Amco thinking about hitting that B-bomb side. It could be the case as Sfede has secured some extra space towards jungle. It will come down to what the idea for Amco is. And I definitely have the feeling that it will end up on the B-bomb side, pressuring both Simke and Nemanja. Let's see how much the duo can stand. Molly to be deployed as Sfede covering with an AK. Brute Monster has no idea. Will get caught. Avian down to 44 points of health. Nemanja and Simke now aware of the flank coming in. And as Sfede activates, everyone will be going down as Zamkau take full control over the B-bomb side. Simke picks up an AK. Jofu there to support him. He needs to start running. They don't have a defuse kit, but seems like they want to test the waters. Heiji that lands deeply. Simke will go down, but Jofu's nade puts him into a one-on-one against the young Kazakhstanian gun. Molodoi, usually with an op, this time strikes with a Galil to secure the clutch and to secure the round for Amco. That's a 2-round lead for the T side. Nice couple of sprays. Interesting trade that happened. Of course, we're seeing Stakes' replay from the pistol round, but Zero Tenacity, as their name suggests, trying to be as stable and as hard to fight as possible. Experience is definitely there. You can just feel it by the way they're moving and positioning themselves. Amco, a comfortable 2-round lead, but those 2 rounds that they just secured were quite close. Too close for comfort. It's a bit of a stack on the A-bomb side as Fade picks up the first. AW will secure those $600 extra, make those 1,200. And as the bomb gets planted, Avian cannot really do anything. He knows that it's a 9-6 at this point. Stakes his odds replicating Amco Esports' success one more time. But let's not forget that Stakes' odds were also saying that it was Amco Esports in a better position on Anubis. So you shall never ever underestimate Zero Tenacity. This is what I'm trying to get to. A team that has managed to beat some really solid names. A team who you definitely don't want to be facing in a play-in stage or a split stage, not even in playoff stage, even though the biggest problem for Zero Tenacity historically has been the lack of trophies. Because they have been there on the tier 2 scene for quite a lot of time already. One of the longest standing teams that we have in professional Counter-Strike. And a team that hasn't found any serious success. They've always been there, managing to get to the playoffs. Just something is never enough. Call it a curse, call it whatever you want. But maybe 2025 can be their best year, who knows? We're still in the beginning of Series 17 at least, so maybe they can turn the tides. They can definitely turn the tides in round number 16 because it's Brute Monster back to all duties. Couple of M4s thrown in the mix as well. Simk and Brute Monster are the driving forces for Z10 on this map. Whereas on the opposite side has clearly been Molodoi with 18 kills and only 7 deaths. 10 for Kalash, the Kazakhstanian duo, putting some extra fuel into Amkaus's machinery. AW already on mid. Waiting to see whether he can catch somebody off guard. It will surely be a play for the A-bomb side. Shuffle with an early smoke, trying to buy some extra time, because at this point he doesn't really know what is happening towards mid. You can see it by Simpkins' incendiary. The money goes in for a peek. Information gathered by Zero Tenacity, especially now that they have seen the two smokes, one for jungle, one for connector and stairs. Chelfo isolated on the side. Nemanja plays around the smokes. He ate some damage, needs to find some extra cover. So Chelfo, everything is on his shoulders. Multi-kill required, finds one. Smet trace, Nemanja activates to bring the man advantage. With Zero Tenacity, make it a double. As now Kalash and Molodoi, the Kazakhstanian duo that we pointed out, will need to fight its way out of this situation. It's not impossible. Kalash has the HP advantage. Couple players in the red zone. We say goodbye to Nemanja. Avian and Brute Monster for Zero Tenacity. How good of a fight they can put. Right shoulder peek. Into a fight towards Ram, but it's Molodoi shutting them down. 20 kills secured by the young Kazakhstanian. One more needed for Amcal to secure double digits as Brute Monster has an op. But he doesn't have a defuse kit, and he will just call this one a day. He will call it off and save what he has. This is Amcal holding on, courtesy to their Kazakhstanian players. Bomb will explode. Amcal once again sending 3 rounds away from closing out the map and sending Zero Tenacity in Group D's losers match. Great round, especially played by Molodoi and Kalash. Right here was a 2-on-4, great recovery. Kalash with the first on to Simk. Molodoi picks up the duo. You can just see it from the CT's POV. Great headshots. Brute Monster pulling off the hero op that he saved from the previous round, supported by 2 SMGs and 2 upgraded pistols. Barely any Utso for Zero Tenacity to play with. This time a slightly different approach, but one which we have already witnessed out of Amkaus's T side. As Fade is going to be clearing out under. A couple of players standing inside apartments, waiting to see whether someone on the Zero Tenacity side will go in a little bit deeper. Catch him off guard, then accelerate. Honestly, one of the more methodical Mirages that we have been seeing here in Series 17 and overall in the last couple of days. I really like how both teams are trying to be as careful as possible. Because Mirage is the type of map that can look really shaky and that can look a little bit buggy. Yeah, Nemanja gets caught, but he's not the shining star. He's not the one that needs to be pulling off the frags. Brute Monster is the star who needs to turn himself into a bit of a hero. And he can have this chance. Avian Now spotted. AW drops. Op still hasn't been seen by the CIS squad. This could be a big problem. Other one is called Semke with a 5-7. Close range 2. Picks up the first. Kalash has dropped. Semke goes in one more time. Smed neutralizes. Fade picks up a kill onto Chofu in the meantime. And now that AW is looking to activate, he will clear out the A bomb site. Brute Monster now seen. Left shoulder peek likely to do if necessary. And the bodyguard system works beautifully for Amcal, as now they find themselves a step closer towards that number 13. Remember that it was them standing literally in the same position back on Anubis. 11-6, 12-9, and they need a match to close it out. It will not get any easier. Zero Tenacity's economy looks solid due to the amount of dollars available courtesy to the last bonus. So let's see. Molodoi, 20 kills, once again shining brightly. But somebody else needs to step up. Somebody needs to be there to support the young Kazakhstanian Opa. Active round, AW makes the cross, spots his opponent's AWP player and shuts him down. That's Brute Monster out. AW keeps on taking the extra space. The man strikes from inside connector. Throws an 8 as well. AW misses it, not getting even a scratch out of this AG. Thought that at least it will be some extra damage, but now that Avian gets the confirmation by Nemanja, they combine to bring the man advantage with Z10. SMK, here's the footsteps, ready to strike, receives his opponent's delegation, and onto a round that will end up quickly. 7 found by Z10, they survive, making it nearly flawless. Only Brute Monster dropped in the process, but his AWP gets retrieved. So here we go one more time. The big problem, though, is the fact that the majority of Amcal's team doesn't have a lot to play with. Now, sure, dollars still available. You can see how Molodoi is going to be able to rebuy the lost AWP. Smed has enough to afford an AK. A Galil thrown in the mix as well with another AK. But this is Amcal's last chance, because if they lose the round without getting the bomb planted and without getting the extra financial injection, this could turn into a chance for Z10 to actually recover on the CT side, similarly to the recovery that we saw out of Amcal. Triple man set up towards mid for Z10. Good strategy. Hope strikes. And then the rest activate. But in this case, it's actually the riflers going in first. Brute Monster still covering. Left unseen. Kalash timing inside apartments. Molodoi behind him. One shot is all that they need. And Molodoi finds it. Now the acceleration will come in. It's Fade into go together with his teammates after he took quite a lot of damage. Immediately Zero Tenacity on the opposite side of the map, moving their units. Trying to find a deeper positioning. Avian covering in case somebody appears out of Palace late. But with the lurk smoke, Brute Monster needs to be the hero. Under the lights. First one found. Second kill not coming in. Kalash jumping, gets punished. Double kill found by the Bosnian, make it a triple. He's holding on. That's an anchor which you want to have in these type of scenarios. And Molodoi and AW 2-on-4, 18 seconds remaining ahead of Amcal's duo, but I think that it is not going to be enough. Time is ticking. They run out of time. Brute Monster with a massive triple kill to put Zero Tenacity in a really, or at least a much better position. As now they're going to be going to an 8. There it is. Molodoi and AW are not going to be getting any extra finances going into the next round. Lost bonuses we already discussed, too low. Only 2,400. So the D side now gets a little bit rougher. Still, it's a healthy lead. Still, it's a position from which you can recover and make it to a 12th. But I don't think that Amco are going to be quite satisfied, considering how Anubis went. It's still probably there, inside their heads. Usually in this type of setups, you're trying to create some extra space for your OPA player, and Esfede is not going to be doing that. It was the bomb carrier. Not really sure why he went in first. AWM managing to get one back as a response, but this is still such a tough position to be in. Smed will be taken out by Chelfo. Molodoi, how quick he can be? Well, quite quick. Brosmonter peeks out. That's a first mistake made by a player from Zero Tenacity in this round. This could still go the opposite way if Z10 are not careful. Kalish can be the entry. Molodoi and AW can play from behind their teammates' back. Simk looking at the right position. We'll take a nice off angle. Shall work considering that Amco don't have any util to work with. Too many corners for them to clear out. Kalash will be leading the charge as we expected. AW is covering. Kalash will be dropping. There comes the first. Gets a ding though. So Simk manages to hold on. Molodoi now in the shining position. Can he be the star? Already delivered a clutch. Kazakhstanian player once again in the spotlight. Spots them both. Chelfu together with Avian. They're not going to be going for a boost, but instead it's a flick finding their target. And it's Avian on the opposite side, but not when it's Molodoi. Not when the Kazakhstanian knows how things are done. And look at this young, talented player and keep your eyes on him. Because who else than the Kazakhstanian called Molodoi to put Amcal on the verge of finding a win against Zero Tenacity. Wonderful clutch comes in such an important moment, and it was Molodoi shutting Brute Monster down, punishing him for the overpeak. Then the first onto Simk, a massive flick that lands onto Chalfu, and then that final kill, another great reaction. And sure, Zero Tenacity still having enough money, but this is the impact that we wanted to see out of Molodoi. There's a reason why he is the highest rated player by a big margin for Amcal, as they're now looking to make it past Zero Tenacity. Simk still not on the same opinion. Grabs a trade, down to a 4-on-4. A lot of time on the clock. Avian repositions, and he catches. Jofo also finds one. Smet and Molodoi. Look at the first. Only for underneath Palace. Forces Nemanja out of this position. He uses smoke. But it's still Molodoi, and I think that having Molodoi still alive is crucial for Amcal's success. In the previous round, he was the one turning the ties in his favor. Nemanja's soft angle was really good, but he's not patient enough. Will reposition, playing once again from underneath Palace. Smet can clear out this position. He shall be clearing it out. Yep, there it is. He's gonna have a peek, and he's gonna catch Molodoi as well. And could they do it? Avian, last man standing for Z10, bomb planted. It's now the Serbian needs to save the day. They don't know where he's gonna be coming from. Molodoi somehow jumps his way away from those bullets. 26 kills, op shot misses. Avian does not flash deployed. He knows where Smet is going to be coming from. And now the Russian has an actual chance. There isn't a defuse kit on play. Throws the flash, goes in for the duel, picks it up. And Amcal secure their first win against Zero Tenacity, sending the Balkan team down into the losers match of Group D. And what a clutch there was by Molodoi that turned the tides. And even though it could have been a 2-0, even though it could have been Amcal closing it out earlier on Anubis, they had 3 chances to do so. Zero Tenacity survived, but it was never meant to be the Balkan team making it out alive from this super exciting derby that we just witnessed. And the best thing is that this is far away from being the end of the day. First of all, of course, congratulations to the 5 players that you're seeing on your screens. We talked about their most recent form. That's another win in the CCT tour. That's another really good showing. Sure, okay, they didn't manage to close it out on Anubis. I will take the criticism. I will point it out towards them. And yeah, of course, they're going to be playing in the winners match tomorrow, but now it's one more best of 3 coming our way. It should have started a while ago. We're a little bit behind schedule, but Into the Breach is going to be taking on Adventurers in our other opening match of Group D. One of these 2 squads will join Amcal in the winners match, and the other will need to face Zero Tenacity to play for survival here in Series 17 playing stage. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. Now it's time for us to take a little little, really short break. Just make sure to go grab some food, make sure to go hydrate yourself, and I want you back for our final best of 3 of the day. You have somewhere around 10 minutes, and I'm gonna see you after the break. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with our final best of 3 of the day. It's going to be Into the Breach taking on Adventurers. What is going to be a really promising best of 3, considering what we have witnessed so far throughout the day. A couple of matches going all the way to the Saturday, and I think that this one has the potential to once again surprise us nicely. You can see Aurora made the most out of their derby versus NIP. Falbet survived against Unity in a 2-1 fashion win, and just recently the first match of Group D ended with Amcal securing a win after they needed to play a Mirage as well against Zero Tenacity. So focusing our attention on Into the Breach against Adventurers. Of course, on the one side we have a team which consists of a lot of good players that have already showed up, and I talk about ITB. Whereas for Adventurers, the matter of fact is that this is going to be their very first match here on the server. But of course, starting with Smuya, Kios, Reiko, Synopsy, and Red Star, we know that most recently it was a bit of a switch with Juan Flatro being replaced by Reiko. And I think that we're not going to feel the difference because Reiko is a young, talented Polish rifler, and think that he fits Into the Breach has placed out quite nicely, with Red Star stepping up in the most recent matches, with Smuya being quite stable on the op, and then having Kios and Synopsy usually being the supportive elements. Even though Synopsy is a type of player that can always pop off, I think that we shall be excited about Into the Breach's debut here in Series 17. On the opposite side, it's Adventurers, and those guys are definitely adventuring around the world. Of course, everyone coming from different playgrounds, excuse me. Voro 2K and Hajim back in the days, not only playing for Monte, but most recently for the Drillist squad together with Mestau. Naivera making his way back after what was a couple of unsuccessful projects. Adam S, as his jersey suggests, was previously part of Movistar Koi, but due to the fact that it was the organization dropping his Counter-Strike team, now has joined this really promising looking team, I have to admit. We have a lot of stable players, we have a lot of known names, we have Voro 2K leading with an open hand, we have Haji, of course, a really explosive rifler, Naivera capable of being a star player as well, Mesto and Adam S, bit more supportive guys. So overall, a really interesting mix, and I'm really curious to see how this one is gonna play out, because we have a lot of explosiveness, we have a lot of similar playstyles. And let's have a look at the map veto, because of course we need to know which are going to be our playing fields. As for Into the Breach, we have a little bit more information. We know that they're not a team that plays a lot of Nuke, so quite logically this will be the map being removed. Inferno as an answer from Adventurers. Probably we're looking towards Asian, I guess, as a pick for Into the Breach. Yep, there it is, one of their better maps. Feeling quite comfortable, even though the win percentages are not confirming the statement. For Adventurers, Dust 2, okay, I don't mind it. I really don't mind it, especially against a team like ITB. And Decider, still a lot of options. Trainer will be quite happy to see it, even though it will get removed. And from the remaining 2, Mirage feels like a certain due to the fact that it's Adventurers, and of course, as a typical mixed team, you want to be playing on those higher paced, more open maps like Mirage. Yes, we just saw it between Z10 and Amco. And overall, back in the days when Mestel, Voro 2K, and Haji were part of the Drillers, we were seeing quite a lot of Mirage. It was actually one of their better maps, maybe together with Asian. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to break it through the Asian RMR, and they ended up, of course, going their separate ways. But concentrating our efforts on Asian. This is another map that offers quite a lot of space, especially to the T side. Some timings here and there, but overall it gives some more advantages to the Ts due to the fact that it's actually much easier for you to be right shoulder peeking into some more favorable duels, especially if you have a guy throwing the util from behind your back. We all know how the CT side tends to leave the A side wide open for grabs, and I think that the majority of the teams have actually been exploiting those exact gaps in their opponents' defense. Sure, you can have the argument that the CT side is much easier to be retaken. The reason why the majority of the better Asian teams are actually deciding to leave it fully open for their opponents to grab. But I'm curious what is going to happen right now for Into the Breach. You might know that this project started with a couple of completely different players, then they turn into grabbing Red Star, obviously one of the best Bulgarian players right now, together with maybe Ships, Rainwaker also You're gonna be relying on Synopsy, extremely stable since his entrance into the breach. I think that Smuya, if he steps up in his holds and his rotation, if he's quick, if he's taking the space, maybe there could be that surprising factor that actually ends up helping into the breach take adventurers down. Because yeah, sure, this is a mixed team on the opposite side. This is a team that has not played together for a lot of time, not like into the breach, even though yeah, you replace one Flatro for Reiko, but Reiko is still obviously quite capable of just fitting in ITB's playstyle. But I mean, your main idea as into the breach is to not allow for the adventurers to find a lot of adventures, especially not on Asian, and to not give them the momentum. Overall, it will be a really interesting match. Cannot wait to see it. Unfortunately, we're gonna need to take a really short break, and when we come back, which is probably going to be in a couple of minutes time, we're gonna be heading towards the jungle to see Asian between Into the Breach and Adventurers. Stay with us. We're gonna be back in just a bit.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? Running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to some technical difficulties hitting AdamS and without the team being able to solve those in time, Adventurers are going to be forfeiting their match against Into the Breach, which puts Adventurers into the lower bracket of Group D, meaning that tomorrow they're going to be facing Zero Tenacity for a chance to survive here in the tour, whereas for Into the Breach, this means that they proceed into the winner's match of this group. Unfortunate turn of events. I personally would have hoped to have seen both squads face each other, but sometimes some of the things are out of our control, and with that in our minds, this is going to put an end to a really exciting first day of Series 17 playing. Still a lot more action coming our way tomorrow. Some other casters are going to be bringing you all the action on the part of the entire CCT crew. Thank you so much for being here with us. Thank you so much for supporting everyone, and of course, in the meantime, if all the action ends here on our second stream, you can still hop on our main stream to see Paravision taking on Rebels in round 4 low match, or you can also hop on to CCT CS4 to see all the action from North America. Plenty more Champion of Champion Tour action waiting for you, ladies and gents. Thank you so much for once again joining us for what was a banger of a day, and I'm more than sure that Series 17 still has a lot in the books for us. And until further notice, this will be the end of our stream. Thank you so much, and I'm gonna see you on some other occasion for more Counter-Strike 2 action.